Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was the Reincarnation of Kon and Became Superman Part 2. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Kalanai-san? Where are we? Seconds before Kurogiri swallowed the boys. Izuku, but what? Shoto, what do we do? Melissa, I'm scared. Izuku, Tiu-san, Almight, son. The roar of a beast plus an immense blackness was all they saw while being conscious. The only thing they didn't know was that the mist, given the drug that Kurogiri ingested, not only amplified quirks, but also helped to give a slight mutation during, so at the same time as opening a transport, it emanated a sleeping gas that would put a human to sleep, and given the effects of the red sun on the green-haired man, he would suffer them, leaving the three deeply asleep. Land 1, Watchtower location. The Justice League had just had a tough confrontation since its formation. In this course, the only thing they had discovered was numerous Earths, too many to count and analyze. But everything arises from the arrival of one of the counterparts, a doppelganger of Lex Luthor, the greatest enemy of one of the greatest superheroes of Earth 1, Superman, Kal-El of Krypton. His arrival led them to battle hard with a group known as the Crime Syndicate, made up of the counterparts of the League. The fight was hard, very hard, since All-Man was willing to detonate a bomb capable of destroying a planet, and had decided to detonate it on Earth 0. The purpose was to cause a chain reaction destined to destroy the rest of the Earths one by one, so the League was forced to return not only hope in the people of the Earth of the Syndicate, since no one dared to face the villains, since those who tried died. The different lands were saved by the second member, if not the most dangerous, of the League, Batman, the Bat of Gotham, who despite lacking powers, has a plan for everything. Currently, the League was having a meeting about the next step. Along with Batman, there were Flash, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, and of course, Superman. The 6 current members of the League discussed the goal of expanding the League, given that they had met, or at least worked with, other heroes a few times. Superman, you may take a seat. Wonder Woman, what's going on? Batman, the recent attack and confrontation against the crime syndicate left us with an exposition. Flash, you're not talking about. Superman, more help around here wouldn't be a bad idea. Batman, I'm glad some of you agree. I've been thinking about hiring some staff. Martian Manhunter, is that good? Hal, who would enter? At that point, before anyone responds, an alarm would go off. Superman, an attack? Wonder Woman, do you see anything? Superman, no. Martian Manhunter, I can't reach anyone with my telepathy either. Batman, I wouldn't be so sure noticing a purple mist forming on the ceiling. Superman, I don't think he's dangerous. Flash, are you kidding? Diana, no jumping and grabbing a blonde with glasses. Batman, got it, taking a bicolor. Superman, so am I taking the green-haired guy. Hal, who are they? Flash, they look like children. Batman, Superman? Superman had remained silent, as the son of Krypton had taken the green-haired boy by noticing a symbol well known to the Kryptonian, the S he wore on his chest, just like him. Superman, it shouldn't be possible, he would say, surprised. Batman, Jan, connect us and enter his memories. Martian Manhunter, as you command, his eyes would glow red as they all entered each of the minds. The first and the one who generated the most distrust was the green-haired boy, Izuku Midoriya. Something they knew when they entered his mind from the first moment. Batman and Superman maintained a distrust of him, until they saw his life, his society. Needless to say, everyone was in deep shock seeing how the society where they came from was. Humans evolved to have a power called Quirk, which made Batman suspect some event, or something like that, in addition to the superheroic society in which they lived. They felt somewhat relieved that the boy was something good, although strange. Of course, the Bat felt some sympathy for him, like Superman, since he saw how he saw his parents die and ended up being raised by his godfather. Superman left his distrust to see the values in which he was raised, and more when knowing that he himself gave him his name as a Kryptonian in the fortress of solitude of his world. Their Clark Kent understood, the boy was the legacy of Krypton in his world, although he was slightly disappointed that a license is needed to be a hero, and the unfair treatment towards quirkless people and people with quirks considered useless or villainous. Without a doubt, the fear of a future enemy in the green-haired boy was replaced by pride, seeing everything he did, his decisions and the lives he dared to save, showing a very human side and concern, seeing his kidnapping and experimentation on the child, along with Melissa, and the results they produced. Superman clenched his fists for it, but hey, at least he could do something with him, besides helping him return. Wonder Woman, wow, that guy has good values. Superman, it's admirable carrying the aforementioned. I'll take him to the infirmary and come back. Superman, using his super speed, would leave the green-haired man on a stretcher to rest while he returned with the others, who entered Melissa's mind, at Diana's request, so they saw all the memories, the first-person experience of how the Quirkless were treated, how the treatment was added for being the daughter of an important researcher, in addition to the sibling relationship between her and the green-haired man. For Diana, it was a hard blow to see how they treated her in the kidnapping, although she admired the resistance and courage in wanting to defend Kota from those subjects. Without a doubt, she would like to see her potential now as a half-Kryptonian. For Batman, seeing Shigaraki's attitudes undoubtedly made him remember his most dangerous enemy, the Joker, his sanity, his ways. Without a doubt, Shigaraki was on the verge of being a Joker, with the addition of his disintegration quirk. The League looked on with an annoyed face at seeing All for One, and his dealings, added to how he manipulates Shigaraki as Batman stipulated, implying that he was dangerous, but not at the level of the League. AFO did not aspire to very great goals, and the League has already faced direct threats to end life itself. They did not detract from AFO, but, compared to their own, he was not very dangerous. Diana would take Melissa to the infirmary, while Batman analyzed the two-colored man. He could notice marks and scars compared to blows, plus the stain on his left eye. They made him think things he shouldn't, so when he returned, they entered his mind. The Martian's abilities were fascinating. Upon entering the mind, they could see nothing but a crying child, the sobs simply saying, "Why, Daddy, why? Baton, what's going on?" He thought, getting a slight idea. Silhouette, your job is to be the weapon that overthrows Almight as the #1 hero. Your duty is to be the #1 Shoto. When the darkness faded, there they saw Enji Todoroki, the #2 hero Endeavor, as no one saw him except for his son. The League helplessly watched every blow, every training session, every way Enji was raised, the fights between Enji and his wife. Superman couldn't stand to see that. Was that guy really a hero? He wanted to go there and rescue that child. Each separation, the loss of his older brother, while Batman watched how his mother, Rei Todoroki, slowly lost her sanity, victim of a despicable being who doesn't deserve to be called a father, a hero, or a man. The straw that broke the camel's back was seeing how Rei, in what Batman called a loss of lucidity, gave Shoto the scar, until his sanity slightly returned, where the mother, realizing it, dropped everything and ran to help her baby. Sadly, in the eyes of the League, they saw how Enji pushed her away, and how he redoubled his efforts on the child, isolating him from everyone, using him as a weapon that if it failed him could be discarded. There they saw that the green-haired man and he were companions and friends, how thanks to the green-haired man, to Superman's pride, he saved him from that darkness, and accompanied him after a sports festival, to return to that bond with his mother. They saw everything, even the camp, where Batman saw the loss of Quirk and Enji's subsequent treatment of him. He had seen many bastards in his life, but this, without a doubt, surpassed him. Instead of the understanding that a father should give, it was only rejection and mockery, as if it were something disposable. The memories thanks to the Martian Manhunter were seen until they fell asleep. The League knew they had to return home, but it could take time, so taking the bicolor to the infirmary, 3 of them made a decision. Flash, and what are we going to do with them? Superman, I'll support the green-haired boy. Izel will be my partner. Hall, are you sure? Superman, it shouldn't be difficult. Batman, it's not that simple. Superman, why do you say that? You had 2 Robins, until Jason decided to go off on his own. Note, Jason is about to be before death in the family. Batman, and that's why I tell you, it's difficult, especially when they're teenagers. Wonder Woman, I'll take the girl. We don't know what powers she can awaken, so. Superman, good. Martian Manhunter, are you sure? Batman, I'll take the two-tone. I'll make him see a lot of difference, and I'll help him shut that guy up. Wonder Woman, I've never seen you so worried, Bruno. Batman, I know those kinds of beings, so I'll root for Diana to overcome it. After that, Superman would return to the infirmary where he would sit next to Izuku, who was spasming. Izuku, leave. Koda. He just a child. Superman, they turned him into a Kryptonian. I wouldn't know what to tell you about him, since I haven't experienced anything like that yet. Superman would fall asleep beside them, while the rest of the League monitored the boys' other conditions, taking turns returning to their double lives, since their civilian identities were guarded by them as their most valuable possession. One day later, Izuku and the others were waking up from everything that had happened, finding themselves in a somewhat strange place. Shoto, Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku, you can call me Izuku, Shoto. And yes, I'm fine, but Melissa, where are we? Are in the watchtower, in another world, small Izel. Izuku would open his eyes in shock. There he saw who inspired him more than Almight to be a hero, Kal-El of Krypton. Oh well. Izuku, Kal-El-sama? He would say surprised. Superman, oh yeah, I forgot you were Japanese. Shoto opened his eyes in shock. That guy was wearing the same suit as Midoriya. Were they related? Meanwhile, Melissa looked at this in surprise but happy. Surprised to see the last son of Krypton, the one who inspired her little brother, standing before them, but happy that the green-haired boy was meeting the one who opened the doors to heroism. Maturing as heroes, Izuku. Metropolis, March 4th, 5:30 p.m. It was a quiet afternoon in the city of Metropolis, home of the greatest of all heroes, Superman, the last son of Krypton, and now as every newspaper headlined, starting with the Daily Planet, Superman imitates Batman. At this moment, the peaceful city was filled with the sounds of sirens as the police attacked a banking district following an armed robbery with advanced weapons. There was only one organization present there, and it happened to have dealings with LexCorp, Gang, which had just taken hostages and robbed a bank. Police were surrounding the bank, armed with heavy armor and heavy weapons, when the explosion soon followed. At the same time, 3 criminals were leaving the bank with the mayor hostage, while firing at the police vehicles present. Even with weapons like machine guns and shotguns, the officers were ineffective against the attackers' advanced weapons. Thug, take our esteemed mayor away before we get into trouble with the men above. Subordinate 1, I didn't know you were a believer, sir. Thug, I'm talking about the other men upstairs. Seeing the fallen officers and their burning vehicles, the Intergang team, led by Mannheim, descended the stairs, taking the mayor and his secretary hostage. Since its inception, Intergang has been an international group of mercenaries and criminals dedicated to the search for rare and valuable materials, such as Eternium, from the mines of Kondak. On this occasion, due to financial problems, they had to use their advanced technology, provided by LexCorp, of course behind the public's back, and carried out a commando raid on a bank. As they were getting off, a new police vehicle would arrive, incapacitating one of the leader's subordinates, while the 2 occupants got out pointing their weapons. Officer, stay away from the mayor. Mannheim, don't provoke me. Mannheim, then you shouldn't have given the orders firing his weapon. The shot would cause the vehicle to explode and fall on the accompanying officer while the other one runs to her aid to protect her. But the remaining subordinate would approach with less than good intentions, pulling metal whips from their suits. Mannheim, make sure they're dead, pleading of course, ordering whoever approached the officer, and you calling the attention of the remaining subordinate, take our esteemed mayor while I ask for a ride. The subordinate who approached the officer would be intercepted by the policeman's shots but would be taken by the whips of the subordinate, who would want to kill the officer with the other. Officer, come on, you don't want to kill a cop. Subordinate 1, yes? And why not? At that, the remaining officer would start shooting while furiously throwing the whip at her with the intention of killing the woman. But a red lightning bolt would prevent it and cut the whip, drawing everyone's attention. Subordinate 1, Without realizing that someone with an S after him was floating. Izuku, hey, touching his shoulder, have you ever wondered what it would be like to fall from a great distance? Rising and cutting the whip that held the policeman, let's find out, taking the aforementioned and raising him in the air to release him. Oh, it seems to hurt taking out both policemen. I'll be right back. The mayor, upon seeing who it was, would run with the secretary of Subordinate 2 while the green-haired man used his speed and flight, generating a whirlwind around the subordinate, lifting him up with the force of the armed tornado and hitting him so that he remains on the ground. Mannheim, it works. Touching a device, it works. Damn garbage. It should have transported me while I ordered it. Superman, don't even bother. I melted him with my heat vision. The only place you'll be sent is Mannheim, which serves 3 meals a day and the lights go out at 8, he would say, flying while the green-haired man brought in his arms 2 completely unarmed and tied-up henchmen. Mannheim, son of a... Shooting him with the gun. Superman, you know if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a bully taking away his gun and forcing him to pull out his whips. Mannheim would start throwing punches left and right that Superman would dodge only for the whip to be grabbed by Superman in one attack, who would spin in the air to throw it against the building behind him. Superman, men like you give Metropolis a bad name destroying the bad guy's suit. Izuku, you should know that by now, Mannheim. No one ruins our city and gets away with it. Afterward, the area filled with civilians as more police arrived, along with the press, whose headline was, Superman and Superboss save the mayor. After a couple of photos with the civilians at their request, the two took flight as entire gang was taken away in armored trucks to prison. Izuku's POV. It's incredible how my life has changed since we arrived 8 months ago. Just less than a year ago I was an aspiring hero and now I'm fighting crime with Cal Nissen. I can't believe how excited I am, although I should calm down a bit. After we arrived and met the Justice League, a couple of problems began. Neither Shoto, nor Melissa, nor I existed in any country's system, so they had to create a cover for the 3 of us. It was very simple, honestly. Batman, by hacking into a couple of government networks, registered us as citizens. In my case, just knowing my civil name at home, Izuku Kent, the rest were simply the same, there were no problems. After that they would take us to those who would welcome us. Cal Nissen told me everything I needed, because in his civil form his human name is Clark Kent, so I was registered as his cousin, where they would take me to live with his parents, with Mr. Jonathan and Mrs. Martha Kent, with whom after 2 months we got along relatively well. They are like the uncles and relatives that I could not have. I do have my dad and my deceased parents, but there I no longer have anyone. At first there were no problems, except for the part where I had to start school appropriate for my age. After all, I can't be lazy there. The good thing about it, I became Superman's sidekick, where I was nicknamed Superbo. Cal Nissen taught me many things, and honestly, I can't believe how far my world is from what true heroism is. Here I don't need a license, I can act according to my own risks and those of my now mentor. It has its risks, but I like it, although the same thing happens that Batman warned him about having teenagers under the wing, with the difference that with Cal I don't fight, he simply scolds me for letting myself look like when I was a child, a geek obsessed with heroes and villains, and analyzing them, planning contingencies and ways to improve. Something that made Flash and Hall say that I was like a combination of Batman and Superman, except that I don't have Batman's bitterness. I had more teachings than in 6 months of studying at UA, where there are laws, and other studies that are completely unnecessary to be a hero. Honestly, I have been as support of my mentor for 6 months, and although I am Superboy, I have some recognition, where people and the forces of power do not threaten you, except for the fat old Amanda Waller, who wanted to put Shoto and me in a group called Special Force X, made up of villains and anti-heroes in charge of the government, to do their dirty work. Of course Batman and the League would not let her take us, so we had to make an agreement, where Shoto nor I would intervene in the work of, as they call that force, Suicide Squad, which is not easy, and more so when a clown casts her eye on you. But hey, beyond fighting tough guys like the Ultrahuman, Gorilla Grodd, Black Manta, and a couple of other villains, Cal Nissen showed me that being a hero goes beyond saving people and putting villains in jail. I knew that sooner or later I would have to return, so I mentally prepared myself to be the Superman of my world, to be the embodiment of hope and inspiration for my world. Without a doubt, I would have the hero killer stain as a better idol than Almight, since from everything I've learned, Superman is the true hero. He is a being with unfathomable power, but all he wants to do with it is help people, save lives and right wrongs. He taught me a lot, especially when it came to restraining myself. Given that with the slightest use of my strength, I can kill. By exposing myself so much to a yellow sun, even if I restrain myself, I can knock a planet out of orbit, so he guides me that way. He even sets my moral parameters, helping me establish that I can always save even a villain from himself when others would simply attack him to kill. He taught me the value of life, no matter the being in front of me, regardless of their race, even if it's a deity. Life is a beautiful gift from the universe, since divine beings enjoy it as a gift given by those who create everything, the primordials, beings of immeasurable power, who make the gods look like ants. I find killing offensive. I am terrified of taking a life, but in the end, Kalnissen told me to keep it as a last resort, to even make a plan Z to avoid making that decision. It also teaches me the dangers of governments, that there are bad men in power and that the world is not an equal place. But that does not mean I should put my morality aside, even when it shows me a more human side, being that we are practically aliens, we are even more earthlings than many gods of the planet. I remember when I helped a girl, the girl, despite suffering from a terminal illness, could not bear that pain. But that is something I admire, despite all the pain, despite having wanted to commit suicide, simply to make Cal proud. I gave that girl courage. She truly needed to move forward. Months later she managed to cure herself of that cancer that affected her. When they told me, I felt very happy for her. During all the time I've been with him, I simply learned that even if we are stronger and can face gods, we cannot protect the world alone, working together, side by side with other heroes, firefighters, and the good people of the police, since there are corrupt people in various places. Shoto told me, after his first month by Batman's side, it is possible to save the planet and so many other worlds that need help. Without a doubt this gives me a great idea for when I return to UA. The professional heroes, that I can't even call that, hurt whoever it hurts, since they are mere servants and police officers with a plastic card that says, license. I can put together a team with my friends and acquaintances, because, despite having differences, we are stronger together than we seem. It may be something difficult, but amazing in the end, because as Cal once told me, the amazing can only be created by facing fear, risk and failure during the process. You might say I dream big by wanting to build my own team, but many of our dreams initially seem impossible, then they may seem improbable, and then, when we make a firm commitment, they become inevitable. I am what I am because my parents forged me when they gave me life. I am what I am because my godfather taught me values. I am what I am because I have Kalnissen guiding me in what is truly my gifts, despite the fact that they would call me a monster, are to be shared with the rest. I will help, I will stumble, I will fall engulfed in flames, they will hit me so hard that they will want to see me lying on the ground. But I will not give them that pleasure. I will stand up, and I will even fight alongside those who were once an enemy if a greater good is at stake, because I believe in second chances, I believe in redemption, but above all, I believe in my friends, whom I will help, protect and be there for them always, even if I must return from the dead. I may be different, feel like an outcast, but I am never alone, because I know that when I need help, my friends will be there. After all, they share dreams like me. Because dreams save us, dreams lift us up and transform us. And on my soul, as Kalnissen once said, I swear that until my dream of a world where dignity, honor, and justice becomes the reality we all share, I will never stop fighting. Never! Even if they bury a kryptonite sword in me when I discovered I had that weakness for my planet's native mineral, and they bury magical things in me, because discovering weaknesses is something painful, they will not break me even if they kill me. End of POV. After they flew away from the scene of the Intergang robbery. Superman, I see you paying attention to everything. Izuku, it's just the habit of adapting here. Superman, how are you feeling after this? Are you okay? Izuku, are you kidding? I'm doing great after all. Today is the day. Smiling. Superman, a race to Washington, D.C.? They would both smile a little as they took off towards the indicated city. Maturing as heroes. Shoto Wayne. Gotham City, March 4th, 5 p.m. Several families can be seen spending the afternoon in a park, where several are setting up barbecues with food while children play. Suddenly, several screams of panic are heard as several rays of ice freeze people, while a man in a suit appears. Subject: enjoying family time, throwing ice from his gun. My family has other plans. Mr. Freeze would begin to attack, freezing everyone in his path, but a batarang was fired at him, hitting the weapon and preventing him from attacking. Mr. Freeze, Batman was asking me when. Shoto, Ha ha ha. While I was hiding, Shoto would fall on Mr. Freeze, knocking him to the ground, while moving away from him and throwing some discs towards the villain's helmet. Mr. Freeze, oh, Wonder Boy. Standing up, the bat sent you to take me to prison? I'm not impressed. Shoto, great, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Mr. Freeze, boy's always in a hurry. Shoto, I wasn't talking to you. Mr. Freeze turns around to see Batman jumping on him, forming a bat with his cape to hit him, breaking his helmet. Shoto narrates, it's incredible what we've been through since we arrived. I honestly thought things would go worse for us, and they would send us to jail simply for disrupting the universal order where we were. But that wasn't the case. Since we arrived at the Watchtower, they've treated me well. Superman took Midoriya. That amazed me, although I could notice the resemblance. The same thing happened with Melissa and Wonder Woman, although the blonde was a bundle of nerves that time. When they left, I was left with Hal Jordan, a member of the Green Lantern Corps, an order of police dedicated to preserving order in the galaxy. Needless to say, I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't have a Kryptonian by my side, and the other one left was Barry Holland, Flash, the fastest man alive. Although I doubt he's the only one, knowing that there are several speedsters and 3 are more or less close to my age. But it doesn't matter. Another hero was at his side, a very somber hero who made my emo attitude look ridiculous because of how harsh and cold he was when saying things. I don't know what happened to him at that moment, but I was surprised when he said we're leaving. I honestly thought I would be left out of the game for not having my quirk, but I never knew how wrong I was. I could see the technology they had in place, and while some things were like ours, others weren't, such as the Z-tubes, a unit for immediate transport from one part to another regardless of the distance. If that crazy Hatsune from the support course were here, she would be asking for the plans for said baby, but let's leave that aside. When I approached Batman, he simply told me that I shouldn't bottle up all the pain I felt. I never knew what he meant, but over time, I understood. Batman, or rather Bruce Wayne, was more of a father than that bastard Endeavor. While Bruce was tough, he didn't pressure me like the old man did. He also helped me understand that power isn't everything. Flashback. Shoto can be seen traveling in the Batmobile towards the Batcave with the bat. It had been a few minutes since either of them spoke. Directly since they left the Watchtower, they had not even exchanged a word. Batman, so you think a power makes you a hero? He said, breaking the ice with his neutral and serious tone of voice. Shoto, something like that. I want to not give up, but where we come from, if you don't have a quirk or Kasia, you're useless. Batman, that shows that they value power more than humanity itself. Shoto, but I say you are a hero. What is your power? Batman, I'm rich, arriving at Wayne Manor, plus I never give up. Shoto, but that means that. Batman, until you figure it out, you don't need a power to be a hero. Just the conviction to stand up for others, and not let others go through what you went through. Shoto, the old man. Batman, I saw it all, thanks to Martian Manhunter. We know everything about you guys, and believe me when I tell you, that guy is no father. Basing your ideals and using your children as weapons to fulfill your whims doesn't make you a father. Shoto, you're right. Batman, and what would you do now? Shoto, without guidance I can't do anything. Besides, I want to put him in jail and let him rot for what he did to us, mainly to my mother. He broke her mentally so much that he gave me my scar. I am the product of an arranged marriage. And, Batman, your mother, do you still love her? Shoto, yes, despite burning me like she did. When she reacted to what happened, she regretted it and hugged me with regret. It was also the last time I saw her. Batman, and in the hospital? Batman knew the answer. He just wanted to hear him. As far as he was going, he felt that the bicolor went through the same thing as Jason, or similar, his current Robin, except for the fact that he didn't turn to crime. He could see it. His lack of emotions denoted him broken, but it's not something that he might not be able to fix. Shoto, without Izuku, I wouldn't have been able to muster the courage to go see her and tell her that I missed her, he would say, smiling slightly. Batman, glad to hear that. Breaking. End of flashback. In just over a month, I think I started to see him as the father I wished I had. Needless to say, he was there when I wanted to unburden myself, when I needed a shoulder to cry on. Bruce was there. He even allowed me to do something I'd never done before, play games as if I had a father. Honestly, it was the change I needed, the breath I could take to begin rebuilding myself, rising from the ashes. I met many people who helped me. Alfred, Bruce's butler, is impossible not to have grown fond of him, given that he's like a grandfather to those of us who live in the mansion. Despite his butler-like attitude, Alfred is like the grandfather we all want, always willing to give us a helping hand when we need it. Still, he wasn't the only one I had. Richard, Dick, Grayson, a kind of older brother, undoubtedly the best. In fact, I may love Natsuo, but Dick helped me a lot. He made me be me again. He helped me leave my resentful emo periods to be more expressive. Despite the fact that he had distanced himself from Bruce, he came when he found out about my situation and helped me. He certainly reminded me of Tuya when he wasn't obsessing over being the center of attention of the old man. Dick taught me a lot, not only how to be a normal boy again. I mean, he was too emo, and even looked more dead than alive, since he was very dull. He taught me acrobatics, and what he calls grace and charm. I mean, he taught me how to deal with girls, and that somehow helped me in my first days as Robin, to lose my virginity to Poisson Ivy, who raped me. I'm not saying I didn't like it because I enjoyed it, something that made me curse Dick for giving me certain perverted fetishes. I wanted to brag to Izuku, but it seems that we both lost our virginity in the same week, at the same time that he started a relationship with Donna Troy, the current Wonder Girl. As for defense, Dick was able to teach me Aikido, Eskrima, Hapkido, Karate, Savate, as well as the bow's staff, which makes me skillful. It helped me a lot to use my detective instincts. I know that many times I boasted of being Detective Susp Shoto, something I did in the shower for myself, like when I found out that Izuku was still a hero geek, but Dick instructed me a lot in that branch. I am able to deduce the identities of several supers, despite the fact that most of us have a double life. Since I arrived, I partly learned to dye my hair. I became an excellent strategist thanks to him, and although I do not consider myself smart, it left me prepared to be a great leader in case I formed a team. My natural intelligence allows me to excel in computer science, and, more importantly, as an expert detective. I only knew the latter, so I decided to expand my knowledge, such as biology, engineering, and genetics. Batman also taught me a lot in various disciplines, such as forensics, criminology, stealth, and disguise. The first few months were something of a tense relationship, given that Batman had a partner almost my age, Jason Todd. Honestly, the first 2 months since I arrived, I wanted to freeze and roast him, given that he was a mass of pride and violence that, if I had no other choice, I would define him as the most dangerous combination of Bakugo and Monoma. Given that he had many clashes with Bruce, you might call me crazy, but over time, despite our disagreements, we both began to get along. We gained a certain amount of respect for each other, even though we still had our differences. I took up the mantle of Robin since he gave it to me. He simply said he was tired of constantly fighting with Bruce and had decided to adopt the name Red Robin to investigate something he defined as personal. Some time later, Batman traveled to Europe and returned with Jason in a coffin. I won't lie, his death hurt me. Despite everything, he was the rebel brother, and despite Bruce's change, he kept his promise and helped me become a hero without powers, complementing everything I had learned using gadgets. Although when he allowed me to leave, Bruce became more aggressive with criminals. With Alfred, we helped him get out of there, and more when a boy younger than me arrived at 12 years old, Tim Drake. With him, I could feel that I was an older brother. Honestly, although I wanted to be Robin, I had the mantle, and Bruce didn't want another Robin either. But that didn't last long, since I told Bruce that I would take the mantle of Red Robin. Although Bruce noticed the determination, he asked me to continue until Tim was ready, since he needed a Robin to be able to support himself. It was the first time I said, "Dad," something I read in him, noticing joy without him wanting to show it. This led to Tim entering the family, where we began to live for a long time as if we were brothers. I think I understand a little of how Izuku feels about Kota. As for villains, I know Bruce is the one who has the most. Although I have fought, I have been beaten several times and once on the verge of being killed. But I came out ahead. That is the exchange of the profession of being a hero, and more so when I had slayed Wilson, Deathstroke, after my head. Giving up was never an option. I was not going to let so many hopes be placed on me. I became Robin because I don't want anyone to go through what I went through. After all, I'm part of the Bat family, and despite our traumas and pasts, we all help each other accordingly. Beyond being crime-fighting partners, we're family, from Dick and Babs to Little Tim and Batwoman. It's my family, and I'm proud to be a part of it. I don't know what the future holds, but they taught me never to be afraid, because I'm from the family that fills criminals with fear. We all had father issues in the past or lost someone, but Bruce, no, Batman, saved us and gave us a purpose, to never let anyone suffer like we did. I've had many adventures with the family, and I'll have more when I return, but where I belong, I'll give my hand again. After all, only Natsuo, Fuyumi and Kasen tie me to Japan, and the Yui needs someone like Batman. End of POV. Washington, D.C., March 4th, 6 p.m., Hall of Justice. Batman. Today is the day, he would say in an animated tone. Growing up like heroes. Melissa Shield. Pearl Harbor, March 5th, 3 p.m. The panorama of the most famous port in the history of the United States was covered in lightning and ice, a rare sight on an island located in the middle of the Pacific between two tropics and the equator. Needless to say, the situation, being unnatural, was caused by villains, or rather two villains. Livewire, Leslie Willis, a metahuman girl with electrokinetic powers, dedicated to villainy after living on the streets, was found by an unknown criminal group that only recruited metahumans for their own purposes in the service of the light, a group of villains who wanted to teach human potential to other races in the universe, selling humans as the conquering species. The other villain, Killer Frost, Crystal Frost, is a villain with ice powers, a member of the family of cold villains, who have faced heroes like Batman, Flash and Green Arrow. Her powers consist of the ability to absorb the heat of living beings and project it in the form of ice. In addition to manipulating and generating ice, her predilection is to kill anyone no matter what they say or do. Despite not getting along, they decided to carry out a major robbery, killing several war veterans in the area, but they did not count on the intervention of two heroines. Killer Frost. Wow, but if she's the Amazon, she would say mockingly, "What will you do, Wonder Woman?" Diana. Surrender and you won't get hurt. Livewire. Don't believe it, attacking the Amazon with lightning. I told you they wouldn't give in, throwing a lasso. Killer Frost. Does everyone have protégés today? Diana. What do you think, Wonder Girl? Melissa. They're both stubborn, tightening the lasso and throwing the electric girl against the ice assassin. Diana. Not bad, dear, hitting Killer Frost in the face, by the way. Nervous? Melissa. Not at all, since today is the day. Melissa's POV. It's hard to believe what I went through. But if you asked me on island before I was kidnapped if I wanted to be a hero, I would have said no because of my lack of a quirk. Now I see how stupid that is. Since we arrived, I've seen several heroes without powers, or those who have them not rely on them because they know they'll have to fight without them someday. If I had known that, I would have made my own gear and become a hero, but things happen for a reason. Since I was kidnapped, I was able to see the reality of several villains, as well as the heroes, which, since I'm in this world, makes me rethink if our society of origin follows the correct path of true heroism. I know I sound like Stain, but I think he is wrong about something. Nobody is a hero in our world. Having the license and acting as such thanks to it does not make us heroes, not even having special powers. I know that he would surely kill me for saying blasphemies, but I think that not. Even Uncle Might is a true hero, despite his actions. The fact that he has a license makes it so I can't see him in any other way than as a government employee. We got so used to seeing being a hero as a profession that we forgot our human roots, and we forgot that being a hero goes beyond putting on often ridiculous tights, saying completely absurd and repetitive attack names. I mean, I can understand the tights thing, but naming attacks and hitting villains while yelling them? It's the most absurd thing I've seen since I could open my eyes. And even the villains of our world aren't true villains. All for One is even a child compared to what we've faced in this world. Seriously, in whose head does it fit that a villain's goal is to kill or eliminate all the heroes? Is an absurd goal. All the villains of our world are living jokes. Where did the crazy genocidals, the ruthless conquerors, galactic invaders, and even interdimensional demons or demented gods who wouldn't hesitate to kill their fellow men for more power? I mean, we even see guys who want to destroy worlds, villains wearing fancy suits and holding government positions, posing as heroes. Seeing my world and the differences between them and this one are immense. We call bank robbers, rapists, and murderers villains, when clearly they're simply crimes, which most of those who commit them in our world have no real motivation other than to make themselves look like the most capable villains, even though AFO laughs at them. Well, I have to stop making my head over a society where we are children playing hero and villain, even as adults. Honestly, since they told me what the League of Clowns did, the League of Villains, I felt strange. I mean, they turned me into something close to what Izuku is, but incomplete. I am an artificial Kryptonian and human hybrid. I mean, they did it to me in a laboratory. There is not much science to explain the origin of my powers and biology. When I woke up, I was in a kind of orbiting satellite. I got a little excited, but it made me tender to see Izuku with who inspired him to be a hero, much more than Uncle Might, and kind of strange to see Shoto leave with the Gotham Bat. They left me with one of the female members of the Justice League, Wonder Woman, Diana Prince, Princess of Themyscira Island, daughter of Zeus and Hippolyta, Queen of the Amazons. When all that was revealed to me, the scientist girl I still had floated, but when I saw the island covered and protected by magic, where only women lived, I was in shock and my mind entered a kind of collapse, where everything I knew collapsed. In my first days on the island, I had to meet Queen Hippolyta, a wise and strong woman, as well as beautiful, although I shouldn't say the last part, since the Amazons see it as an insult, given that as warriors they consider being beautiful a sign of weakness. Donna Troy, the current Wonder Girl, and Izuku's bitchy ex-girlfriend, Artemis, and the rest of the Amazons. I interacted with all of them, where they taught me to fight and control my powers, which as a Kryptonian hybrid I had to learn from scratch. I sweated, bled, and tore all my muscles, but I learned everything and managed to become an Amazon like them, of course without having the hatred that the vast majority had for the male Hex. I mean, I know that men may not be so good, but that is no excuse for everyone they have met. Even a baby who has just been born is simply hated for having a heinous. Of course, on my side there were those who managed to open their minds, like Queen Hippolyta herself by meeting good men in the past, Diana, my mentor, because she is the one who has met men the most, Donna, who had tried to go out with Izuku. I found out that they did, but something I will not forgive her for is having cheated on him with another boy. It hurt him a lot, but let's stop telling that and get back to it. Another of those who knew that not all of them were bad was Artemis, since she was the partner of one of Batman's Robins. I trained both my physique and the use of weapons, bow, arrow, spear, and sword, where I managed to learn each and every one of their combat styles, which are unknown to the rest of the world. I trained in the use of my powers, flight, a mild super strength. I say I can't move planets like Izuku if he wants to, but something is something. In addition to a speed close to sound and resistance, I am not invulnerable, and thanks to the Amazons, kryptonite does not harm me, at least not as much as it should. I learned many things, especially the hidden side of certain bastards who are considered legendary heroes, as is the case of the bastard of Heracles or Hercules. They have him as a champion and hero when the bastard committed many deaths. Of course, I understand that several of them were due to the unhealthy jealousy of the goddess Hera, but the grapes he committed should not be overlooked. Given that in one of his 12 labors, he graped the queen to steal her belt, and not satisfied with that, he graped other Amazons as well. I felt very pleased with myself when, 10 months after we arrived, and with all my effort training until I was exhausted, they gave me a test against Artemis, to prove that I was ready. My fight was very close, but in the end, despite all the blows I received, I managed to defeat an opponent more capable and more experienced than me, which earned me the recognition of everyone and earned me the weapon that my mentor had forged for me, the Lasso of Truth. The lasso's main ability is to force whoever it binds to tell the truth. According to Diana-sensei, it is also capable of restoring lost memories, hypnotizing, dissolving illusions, and protecting against magical attacks. It was thanks to that and that Donna, after Diana and Hippolyta scolded Donna, after what she did to Izuku, since they told her that she acted like all men, saving Steve Trevor, that they arrived on the island, only to take advantage of the fact that they were all women, although of course, they then beat her up. Donna, with that, decided to give me the mantle of Wonder Girl, since after repenting and after Izuku forgave her, even if they didn't come back, since if they did he would have beaten her face up for being an idiot, she didn't feel worthy of the mantle, so she left it in my hands. At first I felt like an instant replacement, But the more I grew more confident with the mantle, the more I adapted and accepted it. They named me Symbol of Peace after saving a politician, but I will not hesitate to break the face of any idiot, and anyone who disturbs the order. My first missions with Diana were somewhat difficult. Facing Cheetah and Circe were some of the biggest challenges, given that one is a woman who eats human flesh to become stronger after she stabbed herself with a dagger, called God Slayer, which contained the spirit of a goddess called Cheetah, her own heart with the God Slayer allowing the spirit of the deity to enter her body, becoming the villain Cheetah. Circe is another story, since in addition to being my first experience with magic, it was the first that scared me. She was an ancestral enemy of the Amazon people. Circe is the possessor of such vast mystical knowledge that it rivals that of the Olympian gods themselves, as she is an expert in making potions or elixirs for any purpose. Her most common enchantment is to turn all those who insult or hinder her into animals. Although she is very beautiful, men fall in love with her more for her voice, and she is only vulnerable to the flower of the plant known as galanthus. As time went on, the missions became somewhat easier, given that they had their difficulties. Giganta, a villain with the ability to drastically increase her size, in addition to being a brilliant scientist, put us in a difficult position, but my intellect was the key to defeating her. Those experiences and outings with friends earned me a reputation among the other heroines I knew: Black Canary, Hawk Girl, Mary Marvel, and even magicians like Zatanna. End of POV. We can see Wonder Woman and Wonder Girl flying towards Washington, D.C. Diana, you did well, Melissa. Melissa, thanks Diana. By the way, is today the day? Will we make it? Diana, don't worry, even if they've already entered, Superman and your friend will be delayed, so Aquaman and Green Arrow along with Flash and Batman will surely have already entered. Melissa, you're right, even if I want to deny it, Izuku and Cal will be the ones who will be most distracted saving people. Diana, it's something unique to them, and they seem to adapt to it very well. Both would continue flying since the Z-tubes were inoperative. Learning to cope with loss. UA Academy. UA was listed as the most prestigious among many hero academies within Japan and positioned itself as the 5th worldwide. The continuous attacks from the League of Villains, what happened with the loss of Izuku Midoriya Yagi Todoroki Minor, or well, ex-Todoroki since Endeavor made everything public, where in a press conference, he stripped Shoto of his last name, causing all progress of Fuyumi forgiving him to vanish, literally the current #1 hero, after the hero Billboard chart JP proclaimed him as the new #1 after All Might's retirement. UA's reputation plummeted, since the media was not helping either and parents took their children out of school, as was the case with many of the general, support, and business courses. Without a doubt, the villains managed to take a lot from UA, and even more so when the heroes, despite having graduated from there, spoke ill of it. Only Kamui Woods, Mount Lady, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Edge Shot, Gang Orca and the Hussy Cats remained supporting the UA. Tashinori Yagi, formerly known as All Might, simply continued teaching, showing that despite adversity, light would illuminate the darkest moments, and that everything would be overcome. But beyond what his students saw, or well, the vast majority, given that those closest to Midoriya noticed it along with teachers and the hero killer noticed it, All Might was deeply affected, falling into a deep state of depression, from which only Kota Izumi could pull him out. Kota Izumi, son of the deceased hero's water hose, nephew of Mandalay and nicknamed by All Might in his lucid moments as Superboy, given that the great surprise of everyone, mainly Class 1A, saw him use the same abilities as the green-haired man, although not at 100% but quite well. At first they took him as a copy, but when everything they did to him was revealed, Bakugo, Tokoemi, Kirishima, Siro, Ibara, Pony, Momo, Tsuyu, Uraraka, Kyoka approached him and accepted him, while for the rest, the vast majority saw him as a lab rat, a replacement, an aberration. The S on his chest marked that Kota could be the future. He was never trained by those who knew of his power as a replacement, or to kill him, so they prepared him for the moments when they would need the possible next son of Krypton. All Might, supported by Mandalay, David Shield, Aizawa and of course the Eradicator, helped train and understand the powers and biology of the Kryptonians, and the vagabond hero's heart almost jumped out when he saw Midoriya's strength and inspiration. Regarding those who arrived earlier, David Shield, along with those who knew the secret, opened the damaged ship's compartment and noticed 4 figures, 3 of them organic in appearance, and the other a hybrid biological form with technology. One of the forms, which, given human parameters, resembled a girl with green skin, was given the cliched name Martian, unaware that they might agree or disagree. She was the first to awaken and the first to join the 1A hero class. Mina was the one who named her Megan, while Mandalay gave her her last name to help in this, so Megan Sosaki narrated her whole story, the life of her world, her planet of origin, causing them to be surprised that their closest planet did harbor life, although they were saddened to learn that it no longer did, given an attack. Many accepted her although they would maintain their radius of approach, although there is no shortage of those who are an idiot. Monoma, go away, we don't want you here, you put us at risk. Damn freak, he would say haughtily. Bakugo, shut up. Monoma, you shut up. Quirkless, he would say with mockery and hatred. Ibara, is that the attitude of a hero? I only see a villain. Monoma, Monoma, I won't listen to a useless Quirkless. Ibara, Shazam. A strong lightning bolt would fall on Ibara, disturbing the teachers and earning unhinged laughter from Monoma, while several of Class 1B were worried, being very hypocritical about the treatment of their classmate. Almight, Ibara Xiaozhou. Ibara, I'm fine, she would say in a more mature voice. Everyone was in shock when they saw her. She was wearing a red suit. Her curves were more pronounced, causing the perverts to drool. Monoma, how did you do that? Being afraid and boiling with jealousy. Ibara, nothing you should care about. Monoma, now I seem like a useless Quirkless to you? Monoma, not a Quirkless copying Tetsu's quirk but a useless one. Monoma lunged to strike her, while Stain was already drawing his katanas to intervene, but Ibara simply raised a hand, stopping him. Monoma would strike her, but even if his fist landed against her, his bones would break, making him scream in pain. Monoma, Nizu, wow, that's right, Hinito Monoma is hereby expelled from UA. Monoma, fine, but don't regret it later, he said while Recovery Girl gave him her healing kiss to make him leave. Aizawa, Shinzo Hitoshi, you will be accepted into the hero department. Vlad, welcome. Shinzo, thank you. Mei Katsuki, your baby is ready, she would say excitedly. Bakugo, really? Nizu, we will go see him shortly. Meanwhile, Miss Shiozaki could explain your power to us in my office. Ibara, of course. Stain, Aizawa, Vlad, Nizu, All Might and Ibara would go to the office, where Ibara would narrate everything in great detail, causing surprise and disbelief. Although Nizu and All Might immediately believed it, it is not as if a few years ago, a Lord of Order had not spoken to them. They knew that if powers like that awakened, something serious and very bad was coming. In the support department, Class 1A, or rather those who truly want to be true heroes, gathered to wait for their classmate to leave, while Ibara and her group, along with the teachers, arrived. May, well, we worked for more than 2 months with this baby and Stain helped to make it practical when fighting, but here we are. I present to you Steel. From the support room, Bakugo would emerge wearing the new suit, geared towards fighting and encouraging the heroes to do the right thing, without looking down on someone Quirkless. Kirishima, wow, Bakubro, you look really masculine. Ojiro, you look honorable. Uraraka, you'll go boom and the villains will go fyish. Bakugo, wow, calm down, she's barely ready and I can assume she's following another hellish training. Stain, what things you say, he said innocently, although the thirst for blood was noticeable in the air. In the Arctic Fortress of Solitude, we can see Kota learning from the many videos All Might filmed of Izuku training his powers. It could be said that it has helped him a lot, as well as confused him a little. He missed being able to go out normally, given that he can only go out for a period of no more than 3 days and return, and only when the Quinjet is looking for him. Kota, how I miss normal life. Kelex, something's up, Master Kato. Kota, I'm not okay, Kelex. I just feel lonely and bored. Kelex, if you want, I can suggest you browse and learn about other breeds and research them. The database has the required information. Kota, well, I don't lose much. Elsewhere, a beach. A young blonde-haired boy with cartoonish eyes can be seen banging on the ground in frustration. Damn, why did I have to obey, sir? Why did I have to leave her? She was just a scared little girl. He kept hitting the ground. I don't care about losing my quirk or what All Might bestowed upon me if only she was okay, I would sacrifice it. Then he would look up, wiping away his tears, watching a meteorite fall. And what is that? The meteorite would fall into the water but close to the beach, while the blonde man looks closely at a ship jumping into the water to see if there are any survivors. How do I open this? Noticing a sort of hatch. The hatch would open, revealing a very beautiful woman, wearing a green suit with a logo, while her skin was a light orange color, rare in humans even with quirks, given that they could have animal qualities, but not a color like that. The blonde man grabbed the girl, noticing that she was bleeding out, so he took off his shirt, covering her wound to prevent further blood loss. He swam with her on his back to get her to safety, but by the time he arrived, the girl was already near death. Girl, my name is Arisia and thank you for saving me, she would say, closing her eyes. Please react, starting to do compressions, until he noticed the ring coming off, shining green. Ring. Green Lantern of Sector 3815 has passed away, a voice would say from the ring, causing some impression on Mirio. Ring state, look for replacement. Turning towards the blonde Mirio. Togata of Earth, Sector 2814, you have the ability to overcome a great fear, placing it on the finger, while a large green glow covered the area. Welcome to Green Lantern's Corp. Mirio, what the hell? This is. So a human joins a corporation, a voice would say, transmitting a lot of peace and calm behind Mirio. Mirio, who are you? Turning around in shock. The being was white, did not appear to be human, and on its head, something similar to a tentacle simulating hair rose, while it was wearing a blue suit. You shouldn't fear me. After all, you already have more of what you call aliens living among you. My name is Saint Walker, and I'm here given the unfortunate passing of the young lantern and your acceptance of the ring. Mirio, but I couldn't save her. Saint, but you tried. That's a lot for those who try to make a better world every day. I've watched you, Mirio Togata, and you've always gone out and never let guilt affect you. Mirio, thank you. Saint, now we have a lot to train, taking with an extension of the ring to Mirio and the body. We will go to an island where you can learn a lot until I retire, and you can continue your learning until we meet again. After that, the alien would take both of them to a remote island, bury the deceased, and begin training the first Earth Lantern. Yue. The Yue would see something fall into the sea. Nizu, All Might, and David could see something good, saving the others who had opinions and wanted to recover the asteroid. Nizu's speed in focusing and defocusing the satellites made the two friends realize that what fell was not an asteroid, and David recognized the logo immediately. Between the three of them, they estimated that if the calculations were correct, they would have their first flashlight. In the gyms, Kirishima took advantage of using the beetle, noticing its abilities. Although he had strength from having trained his body to amplify his quirk, losing it would leave him with an above-average strength enhanced by the armor, adding the ability to make different weapons or shields at will, and also has artificial intelligence. Kirishima discovered that he possesses, thanks to the beetle, the abilities of construction. The suit is capable of constructing certain objects, such as staplers and reach-tech eggs, hardware devices designed to disrupt technology systems designed for large-scale destruction, through nanotechnology. Durability. The suit provides protection against blows, falls, and explosions, along with high tolerance to physical and magical attacks. Energy blasts. The suit can transform parts of the armor into a sonic cannon, or a plasma cannon. Flight. Translucent wings can sprout from the suit, allowing it to fly, but they don't flap like real wings. Instead, they stay in one place. The suit also has additional rocket boosters. Holo projection. The suit can generate holographic images. Sensors. The suit has a variety of sensor systems. It is capable of producing scanner units that can be used to detect the presence of people in buildings. The beetle also has passive sensors that can monitor the physiology of other people, which, along with voice analysis, allows it to detect when a person is lying, telling the truth, or has hostile intentions. Super strength. The suit grants the wearer enhanced strength. Technological interface. The suit is capable of manipulating technology upon contact and altering its functions. Transformation. The suit can transform into several forms. Examples of its transformations include a sonic cannon, a battering ram, a grapple gun, a lockpick, maces, drills, side blades, and a plasma cannon. Translation. It is capable of translating all languages in its interface, whether they are from the planet or not. Aizawa Kirishima. That's enough. Kirishima, Hai-sensei. Aizawa, rest. At least we know the range of that suit. In the UA infirmary, 3 different species were in a kind of coma. While Megan took care of her friends since the 3 were either exiled from their home world for not adapting to the hive mind and having free will, or the other 2 belonged to a world like theirs destroyed by Steppenwolf. Megan, I hope they wake up. Cadmus Part 1. Washington, D.C., March 5, 7 p.m. 3 adult heroes and 3 young heroes can be seen in front of a large building. Batman, today is the day, patting Shoto on the shoulder. Green Arrow, welcome to the Hall of Justice. Aquaman, Justice League Headquarters. Voice 1. Oh no, said a voice arriving, I told you we would be the... good thing we're not the last. Voice 2. Careful boy. It seems it's not that late yet, a second voice would say arriving. Voice 3. It seems they don't wait for their elders. Batman, Flash, Kid Flash and Max Mercury. I thought they would be late. Diana. It seems we arrived on time, she said, getting down to the ground. Melissa. It's good to see you all repeating the action. Batman. Looks like they've had it tough. Diana. It took work to get here, but where are Superman and Superbo? Batman. They'll be right in. The Bat's words were necessary to make the rest understand that it was time to enter the Hall of Justice. In space, 2 figures can be seen holding 2 evacuation craft under repair as a space station was crumbling and about to fall. Izuku. This is depressurizing. It won't last long. Clark. Do you see anyone else? Izuku. No, using his X-rays I don't see any soul in there. Clark. I have one, but... Astronaut 1. Superbo, we're here now. You can help Superman. Izuku. Thank you, he would say, gently releasing the ship and letting it descend to the ground. I have it, taking the ship that his mentor had. Clark. I'll take it, entering the station. Izuku. Your friends will be in good hands. At 30 seconds, Superman would arrive with 2 astronauts with their equipment at the limit due to some failures. So they would carry the aforementioned inside the ships, so that they would activate the oxygen inside. Astronaut 2, we're here, you can let us go. Izuku would do as requested and the ship would descend as the station began to plummet towards the ground. Izuku, Cal, it shouldn't melt because of atmospheric pressure. Clark, yes, I should. Communicator, Superman, this is Zatara. Votan is planning something with some runes in the sun. I'm trying to contact the others but I can't get through to the visit. Clark, I'll take a look at it. Izuku, go, I'll tell the others that there were problems. And I'll take care of the station, he said, to take charge of the station. The green-haired man would shoot out to exceed the speed of the falling station, at least to divert it into the ocean, and avoid damage in case the atmosphere doesn't make it disappear. In the Hall of Justice, the heroes walked, surrounded by the press, and the young men's nervousness was palpable. Although one was very unsteady, the discomfort in his core was palpable. Upon entering, they saw the giant statues of the League's founders, Superman, Wonder Woman, Batman, Martian Manhunter, The Flash, Aquaman, and Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. Shoto. Oh, surprise, now I'm restless. The group approached the authorized personnel-only area as a stylized elevator system opened, revealing 2 heroes. Red Tornado, a full android with his own free will and ability to discern. At his side John, the Martian Manhunter. Jan, Robin, Speedy, Aqualad, Wonder Girl, Kid Flash. Welcome, he would say, to turn around and have Shoto and Kid Flash bump fists. Now you have unlimited access to our gym, our kitchen, and of course our library. Flash, make yourself at home. After those words, Kid Flash and Shoto would sit on the armchairs, while Calder sat politely and Velas stood looking at everything seriously. Batman, we'll do a quick report to find out why 3 ice villains allied with an electricity villain attacked 3 different points at the same time. It won't be long. At that door a scanner would be activated. Voice. Recognized. Batman 02, Aquaman 06, Flash 04, Green Arrow 08, Martian Manhunter 07, Red Tornado 016. The floodgates would open. Velaz. Is that all? He would ask, annoyed. They promised us a full tour, not a backstage pass. Aquaman. It's a first step. They have been given access that few get. Swift. Oh really? He would say sarcastically, pointing at a glass wall with people watching them. Who cares which side of the glass we're on? Green Arrow. Roy, you need patience. Speedy. What I need is respect, he said, turning around. They treat us like children, worse, like assistants. We deserve something better, he would speak to the others, who looked at this with surprise. You're joking, right? You're playing your game. Why? Today was supposed to be the day. First step to being full members of the Justice League. Kid Flash. But I thought it was a tour of the headquarters first, he would say confused. Batman, override Batman 02. The roof would open as Izuku descended in front of everyone. Izuku, I'm sorry for the delay. We had a mishap, he would say without noticing the air of tension, until he noticed it. Gosh, guys, what happened? Swift, but the hall isn't the real headquarters. I'd bet they didn't tell you it's just a facade for tourists, that it's a stop to board the Z-ray transporters, making Green Arrow nervous since the other members looked at him. To the real headquarters, he would say, raising his hand, a satellite in orbit called Watchtower. Batman simply looked at Green Arrow with his stoic and serious face. Green Arrow, I know, but I thought we could make an exception, he would say somewhat nervously until Batman narrowed his eyes. Oh no. Diana, you're not helping the cause, boy. Aquaman, Diana is right. Son, you're not helping, you better back off. Swift, or what? Will they send me to my room? I'm not your son, nor even his. I thought I was his friend, but, taking off his hat and throwing it on the floor, I'm not anymore. That action would leave everyone nervous and surprised as Velas began to leave the place. Velas, and I guess you're right about you five, he would say annoyed as he left. You're not ready. At that, the video call is activated, revealing Superman. Clark, Superman to Justice League. There's been an explosion at Project Cadmus. It's on fire. I just saw it in Watchtower. Batman, I had my suspicions about Cadmus. This may present the perfect opportunity for me to. He couldn't finish his words given an incoming call. Zatara to the Justice League. The sorcerer Votan is using the Amulet of Aten to block the sun. I request full support from the League. Batman, Superman? Clark, it's a small fire. The authorities have it under control, and then said a few words in Kryptonian to the green-haired man. Batman, Cadmus can wait. Cutting the call to touch a button. League members, meet at Zatara's coordinates. The boys approached to see what was happening, but the roof was open and the green-haired boy and Melissa were missing. Given his Kryptonian classes, he knew that Kal-El told him to investigate and keep a low profile. Batman, don't move. Shoto, what? Why? Aquaman, this is a League mission. Flash, they are not trained. Kid Flash, since when? Kid Flash, not so he can be part of this team. Aquaman, there will be other missions when they are ready. Batman, but for now, he would say seriously and look sideways at Wonder Woman. Stay here. The three would retreat while Green Arrow would look at John. Green Arrow, are you glad you didn't bring you know who? Jan, indeed. The two would leave the room, while Batman said a few words to Wonder Woman since two of the strongest young people went to investigate Cadmus. Kid Flash, when are we ready? He would say annoyed, how are we supposed to be ready when they treat us like children? Aquaman, my mentor, my king, I thought he trusted me. Kid Flash, trusted? They don't trust us even for the basics. They have a secret headquarters in space, he would say, exaggerating the thing a little with his gestures. I'm jealous of Superboy and Wonder Girl. Aqualad, what else are they hiding from us? Shoto, I asked the question of the air, why didn't we go with those two? Aqualad, what is Project Cadmus? Shoto, I don't know, he would say with a smile, but I can find out. Izuku, Superboy to Robin. Shoto, I copy you. Izuku, if the three of you are going to do something, this is your chance. I know you can hack the League's system, so tell me what you get from Cadmus. Shoto, yes. Shoto would start to approach the computer and start playing the keyboard systems. Computer, access denied. Shoto, hey, wanna bet? He continued tapping keys at high speed, while the screen managed to move files. Kid Flash, hey man, how do you do that? Shoto, it's the same system as the Batcave, he would say smiling. Computer, access granted. Shoto, okay, activating the transmitter. Project Cadmus, genetic lab here in DC. It is what it is. Izuku aware. Melissa, we appreciate the help and we are on our way. Shoto, but if Batman suspects, what does it look like for us to join in the investigation? He would say smiling convincingly. Aqualad, solving the case before them? He would say, smiling a little, would be poetic justice. Shoto, hey, they like justice, he would say quite mockingly. Aqualad, but they said don't move. Shoto, they said it for the sun mission, not for this one, he would say smiling. Without a doubt, being here, he was very expressive. Kid Flash, wait, are you going to Cadmus? Because if you go, I'll go, he said, taking him by the shoulder. Both would turn smiling to see Aqualad. Aqualad, just like that? We're a team on a mission. Shoto, we didn't come for a play date. That would bring a knowing smile to the Atlantean. Izuku, whatever you're going to do, It's better to do it now, plus we could use a hand. Melissa, we would do it alone, but a certain Broccoli is just like his mentor, and will help whoever needs it, giving Izuku a sap. Izuku, Gomen, he would say, rubbing a bump. Cadmus Laboratory. Sirens were wailing and 2 ambulances and a fire truck were responding to the scene along with a support tanker. Scientist, help, he would say from the window. Scientist 2, get us down, he said next to him. Firefighter, don't move, we're going to get you out. The area would explode, knocking the scientists off their feet, while 2 blurs took the 2 scientists, a pink and yellow blur and a blue and red blur. Kid Flash, oh man, we're late, those 2 took care of it. Shoto, very elegant. Aqualad, why do they always have to fly? We need a plan, huh? Realizing that Shoto and Kid Flash weren't there, Robin. Shoto, ha 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 ha, could be heard while Shoto was skillfully moving around the fire truck, and thanks to the bat hook he was at the window where the explosion occurred. Shoto, when he was at the window, would grab Kid Flash, who, trying to run vertically, would get caught in it, so he would lift both of them up while Izuku and Melissa took the Atlantean to enter through the window. In the area was Shoto typing on a computer, and Kid Flash was reviewing several files. Calder, thanks for the help since they left me behind. Shoto, you handled it well when they brought you in. Besides, we're here to investigate. Poetic justice, remember? The Atlantean would be walking around the room when he and Izuku noticed something, an elevator. Izuku, did you see what I did? Aqualad, there was something in it. Kid Flash, the elevator shouldn't work. Shoto, this is wrong, activating a virtual screen from the glove analyzing the elevator, that's what I thought. This is a high-speed express elevator, it shouldn't be in a 2-story building. Izuku, not what we saw with Aqualad either. Melissa, stop wasting time opening the elevator. Everyone would notice something in the elevator, a ceiling and a long stretch downwards, very long for a 2-story building. Cadmus Part 2. After Melissa forced the elevator open, everyone was left processing what they had just seen, a long stretch of floor plummeting downwards to the ground while the building was no more than 2 stories high. Shoto, I suspected it. A 2-story building doesn't have the budget or capacity to have an elevator of this capacity. Using a hologram to override security. Melissa, that's why they need an express elevator. Watching Shoto take out his grappling hook and connect it to the wall while throwing himself. Izuku, he did something Batman style, taking Aqualad. Kid Flash, you'll bring me down. Melissa, hold on. Both being able to fly, they would descend through the area, noticing several sublevels, where they would reach sublevel 26. Shoto, I have no more rope left. Izuku and Melissa would place Kid Flash and Aqualad on a sort of stand, where the elevator stops while Shoto decides to hack the security system. Shoto, bypassing security, deploying his hologram ready, let's go. Aqualad would be the one to open the doors. Melissa, welcome to Project Cadmus. Shoto, can you see anything? Izuku, no, it's reinforced with lead, I can't see through it. Aqualad, is it a weakness? Izuku, lead is molecularly similar to a Kryptonian mother's womb, which I can't see through. Kid Flash would take the initiative by starting to run to investigate. Aqualad, Kid Flash waits. Kid Flash would start running through the room they reached, managing to find a hallway, while some grotesque beings walked without being disturbed by the young hero. Melissa, of course not. Nothing strange is happening here, she would say sarcastically, while noticing some similar small beings with shiny horns. Izuku, and that's not all. Using his X-ray vision, I have a laboratory with one of the scientists performing some tests. Shoto, what do you see? Izuku, Blockbuster Project? Reading the test tube labels. Shoto, that was not the name of a Noma that attacked us in USJ. Izuku, yes, but I don't think Shigaraki is that smart, I mean. Melissa, could you please stop talking about the League of Clowns, sorry, League of Villains? Izuku and Shoto, yes, but at that Izuku's ears reported something. Izuku, those things called genomes gave us away, they know we're here. Shoto, and what do we do? Kid Flash, get out? I mean, with what we have, we know that Cadmus is a genetic pirate ship. Aqualad, I don't know, something about this doesn't add up, why do it behind the League's back? Izuku, with the lab above being a facade, if Shoto hacked the system, I don't think it's as secure as they say. Melissa, and the Yui was complaining about low security. Aqualad, did we miss something? Kid Flash, they talk about topics that only the 3 of them understand, tell us. Izuku, so the genomes are telepathic, that creates a problem for us. Melissa, let's go to that place, it transmits some static. Izuku, then we will reveal it if the League says so. The children would approach an area where they would be surprised by what they saw, a system of electricity creation with little creatures that transmit said element. Kid Flash. This is how they hide this monumental underground base from the world. The real Cadmus doesn't draw power from the grid. It draws its own energy. It produces it with these things. Melissa, that's what they create them for, she said, analyzing the creatures. Aqualad, even the name is a key. The myth is that the true Cadmus created a new race by planting dragon teeth on Earth. Shoto, and this Cadmus also creates new life heading to the control panel. Let's find out, connecting their devices and extracting information. They call them genomorphs. Look at these things, super strength, telepathy, claws like razors. Izuku, they are living weapons, he would say, surprised and serious. Kid Flash, a genetically engineered army. But for whom? Shoto, there's something else. Looking at several codes, the KR project, the file is triple encoded. I can't. Don't move, a voice would say, arriving with genomorphs. What? Realizing Superba, Wonder Girl, Aqualad, Robin, Kid Flash? Shoto, at least he said your name right. Aqualad, I know you, Guardian. Her. Guardian, I do what I can. Kid Flash, so what are you doing here? Guardian, I'm in charge of security. You are illegal intruders. But we can call the Justice League. Imagine that. Kid Flash, do you think the League will approve these bioweapons? Guardian, you say weapons? What are you saying? He would say, confused. But his genome would act by getting into his mind. What is it? Grabbing his head as if it hurt my head. At that his gaze becomes serious. Let's neutralize them without mercy. The genomorphs jumped towards them, but Izuku with his heat vision would do the job to keep them back, while Shoto threw a smoke grenade, making the team disappear from sight. But the genomorphs would jump to fight the boys, causing them to defend themselves. But Aqualad would be tackled by Guardian. Izuku, I won't let you harm someone with a controlled brain. Guardian holding back the aforementioned. Aqualad would use Atlantean magic to electrocute the hero and render him unconscious, while Shoto made his way to one of the security systems as the alarms sounded, and the genomorphs followed them. Kid Flash, what a way to play as a team. Robin, Izuku, stop fighting, starting to blow, and use his icy breath. Shoto, they were behind me, activating the door. Melissa and Izuku would take the three of them and quickly enter as the door closed. The elevator would begin to descend towards sublevel 50 according to Shoto's information, while the genomorphs pounding on the upper areas grew louder. Aqualad, are we going down? Kid Flash, the exit is up. Shoto, listen, the KR project is down on sublevel 52. Izuku, I find that project interesting to see and in thoughts. I hope it's not what I think. Aqualad, this is out of control. Maybe we should call the League. Melissa, there is no signal for the communicators to work. At that, the elevator would stop at sublevel 52 while everyone was amazed by the appearance of the floor. Izuku, we must continue entering with Melissa and Shoto. Kid Flash, well, we're here. Aqualad simply sighed as he followed the rest, who were heading to a laboratory area in the area. Aqualad, where to? Shoto, say very strange hallway 1 or very strange hallway 2. Stop! A voice would say, appearing on side 1 and attacking them with telekinesis. Shoto would throw a batarang but would be stopped by telekinesis, while the being threw a series of fuel tanks at them, making them explode, as if it wanted to take them to a zone. The elevator would open, showing Guardian and several genomorphs are going towards the KR project. At the other end of the room, the boys were arriving while a scientist was coming out of a door reading some notes, but she would be intercepted by Kid Flash, who would not be able to stop and would trip over the woman. The door was closing, but Izuku would appear and exert force, holding the doors back. Izuku, come in now! Everyone arriving understood the message and entered the area, while the green-haired man released the door and entered, leaving all the genomorphs, the Guardian, and the scientist on the other side. Shoto would connect to the control panel, disabling the gate as Kid Flash, Melissa, and Izuku stood back in amazement. Shoto, I disabled the door, we'll be safe. Aqualad, we're trapped. Kid Flash, hey guys? Come see this. Pressing a button and activating some light. Shoto, beastly. Kid Flash, capital K, lowercase r is the atomic symbol for Krypton. Melissa, a clone? Izuku, he resembles a younger version of Superman. Aqualad, Robin hacks. Shoto, okay, I'll get into it. Linking to the clone's proximity control panel, weapon description. Superba, A clone forced to grow in 16 weeks. With DNA obtained from Superman, Aqualad, stolen from Superman, Kid Flash. I bet the big guy knows about this. Shoto, the solar suit allows him to absorb solar radiation 24 hours a day. Melissa, and the creatures? Shoto, genomorphic gnomes, telepathic, provide him with education. Izuku, and we already know what else. They turn the son of Superman into a good slave, he would say in a choppy and forced voice. Melissa, she's not going to like this. Izuku, this has to be Luther's work. He thought seriously. He knew the bald villain from Metropolis, and he is one of those gentlemen with high positions in society as businessmen who would carry out criminal activities, but that would not be seen in the eyes of the public, or rather, they would be hidden. On the other side of the door. Voice 1. Activate the KR project. Sir, with all due respect, the KR project is still unstable. We don't know how it would survive outside its capsule. The genomes would activate their telepathy connecting the three in the room. KR project room. Kid Flash. This is wrong. Shoto, it seems so. Izuku, I'm watching the confinement system activate Shoto? Shoto, I didn't do anything. Melissa, huh? Seeing the clone open his eyes and analyze everyone until he focuses on the green-haired man. Clone, GRH. He roared and threw himself at the green-haired man, breaking the back door in the process. Voice 1. What the hell, send the genomorphs inside? Guardian would enter with several genomorphs inside, surpassing the capacity of Shoto, Aqualad and Kid Flash, while Melissa went to help the green-haired man. With Izuku, Superman's clone made the green-haired man cross several rooms, while leaving the green-haired man on the ground and starting to hit him, so the green-haired man was forced to throw a blow with thermal vision to get him away. But he would launch himself again, making it difficult for the green-haired man. With each blow, the green-haired man realized something. The clone didn't use any other Kryptonian abilities, so he suspected he was like Melissa. He decided to slow him down, trying to calm him down. Izuku, stop, I don't want to hurt you. Clone, rah! Hitting the green-haired boy. Melissa, that's enough, holding back a fist, stop. The clone would simply hit Melissa, sending her against the wall, burying her in rubble. Voice, come back with us, a voice in the clone's head would say, causing him to withdraw for the moment. With the boys, Aqualad and Kid Flash threw themselves into a fight, while Shoto decided to throw a pair of explosive batarangs. Despite finishing off the genomorphs with ease, they kept coming in, overwhelming everyone, but the powerful counter was the clone who came in, facing Aqualad, who, despite damaging him with Atlantean magic, the fatigue against the genomorphs was quite overwhelming. Shoto tried to help, but Kid Flash was knocked unconscious when he threw himself at him. The two-color Flash used a kind of smoke by connecting a sphere like a mini-bomb to the clone's ball. Shoto activated a Tizer pistol, but the clone grabbed the keys, leaving him unharmed, and pulled Shoto down, knocking him out. After knocking out 3 of 5, assuming that Melissa and Izuku were also out of the fight, the clone would open the doors, letting in the rest of the genomorphs and scientists. Voice 1, good boy. Confine them. We'll clone them to be substitutes. The rules of the light are clear. The clones will serve the light, and the originals will be confined and eliminated. The genomorphs, along with Guardian, would carry the unconscious to place them in confinement chambers, awaiting the process of extracting DNA and memories to proceed with cloning. In the living room with Izuku and Melissa, Izuku would take a large rock off of himself while helping Melissa out of a pile of rubble. She was very upset. Melissa, where are the others? Izuku, captured, but we'll free them. They mentioned the idea of cloning them and that they would serve a light. Melissa, wasn't that the group led by Vandal Savage? Izuku, that's why Kel told us to investigate. Cadmus is under his control. Melissa, in that case we will release them, although I noticed something in the clone. Izuku, it's unstable, right? I noticed it too, plus he didn't use several Kryptonian abilities. Melissa, seems to be more of a hybrid. Izuku, come on, let's free our friends and get out of here. This is getting a bit weird, and Cadmus is something the League needs to shut down. Cadmus Part 3. Project Cadmus, Clone Room. 3 young heroes can be seen being held in a holding machine, awaiting their fate. To be cloned, their minds converted into a computer system for manipulation while they remain unconscious. At the same time, the KR project, back in its containment cell due to developmental flaws, not being 100% operational. Shoto had discovered that despite possessing abilities similar to Superman's, the clone possesses human and Kryptonian DNA, boasting strength and endurance. But due to the lack of solar energy to absorb, it has no other powers. The boys were unconscious, but a voice would call them. Time is running out, you must wake up. You must wake up now. Kid Flash, what? Where is he? Noticing the clone in his capsule, how could he be a bastard? Shoto, CF, how about we don't provoke someone who can kill us with a look? Scientist, prepare the cloning process for the new partner project, the scientist would say when joining with a female scientist. Do it now. Guardian, we're almost done here, showing how the Genomorphs were repairing areas of the place. Aqualad, the Genomorphs taught him telepathically, but I saw nothing but aggression. Shoto, but they even transmitted orders, someone must have activated it. Kid Flash, did you find out anything? Shoto, his name is Superba, a clone genomorph with Superman's DNA, designed to replace him if he dies or destroy him if he reveals himself to the light. Aqualad, being like Superman must be a worthy aspiration, but like Superman the boy deserves a life of his own. Shoto, perhaps I can hack into the system and allow a power charge to remain in the chamber, long enough for the League to take action. Aqualad, and then what? Shoto, are Genomorphs telepathic? Flash Boy, yes. Shoto, perfect. With the help of the Martian Manhunter we can eliminate their programming. Aqualad, if the League approves it. Shoto, calm down, the big guy will help. At that the door opens, revealing Guardian and the scientists. Scientists, they can't, because they'll be busy with other things. Activate the cloning process, he indicated to the scientist. Shoto, pass, there's no room in the Batcave. The scientist would begin typing on one of the computers, activating the machines, which, in addition to extracting DNA, also had the function of electrocuting the patient, causing screams of pain in the three captives, while several tubes were filled with blood in each capsule. Scientist, where's XX? As the aforementioned appears, I see, lurking as always. Have the genomes download their memories, and when they're done, delete the source material. The three of them started to scream more in pain while a breaking sound was heard from the door, making everyone in the room look simply to see a green-haired man with the S on his chest carrying the door on his shoulders. Scientist, demons, Izuku now. Melissa would jump behind the green-haired man, linking everyone present with her lasso of truth. Melissa, that's it, free them. Izuku would use heat vision to release the metal restraints and blood extraction machines, while destroying any DNA records of his friends. Shoto, shit falling to the ground, lucky Batman isn't here, otherwise he'd want my head for taking so long. Kid Flash, seriously? Is that what you're worried about? After tonight, the entire League will want to kill us. Aqualad, thank you. Melissa, it was a pleasure. The group would begin to leave while Izuku took the clone with the capsule, and all while Shoto hacked the system and they managed to buy time to escape with the clone. Scientist, you will never get out of here. Before morning I will have you back in the capsules. Shoto, that guy isn't at all uneasy throwing batarangs and destroying computers with their data. Scientist, activate seeing the whole place on fire, activate all of Cadmus Genomorphs while the genome would make his little horns shine. With the team, the five were trying to escape, taking a path filled with small and large eggs. The eggs themselves, regardless of their size, would begin to glow as several Genomorphs emerged from them. Aqualad, we are still 42 levels underground. We have to get to the elevator, citing the same. The path to the elevator would begin to be surrounded by several G-trolls that would block the way, while several chimpanzee-like Genomorphs would emerge from the eggs surrounding them from behind. A G-troll would try to hit Melissa, but she would jump and hit the giant in the chin, making him fall, while Izuku used his ice breath, sending the ape-like Genomorphs back. Helping Melissa, Kid Flash, Aqualad and Shoto would help clear the path of the mastodons, taking advantage of their small size, leaving the elevator free. Aqualad, we have to get out of here, forcibly opening the elevator. Shoto would throw the bat hook while Melissa took Aqualad and Kid Flash, starting to fly, followed by Izuku with the capsule, managing to reach a sub-level 15. Shoto, guys, let's get out of here quickly, noticing the elevator falling. Melissa, let's go, opening the doors to sub-level 15. Everyone would pass in time as the elevator fell and several Genomorphs arrived to intercept them, making them flee in a hallway. Turn left. Kid Flash, did you hear that? Izuku, yes, it seems to be that XX helping us escape. Shoto, but why? Aqualad, they're nothing more than slaves here. The boys would start running following XX's instructions to escape the area, reaching a hallway with a ventilation duct large enough for them to fit through with the capsule. While behind them, the Genomorphs arrived. In the pipes, Kid Flash. At this rate we'll never get out. Izuku, listen, feeling something in the pipes. Melissa, they are Genomorphs. Shoto, let's quicken our pace. With the scientist, Guardian, XX, and a scientist named Mark Desmond were following Cadmus security systems to catch them. Desmond, I bet Robin hacked into our systems by disabling the security cameras following a security panel, but he forgot the motion sensors. We have them right where we want them. The Genomorphs are all coming out in a bathroom. We have them cornered, I would say, looking at the ventilation duct. 3 simian Genomorphs would fall from the ventilation duct, which would land on Dr. Desmond. Desmond, I also hack motion sensors, I'd say annoyingly. With the boys, Shoto would look at the rest smiling. Shoto, hack the motion sensors. Kid Flash, you're everywhere. Shoto, there are still many of them nearby and at the exit. Kid Flash, I still have plenty of room to move, putting on his goggles and going through an exit door and stairs. Flash Boy would go up at full speed, while several chimpanzee Genomorphs were coming down from higher levels, so he would quickly knock them out while Melissa and the green-haired boy took the rest and the capsule with them, being the fastest. Shoto, more are coming, looking at his gloves interface. Izuku, for now, knocking down the stairs from behind as several Genomorphs fell. At the same time, the others left in the elevator heading to Sublevel 1, while Desmond left them on Sublevel 15 for some of the Blockbuster project. The boys managed to reach Sublevel 1 via the stairs as the gates began to close. Kid Flash, lightning no crashing through the closed doors. Aqualad, there is no way out. Flash Boy, thanks, my head hadn't noticed, he would say sarcastically. Shoto, I can hack it fast. Aqualad, Wonder Girl. Melissa and Aqualad tried to open the floodgates, but they were sealed. At the same time, several G-Trolls and Genomorphs began to arrive. Shoto, this way, kicking a door and going through it with the team. The boys would pass but would be surrounded by Genomorphs and G-Trolls with Guardian at the head. The Genomes would use their telepathic abilities to put everyone to sleep except Izuku, who resisted thanks to Torquasm Vo, while XX arrived and woke everyone up, stopping the Genomorphs. XX, maybe the boys should leave. Our brother Superbai should decide for himself from now on. Izuku, so it was you who lit the fire, noticing everyone waking up. XX, yes, I was the one who started that fire to get the attention of the boys' future friends, and I woke them up when they were in danger. Melissa, you guided us, why? XX, because if they take him away, he will be our hope, the future Genomorph hero, who will blaze a new trail for his brothers and sisters, showing us the way to freedom. After that, the Genomes would stop their attacks on the Psyche and release Guardian. Guardian, grabbing his head, what's going on? XX, which is your choice? Izuku and Melissa looked at each other and nodded. Izuku, we will give them the freedom they long for. Guardian, it looks like fog dissipating. Aqualad, what will you do, Guardian? Guardian, go away, I'll deal with Desmond. Desmond, I don't think so. Showing a test tube, Project Blockbuster will give me the power to restore order to Project Cadmus, drinking the contents. The scientist would begin to transform violently while his clothes would tear, and he would begin to roar as his skin fell off and was replaced with a kind of blue fabric. Shoto, it can't be. Izuku, yes, it reminds me of one of the Nomus of the USJ. Guardian, everyone, back off, throwing themselves at the monster. Desmond would simply backhand him, sending him slamming into the nearby wall, knocking him unconscious. Melissa would jump in next, landing 3 painful blows, then continue with 4 more, only to receive one that knocked her away. Melissa, that's all, Brainiac, throwing herself. Desmond would simply roar and jump, taking the surface plant from the lab to the Amazon. Shoto, that's one way to get out through the roof, throwing the bat hook. Kid Flash, do you think Doc planned all that? Holding on to Shoto. Aqualad, I think he can't plan anything anymore, getting on Izuku's horse that would take flight. On the access floor, the 4 would have left only for Aqualad to get off the green-haired man's back and be hit by Melissa as a projectile. Shoto, like the UA. Izuku, when did we do this back there? Shoto, good point. Add Melissa to the GIF. Kid Flash would run, passing under Desmond, while the latter notices something, being hit by Izuku and Aqualad, while Kid Flash remained on all 4s, acting as a block so that Desmond would fall on his back. Flash Boy, I learned that in elementary school. Shoto would jump and throw his batarangs. Desmond would deflect the batarangs with a backhand, but Melissa, seeing this, would launch herself, being grabbed by the torso and slammed into a pillar, destroying it. As the blonde began to hit, Izuku would launch his heat vision, pushing the monster away from Melissa, only to be finished off by Aqualad using his staffs and Atlantean magic. But he would be grabbed and thrown back. Blockbuster was going to step on Aqualad, but no one but Robin noticed anything, so he would deploy the interface. Shoto, structural damage clever, CF got it. Kid Flash, yes, starting to run. Izuku was meanwhile beating the monster until they would take him and throw him against another pillar, while Kid Flash would appear and take the skin that was left on his head. Kid Flash, I've got your nose. That would make Desmond angry, who would start following him around, hitting everything left and right while Kid Flash escaped. Shoto, Superba, Wonder Girl, Aqualad showing the pillars. Izuku, good, taking the capsule. Melissa and Aqualad would go for the pillars while Kid Flash was provoking Desmond. Kid Flash, come hit me, you incredible fool. That would make Desmond hit the pillar, but when Kid Flash dodged, a rubble would hit his back, making him fall. Meanwhile, Melissa, Aqualad, and Shoto destroyed the 3 remaining pillars. Shoto, after connecting the batarangs and putting an explosion signal, would draw an X in one place while Kid Flash continued to be chased, and Aqualad wet the ground with his powers, so that Kid Flash would skid and Melissa would hit Desmond, leaving him in the X. Aqualad, using Atlantean magic, would electrocute him by touching the water with lightning, and Shoto would detonate the missing pillar, making the roof fall on Desmond, bringing down the lab in the process. Izuku and Melissa would forcefully remove the debris, getting everyone out of the place, showing damaged suits and wounds, saving the Kryptonian. Aqualad, we did it. Breathing heavily. Shoto, hee, did you ever doubt it? Shoto and Kid Flash would bump fists and feel pain in their hands. Shoto and Kid Flash, ARGJHH. Izuku, looks like we managed to get out and prepare you for the future, pointing at the container. At the same time, Melissa approached, seeing Desmond unconscious but in his monster form. Izuku, I would like you to see the moon, he would say with the clone at his side. From the moon, a figure in a blue suit, a red cape, and the S on his chest would be arriving, flying accompanied by the rest of the League. Zatara, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, Hawkman, Hawkgirl, Shazam, Red Tornado, Captain Atom, Aquaman, Green Lantern John Stewart, Green Lantern Hal Jordan, Green Arrow, Black Canary, Flash, and Batman. Superman, what happened? Izuku, that your hunch with Batman's was correct, showing the clone. Wonder Woman, that's it. Batman, is that what I think it is? Izuku, yes, Robin got everything about him, and since he hasn't come out yet, we thought you could fix everything he has from a group called The Light. Batman, The Light? Aquaman, could be dangerous. Shoto, they kept him with things called genomorphs. They had telepathic abilities to keep him polite, and if there was anything wrong, we thought Martian Manhunter could find out and correct it if necessary. The vast majority of heroes would take Blockbuster and leave. On Melissa's part, she spoke with Wonder Woman, not because of what had been done, since she, Batman, and Superman ordered them to investigate indirectly, but to find out what else was there. Izuku, you shouldn't be so hard on him when he goes out. Superman, what do you mean? Izuku, you know that sooner or later we will have to return, and we have already created a symbol together. The boy could help you. Superman, but Izuku, I understand that you are upset placing his hand on it. If I saw the boy who kidnapped me and manipulated me until he looked like me, I would get angry, but they did it in front of me. He is not the one who creates it. It does not even come out. With the necessary corrections and your guidance, you can take him on a good path. Superman, I'll think about it, sighing. And are you okay? Izuku, I am. I just don't like to see anyone worried, especially if it's about someone who's not to blame like him. Superman, John? Martian Manhunter, if it helps, I can use my skills and take everything that was taught and correct whatever was taught wrong or programmed into it. Superman, I appreciate that. After those words, Aquaman, Batman, and Flash would approach the 3 who were not involved, along with Superman, Izuku, Wonder Woman, and Melissa. Batman, Cadmus will be investigated. It's 52 levels, but let's clear something up. Flash, they must have called, receiving a serious look from Batman. Batman, despite the outcome, we're not happy. They hacked into the Justice League's systems, disobeyed orders, put lives in danger, and they won't do that again. Aqualad was going to speak. Aquaman, Aqualad, stand down. Izuku, With all due respect, the idea of hacking the systems was mine. Batman, what? Aquaman, you don't want to defend them from this, or do you? Melissa, yes, we do. Izuku, we were ordered to investigate with nothing more than what was on the surface. We needed more than just what was visible, so I asked Robin to hack into the system. Melissa, Aqualad objected strongly, and if that weren't enough, we knew that since it was espionage, two guys like Superba and I couldn't handle it alone, so we got them involved. The two confronted Batman and Aquaman, the two most annoying members of the League, causing some panic in Superman, since that is something he wouldn't do without some justification. Izuku, tonight we did the job you trained us for. Although the mission was Melissa's and mine, we will bear the responsibility for involving you when in your opinion we shouldn't have, he would say, looking fixedly at Batman. Flash. If they're saying this because of what happened in the cave, he would say, trying to calm the tension before Batman took out the kryptonite. Shoto, Batman, we are ready for whatever comes. What did they teach us? Batman would just squint his eyes. Time skip 3 days later, Mount Justice. Inside the mountain, several heroes were organizing things at the old Justice League base, in order to gather a team of young people to work under their supervision. Batman, this cave was the original headquarters of the Justice League. We have decided to reactivate it since you five have decided to stay together and fight for the good, I would say, looking sideways at Izuku. He had points left for facing him. Clark did not dare to do it in situations where the Bat was wrong. Unless things are ugly you will do it, but on our terms. Red Tornado offered to live here and be your supervisor, and Black Canary will train you, and I will deploy the missions. Shoto, real missions? Batman, yes, but undercover. Flash, the League will handle the obvious. That's why we have these big targets on our chests pointing to the Flash symbol. Aquaman, Cadmus proves that bad guys get smarter. Batman needs a team that can operate behind the scenes. Batman, you 6 will be that team. Shoto, cool, wait 6. Batman would look towards the entrance as Martian Manhunter entered with a Martian girl. Batman, meet the Martian Manhunter's niece, Miss Martian. Miss Martian, hello, I'm Emery Johns. Kid Flash, I like this job more every moment, he would say, looking at Shoto. Welcome aboard, I'm Kid Flash. These are Robin pointing at Shoto, Aqualad pointing at Calder, Wonder Girl pointing at Melissa, who was happy to have another girl on the team, and don't forget the big guy Superba pointing at Izuku, which only Melissa saw with a pink tint. Melissa, at least he's not her ex, she would think without showing her angry or happy face. Emery, it's a great honor to be included. Everyone on the team would approach Emery happily while Aqualad smiled at everyone. Aqualad, today is the day. In a room of the place, Superman looked at the camera where the clone continued its development. He was serious, thoughtful. He thought about rejecting it at one point, since he didn't know what to do, but Izuku's words were the right ones. Superman, there are many things to teach you and I will be there, he would say to leave the place, smiling a little, without realizing that the clone sketched a slight smile. But it was not the smile of a madman or an infiltrator, it was the smile of a son to his father. End of chapter. Author's note. Okay, we're wrapping up this chapter. The next chapter about this world will be a recap of their final stay before beginning their journey home. I'll show the highlights of their missions and their growth as a team, something they'll learn and take back to implement in their home world. The trip won't be direct. They'll pass through a couple of worlds to recharge their means of transportation for a few days. It'll be something like what Phineas and Ferb did, through the second dimension in Fabulous 2D, or at least that's the plot. The worlds they'll pass through will be random for them, but chosen by you. So, I'm opening the voting for which world they go to first. Miraculous. If you choose, say the time you are going. Generator Rex/Ben 10. They will reach the moment of the crossover movie of both. I want to see Ben's face when the Omnitrix discovers that Izuku is alien and looks like a human. Marvel. Remember that this is a version that merges the MCU. This will have its respective X-Men, I clarify, and comics like Ultimate, and the 616, that is, taking out Richard Strange, who at first will help and then try to destroy, and some others like Cap, who will be the one from Ultimate, and some will be nerfed. Like the children of Susan and Reed Richards, because it seems absurd to me and too stone that a child of how much, less than 10 years old, is a bucking god, as is the case of Franklin and Valeria Richards. Of course I would understand it in their adulthood, but as children? I leave it to your discretion. Shumatsu no Valkyrie, before the Council of Gods, appearing in front of Odin and Zeus alongside the Valkyries, where Zeus will want to test the power of an alien in combat, which will lead to Ragnarok anyway, making Izuku participate given his values on the part of Superman and All Might, taking Adam's place. Also, it's not like the gods of Shimatsu could do much without kryptonite or magic against the green-haired man. Also, I open a debate, knowing the Kryptonian resistance under the yellow sun, the sun that is in Valhalla. How do you think Zeus would look after hitting Izuku with the fist that surpassed time, or do you think he would dodge it? I leave the debate open, friends. You don't know what you have until you lose it. UA Academy. Today was a rather stormy day for the few students left at UA, because after Monoma's expulsion, the press did nothing but criticize and sink the reputation of the School of Heroes, since the former student added to the traitor Ida Tenya took out several dirty laundry from the school to the sun. Ida was not stupid and would keep a lot of information for himself, since he did not reveal anything about the green-haired boy's biology. For him, revealing that would have a sweeter and more addictive taste to do it in front of him, and make everything he built with that S on his chest slowly crumble. Nizu, Aizawa, Vlad, as well as other teachers, were victims of how cruel the press can be, including All Might, even when he claimed that he would be in charge of rehabilitating the hero killer Stain. The press, like bloodthirsty vultures hungry for the dead, was so cruel that it caused the hero to lose everything he had built with his image. People no longer wanted to know about the symbol of peace. Currently, UA was ranked as the 5th best hero school and was suffering from huge budget cuts by the Hero Public Safety Commission, but that didn't stop them from continuing to operate, even when several parents withdrew their children, mainly when they released Stell, Bakugo Katsuki, the first confirmed quirkless hero in their society. Society didn't take the entry of a quirkless hero very well, becoming the laughingstock of heroes, civilians, and villains alike, although Nizu didn't reveal his name because, at Stain's suggestion, he decided to keep his civilian name hidden and wait for reactions. Gang Orca, Kugo Sakamata, Ryukyu, Ryuko Tatsuma, the Hussycats, Crust, Fat Gum, and Gran Torino were the only heroes who accepted this, while the rest didn't. How can you be a hero in such a corrupt world? How is it possible to save a world mired in egotism, greed, and the desire for power? The answer wasn't there, but that wouldn't make anyone falter. Kota Izumi, Kotel, named for his affection and for everything they did to him, considering Izuku his older brother. Thanks to everything they did, he was able to understand his abilities, his powers and the control of them. It took a lot of help and All Might could not do it alone, but after almost a year of hard work, wonders were achieved. Kota joined the hero class, given a new program, a secret program by Nizu, Aizawa, All Might and Stain, Initiative, Secret Warriors, provisional name, a group of young heroes who can do what teenagers and adults cannot behind the backs of the press and society, without going to the point of killing. They too were not the only ones affected. Mirio Togata, current human member of the Green Lanterns, was missing for a month, and reappeared as if nothing had happened, something that his parents, All Might and Nizu knew was the fact that the blonde himself told them everything about what he saw out there, outside the planet. Upon his return, things began to return to normal, but as the days passed, something happened that no one foresaw, or well, only Sir Nightai foresaw, the battle against the Shai Hasaikai, a Yakuza group, where many heroes lost their quirks and others their lives. Mirio was among those heroes, and so his quirk permeability and One for All were lost. It all started when Mirio met an albino girl with a horn on her head. The girl was a piece of cake, and Mirio was patrolling with Sir when they came across her. She looked scared, afraid, hungry, dehydrated, and heavily bandaged, with rotting wounds visible. He wondered who could be so monstrous as to inflict such wounds, but his and Sir's answers came in the form of a bastard with a toucan-like mask, Kai Chisaki, aka Overhaul. On Sir's orders, so as not to ruin months of investigation and the surprise, he decided to return the girl, despite Mirio's stupefied looks, something he discussed with All Might and worsened the relationship between the two heroes. Mirio felt powerless. He had the most powerful weapon in the universe, and he failed to protect and rescue him. He was discouraged for a day, and help came from the most unexpected being, Stain. No one knows how, no one knows why, but the hero killer knew how to guide another true hero onto the right path. The Shai Hasaikai raid took place. The police and several heroes, including Almight, burst in, facing the Yakuza with everything. Bakugo Katsuki was one of the UA students who participated along with Ibara Shiozaki, alias Mary Marvel, and Red Beetle, Eijiro Kirishima, and the most recent of all, Ms. Martian, Megan Sosaki, where two demonstrated technological superiority and Megan that with beings from other worlds you could trust. They all fought, reducing the Yakuzas, but when Mirio arrived to save Eri, he had to cover her with an anti-quirk bullet, losing one for all and her original quirk forever, causing laughter in Overhaul. Eri wanted to go back with him to avoid further damage, but Mirio stood up and recited his oath. Mirio, in brightest day, in darkest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil beware of my power, the Green Lantern light. For the first time, the light of a Green Lantern was present. That made All Might smile, who carried Eri and left, leaving everything in the hands of Lemillion. No, in the hands of Green Lantern. Chisaki was furious at seeing the power, despite believing it to be a quirk, was defeated. Eri could see that a green light gave her hope. Sir was amazed and afraid. His quirk prediction failed. No one died as he saw, or well, no one important. He justified himself, but for him the most important thing was lost, one for all. The quirk that defined the symbols of peace. He could have been happy that his pupil was alive, but instead, he simply scolded him, called him reckless, careless, foolish, and finished telling him that he did not deserve such power. He tried to take the ring away from him, but Mirio's will was opposite. He witnessed what society had, the falsehood of heroism. Not every hero was false, but searching for true ones in an entire country with perhaps thousands of heroes was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Of all those who participated, Sun Eater, Tamaki Amajiki, Rocklock, lost their quirks on the side of the heroes. Of the villains, Dabi, Tuya Todoroki, was the one who lost his quirk and was sent to a prison, preventing him from being in Tartaros for being all for one. Of course, Nizu and All Might pulled strings behind the scenes to get Dabi under their payroll. He knew both sides of the coin, the corruption of the heroes, and the abandonment and betrayal of the villains, because it was Shigaraki who decided to betray him by shooting an anti-quirk bullet at him after disintegrating Toga and Spinner. He could rule the world, but instead, he served a new master, Tartaro's prison. Special villain prison. Tartarus is a prison located far from civilization where extremely dangerous villains are imprisoned and interrogated under the highest possible security standards. It is currently the detention center for several dangerous villains, such as All for One and Muscular. Over the corridors leading to All for One's cell, dark, violet clouds began to open, where Nomus emerged, alerting the guards who went out to fight, but they all ended up killed. Seems like those beasts did their job. Shigaraki Tamura. Tamura, yes, my Lord Ares. The Nomus are an investment of the deceased Kyodaigaraki, he would say with a grim smile, trying to sound innocent. They are magnificent creations, don't you think, Sensei? Ares, without a doubt. Both of them, along with Kurojairi and a hooded woman, continued walking while the Nomus made their way, killing guards and inmates, preventing several from taking the initiative they had given to escape. The inmates who were killed became souls that Ares absorbed to achieve long-term purposes, such as bringing his army back. After all, they were villains, there was no one to miss them. They continued walking to a containment cell where, like a crazy inmate, All for One was being held. AFO. Wow, I would say with surprise and malice, I haven't had many visitors before. Shigaraki. I hope you're enjoying everything, Sensei. AFO. Tamura Shigaraki, I'm surprised to see you, although I was expecting you to come later. Shigaraki. I just came to tell you something, and that is, I don't need you anymore. You are yesterday. It's time for someone new, someone who knows how evil should rule. AFO. What are you talking about? Shigaraki. It's simple, you are already history. My new sensei will be the one who rules this world. Don't you believe it, Ares sensei? Ares. That's my young pupil, he would say with a charm of kindness. AFO. So the god of war was starting to believe that those stories from the age of the deities were lies. Ares. As the legends say, they tell some truth. But we are not here for a history lesson. You have something I need, and how do I know you won't give it to me? Dear Medusa, would you take care of it? The hooded woman would take off the suit that covered her while her eyes shone intensely. Musutafa Hospital. Several machines can be seen connected to a single person, while a purple-haired woman with jacks on her earlobes and a voluptuous brunette tidied up the area, while leaving the room's relaxing music playing. Momo, are you feeling okay? Kyoka, yes Momo, it's that I would say Hurt Kaminari is my best friend, and it's been 9 months since all that happened and… Momo, I know, but think of it this way, he can hear everything, and he knows we haven't abandoned him, well, saving those who disappeared that day. At that point the machines would begin to show signs of losing control. Kyoka and Momo, the machines are not working well. Momo, I could be unemployed. At that Kaminari would get up from the bed breathing heavily, showing a slightly more defined torso. Kaminari, where am I? What happened? Starting to breathe more heavily. Momo, nurse, she shouted, nurse. Please. The doctors were quick to arrive, noticing the whole deployment to calm the blonde, while they proceeded to check everything, while the questions were quick to start until the brunette said everything. Kaminari, what happened to me? Momo, you were in a coma. Kaminari, why and for how long? Kyoka, after your fight with Midoriya against Inomu, you were struck by lightning. Kaminari, but I look more marked. Did lightning do that to me? Great, he would say with his typical joy. Momo, great nothing, you were in a coma for 9 months. Kaminari, months. Aizawa, 9 months old offspring would talk about entering with All Might and Nizu. All Might, Kaminari shonen, I'm glad you're okay. Nizu, but there is much to discuss, young Kaminari. Outside the hospital, people were increasingly distrustful of heroes. The fall of UA, All Might, and other situations put the very reputation of the Hero Public Safety Commission at stake and at risk. The latter couldn't afford to order journalists killed because it was too obvious and conspicuous, but society was changing. You never know what you have until you lose it, and when they need someone to defend them, they can't go crying and begging on their knees to those they themselves had turned their backs on. It's time to go home. Where are we? Since the base was handed over, almost 2 years have passed. In that amount of time, they have lived many adventures together with various friends and enemies who were hard to defeat. Izuku, Shoto and Melissa, along with Kid Flash and Bart Allen, were considered the successors of their mentors by the people, although none wanted to admit it. Numerous friends were made and joined the team, which made it act in different situations, side by side with the League. One of them, and part of the Latin heroes, Eduardo Dorado Jr., son of Star Labs scientist Eduardo Dorado, a 15-year-old metahuman who joined the team after manifesting his teleportation powers. Helped to integrate by everyone on the team and supported in the training of his powers and hand-to-hand combat by Black Canary, he became one of the team members. Although he is not strong, the support of his friends and companions helped him a lot. Jamie Reyes, Blue Beetle, an alien cybernetic beetle attached itself to his spinal cord from the neck, granting him an armor that is attached to his body. This gives him a kind of armor that can make different weapons or shields at will and also has artificial intelligence. He joined the team after the death of the previous Blue Beetle, Ted Cord, after an explosion in the laboratory where he worked, the day the beetle attached itself to Jamie. A power similar to Kirishima, Shoto Todoroki remembered, and the bicolor wrote down everything he saw the boy do as a way to help his friend, in addition to a creator of contingencies, given his similarity to Batman. Garfield Logan, Beast's boy, was 10 years old when he joined the team with shape-shifting powers, transforming into animals, and beyond, since he can transform into any form of animal life, from any planet, or even areas considered mythical, such as the Divine World or Hell. Upon stepping on a new world, the genetic load adheres to the boy, causing a mild bout of decomposition, until he adapted to the new DNA that is integrated into his system. He was very close with Izuku, considering him his older brother, mainly after Emery donated blood to him because of a virus created in the nation of Vielia, a dictatorship under the power of the supervillain Queen Bee. From that day on, he considered her his older sister, and since Izuku and Emery were dating, he was considered as such by the boy. Eddie Bloomberg, Red Devil or Kid Devil, a demon-human hybrid, was found and brought into the group by Zatara, having been rejected for being a half-breed by both his hometown and maternal family, and by Hell for tainting his lineage. He was initially closed off to the group, but as he opened up, he began to get along with several of them, mainly those linked to the mystical arts, such as Zatanna and Zachary, Zatara's children. Zatanna and Zachary, Zatara's children, joined along with Bumblebee, and Karen Beecher, the first two members of the human subrace, Homo Magi, humans with the ability to manipulate magic and the mystic arts, joined after the appearance of powerful magical enemies in the league such as Votan, Felix Faust, Jinx, Amethyst, and Clarion. Karen Beecher, on the other hand, is a former student of Happy Harbor High School. With the help of Adam Ray Palmer, she developed a suit that allows her to shrink to subatomic sizes, along with flight and energy stingers that generate damage like a bee sting, along with a holographic system with a function similar to a laptop. Logon, alias Lagoon Boy, is a young amphibian. He is only known for being an inhabitant of Atlantis, a friend of Aqualad, Caldera HM, and current boyfriend of Emery, after she and Izuku broke up because the Martian, due to her inexperience, managed to erase the memories of several members of the team and act as if nothing had happened, and almost erased them himself, if not for discovering the deception while she was erasing some memories. Precisely those of both of them leaving. As an Atlantean, she possesses magical abilities, although at a lower level than the wizards of the team and the league. The ability to breathe underwater, in addition to thanks to her magical training, Logon has the ability to inflate and increase her strength extraordinarily, along with extraordinary resistance, becoming almost invulnerable. Static Virgil Hawkins, a metahuman artificially created by the criminal group The Reach, a species of alien conquistadors, also known as the competitor of the Krolodians. Virgil possesses the ability of electromagnetism, the ability to magnetize objects. He joined the team after the fall of the Reach, after being freed by the League. And last but not least, the two strangest and most Izuku-like members of the group, Kara Zor-El and Kon-El, also called Connor Kent, Supergirl and the second Superbo. Kara Zor-El, cousin of Kal-El from Krypton, called the last daughter of Krypton, and the last surviving Kryptonian from the city of Kandor, after Brainiac's attack, who shrank the city and encapsulated it like a bottled ship. Kara was wandering in a state of cryogenics in space until she crashed to Earth, and upon waking up she ran into Izuku, with whom she was able to exchange words in her native language, since Kal-El helped Izuku a lot with his native language, and prevent him from going crazy, leaving the girl, a teenager with the appearance of a 15-year-old Earth girl, in shock, given that more than 40 years had passed since the destruction of Krypton. The next, Connor Kent, Kon-El, the second Superboy, a clone created with Superman DNA by Cadmus, initially being incomplete. His training was activated, causing havoc to the team of young heroes, until being reinserted into the capsule to continue his development. After the fall of Cadmus, the Justice League took over, so Batman, Superman, and the Martian Manhunter decided to change his memories and his original programming, achieving many advances and being able to determine the heads behind the group, the Light, in addition to being able to prepare the boy for a different future than the one he had been prepared for. He spent 14 months in the capsule since he was rescued, assimilating and being reconfigured, to eliminate all traces of manipulation by the Light. When he was awakened, being received by Cal and Izuku, where he was informed, in addition, the presence of Izuku and the previous talks with Cal helped to eliminate many rough edges and receive the boy as a living being. He was welcomed into the Kent family as one of their own, thanks to his values and empathy. He was labeled Clark Kent's younger brother and Izuku's cousin, thanks to Batman, although with marked differences in personality, being somewhat more rebellious than Superman. At first, his abilities didn't work properly. He possessed telekinetic abilities that allowed him to fly, but he wasn't invulnerable. But that was only the beginning, because on the farm with the Kents, receiving the same upbringing as Clark, he began to absorb solar radiation and gained Kryptonian abilities. Last but not least, the self-proclaimed younger sister of Melissa, third Wonder Girl, Cassandra Sandmark, daughter of Dr. Helena Sandsmark and the Greek god Zeus. Connor's current girlfriend, she joined the team after a battle against a machine capable of manipulating the weather, created by the same scientist who created Red Tornado. Only instead of giving the robot free will like its counterpart, he gave it a learning ability, and the robot managed to become independent of its creator. As a team, they had many adventures and fights, as not everything is always perfect, but these fights were resolved privately, and missions were successful. Many of their own villains were defeated: Brother Blood, Seshir, Simon, Mammoth, and the Cobra Gang. There were also heavyweights, the Injustice League, led by Count Vertigo, with fearsome members such as Wotum, Black Adam, Atomic Skull, Poison Ivy, Ultra Humanity, and the Joker. Other heavyweight villains they faced included Gorilla Grodd, Reverse Flash, Deathstroke, along with the League of Assassins when Ra's al Ghul died, Malefac, and of course, Vandal Savage. For 2 years they fought side by side with the League, reaping victories. But everything that begins must end, and the three along with their companions knew it. It was then that Batman notified that it was time. Monte Justicia, March 9th, 1:45 p.m. The entire team can be seen gathered outside the base, while the rest of the League was on hand to say goodbye. Connor, do you really have to go? Izuku, yes, although that doesn't mean we won't see each other in the future, he would say while smiling at the 14-year-old teenager he would say dressed in civilian clothes and wearing his glasses. Kara, well, just don't die. Yes, you may appear to be the oldest of the three, but if you get in trouble I'll help Melissa beat you up for being an idiot. Izuku, rest assured, he would say, hugging the Kryptonian. Connor, at least Clark took the photo of our final meeting, he would say something sad but trying to deny it. Kara, how could I forget it, ha ha ha. Connor, I'm going to get revenge. Izuku, we believe it, dwarf. In another area. Barbara, well, I'm not one for saying goodbyes, but take care, okay. Shoto, don't worry Babs, I'll take care of myself. Dick, I'll just advise you not to make every villain fall for your charms, he would say nervously. Shoto, nervous that the same thing that happened to you might happen to me? He would say mockingly. Dick, it's not nice to be drugged and raped, even though you went through it with Poison Ivy and enjoyed it. Shoto, it's the charm you taught me, Sensei, he would say mockingly. Dick, okay, I heard, but seriously, handing over a briefcase, you'll need it, since you inherited the Red Robin mantle from Tim. Shoto, a Nightwing suit? It's not your legacy, Dick. Dick, don't worry, it's not just one, it's about 15, and Bruce made sure they weren't my first suits. Just leave the name I let you use and don't do what I did. Jason, leave the sweet Christmas guy alone, he would say, entering without the helmet. I know you'll follow Bruce's doctrine, although I only advise you that if you decide to take a boy under your wing, keep him away from crazy clowns and crowbars. Shoto, of course. Tim, do you really have to go? Shoto, yes, but don't worry, we might get back together. Just keep Bruce out of trouble, okay? Tim, yes. Stop that sentimentality already. Shoto, I haven't forgotten about you either, little ball of hate, he would say, pointing at Damien. Don't do anything reckless, and try not to take out the eyes of those you face, he would say, hugging him goodbye. Damien, okay, he said seriously, but trying not to miss him, given that he has bonded well with him since he arrived. In another area, Cassandra was hugging Melissa while she was crying. Melissa, hey, calm down Cassie, this isn't goodbye, it's see you soon. Cassandra, but I'm going to miss you, Melly. Melissa, well, we're going to see each other again and someone has to kick some serious ass. Cassandra, okay. At that moment, the members of the League approach with a device. Batman, since this isn't our first encounter between two Earths, we managed to get more than one of these devices, he said, pointing at the device. The bad thing is that they won't be able to choose where they land, so if luck is on their side, they'll return home quickly, and it'll all be over. The bad thing is that they'll end up on another Earth, but the good thing about it is that they'll be recorded, and they'll send us the warning. Diana, what she means is that they will be far away but not incommunicado with us. Superman, if necessary, they can come back for help. Canary, the League will always be willing to help. Jamie, like us. Bart, no doubt. Eduardo, you can count on them. Aquaman, Aqualad? What's going on? Calder, my king, I want to ask for something. Aquaman, granted. Calder, I want to go with them. I know I have responsibilities to Atlantis, but if there's one thing I've learned, it's that friends aren't allowed to go. Zachary, I want to go too. Your world may have magical threats and not have wizards, plus with Constantine, my father and sister along with the others, they can handle the rest. Izuku, guys, it's not necessary. Calder, no, yes it is. Bart and I were founders of this team, so there would be no point in three of us staying. We have talked about it with Bart, and if necessary, he will be able to catch up with us later. Aquaman, Calder, you've been my partner for years. Are you sure about that decision? Calder, yes, my king. Zatara, and you, Zachary? Are you sure about this? Zachary, completely. Zatara, in that case, I have no choice but to wish you luck on this trip. Aquaman, same as me, buddy. Calder and Zachary would join Izuku, Melissa and Shoto, who would accept that gesture. While Bart nodded at them, he would join them as soon as he could. Superman, remember, we're here if you need us. Batman, as Superman said, if you need to go back, do so, our coordinates are fixed there. Diana, good luck, just remember if it downloads you'll be stranded in that world for a while. Shoto would activate the device while everyone greeted their friends and family. Use minute 3.16. The group would disappear under everyone's gaze. While some cried at the farewell, others made the promise to be ready for the next time they saw each other. With the group, they traveled aimlessly through unknown territory until they began to form in a very unknown area, but were awaited by a subject. Earth 25,698,859, Marvel, New York City, Sancta Sanctorum. The boys were disoriented for a while but gradually regained their senses as they watched the man standing in front of them. I had seen that they would come. Melissa, who are you? Shoto, and why were you waiting for us? Izuku, who are you supposed to be and how did you see us coming? My name is Stephen, Dr. Stephen Strange, Sorcerer Supreme, and I see we need to talk, he would say, materializing a table with drinks and food. New York and the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Previously, I had seen that they would come. Melissa, who are you? Shoto, and why were you waiting for us? Izuku, who are you supposed to be and how did you see us coming? My name is Stephen, Dr. Stephen Strange, Sorcerer Supreme, and I see we should talk, he would say, materializing a table with drinks and food. Currently, Zachary, that explains why I can sense a lot of magic in you. Stephen, I see that you may know, which gives me the idea that you are a magician. I know that they come from another universe, but something tells me that they will be here for a while. Izuku, we're sorry to arrive, but we're returning home. Stephen, I see. Melissa, they trapped us in a hole and well we were in another universe where they helped us showing the device, thanks to this we can return, but Calder, energy only allows you to jump and wait for it to recharge. Stephen, I see. If they're here I can only see helping them, but I'm intrigued by the fact that you know how to use magic. Zachary, where I come from, humans who develop the ability to use magic are called the species Homo Magi. Stephen, I see. Eat, you must be tired. I'll make some calls to see what to do and install them. At that moment they would hear a sound of falling on trash cans. Melissa, Izuku? Izuku, he's a boy. He looks about 16 years old, blue and red suit with a spider pattern. Stephen, I know who it is, although he's given me an idea. Izuku, something is coming, taking off his shirt, showing his suit and flying out through the roof. Stephen, wait. You can't change anything. Shoto, and he left. Stephen, I hope it's a minor villain. In the streets, we can see a boy in a red and blue suit with a spider pattern, dodging several cars that were thrown towards him, while a very muscular guy in a red suit that made him look armored, while several civilians fled the area. Villain, I'm going to beat the shit out of you, Spider-Man, watch out Joggy, here comes my kick of justice using his trampoline web. Spider-Man would kick but it would hit the villain's chest causing numbness in the limb. Villain, I'm Juggernaut, and I'm sick of your spider jokes. Juggernaut would throw a car at Spider-Man but he would quickly dodge using his web on the villain's legs, making him fall in the process. But the fallen one would get up and ram him hard, causing him pain and numbness in his head. Juggernaut, this time I'll get rid of you. Spider loading a truck ready to finish it off. Izuku, hey, touching his shoulder. Juggernaut, what? Izuku would simply punch him, causing him to drop the truck and fly into a building, piercing the wall. Upon seeing the truck, Izuku would pick it up and leave it on the sidewalk. Spider-Man, and that? Who are you? Izuku, there will be time for introductions later. Now we have a problem. Seeing Juggernaut running towards them. Spider-Man, good thing this isn't my week. Izuku would go out against the villain, generating a collision between the two, letting everyone who passed by and a newly arrived team of Avengers on the scene see that the green-haired man was a strong rival to Juggernaut's power. Avenger 1, you have to be bucking kidding me. Avenger 2, language. Avenger 3, by the beard of Odin. Avenger 4, it's interesting that the boy helps the child. Avenger 5, has the power similar to that mutant. Spider-Man, hello, he would say, greeting the Avengers. They arrived. Avenger 1, he saved you, but who is he? He doesn't seem to be a mutant. Avenger 2, watch out. Running to the first guy wearing yellow and red armor. Izuku would take Juggernaut against a building and begin to hit him hard, but just as he hit, so he received. Avenger 3, it can't be, has similar strength and resistance. Juggernaut, Damn you, hitting the green-haired man away, I'll kill you. They both bumped fists, but the green-haired man's eyes lit up in a red hue. Avenger 4, what? It looks like Cyclops' ability. Izuku would release a red ray while hitting the mutant hard, making him scream in pain, until he finished and hit him, leaving him unconscious. Spider-Man, well, I would say as if nothing had happened. Avenger 1, that's interesting, kid. Avenger 2, son, that was interesting, but I'll have to ask you to. Steven, I'll answer for him, he would say, coming from a portal. I'll introduce them first. They are the Avengers: Captain America, Iron Man, the God Thor, Wasp, Black Panther, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. Izuku, it's a pleasure. My name is Superman. Spider-Man, I am the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Izuku, it's a pleasure. Melissa, I'm Wonder Girl. Shoto, I'm Nightwing, he said, arriving with his new suit. Calder, I'm Aqualad, he would say, arriving. Zachary, I'm Zachary. Thus Steven would begin to guide the group with Spider-Man and the newcomers to the Sanctum Sanctorum, where he proceeded to explain the situation of the young travelers, causing shock and disbelief. Although the least surprised was Spider-Man. The reason, a certain city that he knows with its own theme. Although well more than a multiverse, it simply reflected different timelines. A kind of universe made up of different versions of Spider-Man from countless alternative realities. Tony, wow, are you telling me they come from another world? Steve, and what is it like? Izuku, similar to you. Chala, I would like to know the origin of your powers if it is not a bother. Melissa, I am Melissa of Themyscira and I am an Amazon. This caused surprise and shock in Thor, given that he had a slight knowledge about those warriors who were similar to the Valkyries of Asgard. Thor, so the Greek warriors, I'm a god and I've never seen them in action. Calder, I am Atlantean. That caught their attention. They had memories of a guy named Namor, given a confrontation, but it made Chala frown. Clint, and what are you like over there, fishmen? He would say with grace. Calder, where we come from, my people are allies of the humans, and like the Amazons, we have a representative on the United Nations Council. Natasha, wow, they're advanced. Chala, and they've tried to invade? Calder, only the king's brother tried, but he failed because he attempted a coup and caused a war between the depths and the surface. But we managed to prevent it. Chala, I see. Zachary, I'm next. I'm a homo magi. That's what they scientifically call humans who can use magic. Tony, another great Houdini. Zachary, is the Houdini of your world a magician? Steven, faker actually. Zachary, well, where I come from, guys like David Copperfield, they are real magicians. Spider-Man, the abracadabra. Zachary, woman in a box? They both started laughing at the joke. Natasha, you two are missing. Shoto, I am a normal human without powers, so they can't classify me as a metahuman. Steve, metahuman? Steven refers to the mutants. That amazed them, although it reminded them of several guys. So Janet Van Dyne took the floor. Janet, what about you, strongman? Izuku, he laughed nervously. I'm not human. Steve, are you a mutant or a metahuman? Izuku, no, he. Thor, what are you? Because you are strong. Izuku, well, this one. Melissa, tell them, so they don't start bothering you about the threat. Izuku, my name is Izael and I am a Kryptonian. Tony, Kryptonian? What's that? Natasha would open her eyes as she looked at the green-haired boy, since she had an idea. Natasha, you're not an Earthling, are you? That question left almost everyone baffled, since they were not expecting that question. Izuku, yes, in a few words, I am an alien, more precisely one of the few remaining of my race since my world was destroyed. Tony, do you have anything about your world? Izuku would simply take out a device with a hologram of his mentor's father, Jor-El, where he began to detail the decision to send Kal-El to another world and the explanations of his civilization and culture. Steve, I'm so sorry, son, he would say, placing a hand on his shoulder. Izuku, don't worry, I grew up in my homeland, so I'm more of an Earthling than a Kryptonian. Steven, well, leaving everything clear, it remains to be seen where they will stay because I can't keep them here and they won't stay still, he would say, looking at Izuku. Since defeating Juggernaut made a lot of noise and several guys like General Ross will want the boy locked up for being dangerous. Spider-Man, how about you come with me? Steve, are you sure? Spider-Man, yes. Tony, if the kid needs it, I'll send him a couple of checks, I'd say, handing him a couple, plus it's the least I can do. Spider-Man, thanks, he would say, drinking. Not that he wouldn't accept it, but with 5 more mouths at Aunt May's house, things wouldn't work. So they decided, So Spider-Man would take the group in their hero suits from Strange's mansion, while they began to talk about their adventures on the way to their neighborhood located in New York. They talked about their adventures, their villains, they compared them according to their confrontations, they talked about what New York was like in Spider-Man's eyes, in addition to talking and listening to what a certain Hitler mustache said about Spider-Man, something that angered them, given that they hadn't known him for long and already knew that he was one of the best heroes and the best people. So they followed him until they reached a very homey house, while an elderly woman came out to greet them. "Spider-Man, Aunt, can we come in?" The old woman agreed, since she knew her nephew's secret, and she wasn't a fool, leaving them exposed, talking about various things outside. Spider-Man also informed the woman, who, despite having only 2 rooms available, agreed to take them in until his return. "Woman, let me introduce myself. I'm May Parker, Spider-Man's aunt. Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss May. Melissa, it's a pleasure. Shoto, it's a pleasure. Calder, the pleasure is mine. Zachary, I say the same. Spider-Man, I think I should introduce myself, since I don't know why, but you are trustworthy people, even though you come from another planet," pointing to Izuku, and surprising May, "you live underwater," pointing to Calder, "and you are a warrior goddess," pointing to Melissa, "I am Peter Parker, and I am Spider-Man." "Izuku, I am Izuel, although that is my Kryptonian name. My earthling name is Izuku Kent." "Melissa, I'm Melissa Shield." "Peter, do you happen to have anything to do with the black guy with an eye patch?" "Melissa, no." "Peter, what a relief. I couldn't stand listening to that guy." "Shoto, I'm Shoto Wayne. I would say something happy. I wouldn't say he's a Todoroki, given that his mother forgot hers when she married Endeavor's bastard." "Calder, my name is Calder H.M. "Zachary, and I'm Zachary Zatara." "Peter, well, it would be better to locate them since I want to get to know them better and see what comes out of this." So everyone began to locate themselves in the area that Peter gave them, while on his side he wanted to know more about them, without knowing that a friendship and a strong loyalty arose between the 6 of them, being a base for the origin of something bigger in the future, preventing the death of a friend. A few weeks had passed since the team arrived on Earth 25,689,859, where, despite Dr. Strange's pleas to keep a low profile, the defeat of the Juggernaut had done so. A few days after arriving, and after attending school with Peter at Horizon High, Professor Charles and Strange immediately called the X-Men, a group led by Charles Xavier, made up of mutants, an evolution of a sector of humans, who developed a special power, which curiously, with the world where they come from, the governments have them like animals. This team emerged thanks to the research and support of Charles Xavier, a telepathic mutant who wanted to demonstrate a point in the world where mutants and non-mutants can coexist. The fight against Juggernaut caught their attention, so Charles contacted Strange to see what it was about, and if it was some new mutant to try to help him on his way. The team was greatly surprised to see an Atlantean, an Amazon, a Kryptonian, a human, and a wizard accompanied by the arachnid. Several were disappointed by this fact, but everything was on the verge of going crazy because Scott Summers, alias Cyclops, one of the mutants classified as beta class, mutants who have small flaws that deprive the bearer of full control of their power, wanted to be smart with the green-haired man by making fun of his heat vision. Something that the green-haired man dismissed by using a Spider-Man-style joke about his glasses to keep his power in check. This annoyed the mutant, who attacked him with his lightning bolt, causing some anger in his teammates and a "Well, what can you do?" from a clawed mutant. Izuku emerged from the dust trail without a scratch, which annoyed the mutant, so the green-haired man hit the mutant back, knocking out a tooth. One of the older mutants, a guy with claws, a smoker, and a bad smell, in addition to his terrible temper, didn't tolerate this action, something in self-defense, which unsheathed his claws. Peter wanted to stop the mutant, James Logan, alias Wolverine, from trying to cut the Kryptonian's skin. Simply, the adamantium claws, one of the hardest and most resistant metals in that world, broke when they touched the green-haired man's skin. That surprised everyone except those who knew about the power, which earned the green-haired man a punch to the stomach and a few words from Logan that showed that he earned his respect for it, and without holding a grudge, he left him alone. After that argument, Charles apologized for his boys, something he would later correct, although the claw-wielding one ignored him, and they left. while the others returned to Horizon High to continue a boring day of classes. After that day, they decided to go to Aunt May's house, where the travelers took a liking to the woman. She was very good, responsible, and kind, as well as humble. Added to the fact that she was altruistic, which, along with the late Ben Parker, Peter's uncle, had helped Peter forge the path of morality as Spider-Man, something similar with the Kent family. Accompanying them was Mary Jane, Peter's girlfriend and one of the few who knew his secret, in addition to knowing the boys, serving as their oracle, after Shoto hacked into a couple of Stark Industries and US government systems to access their satellites. For Shoto, it was easy at Stark Industries, just seeing how arrogant and clumsy he is in that field. It was easy to decipher the security code. For at least 2 months they worked stopping villains, and making a name for themselves as a team, the 6 of them, something that Spider-Man's team, who had the shield, saw in amazement. Peter was frank with them from the beginning and spoke about the Ultimates with them, who understood, although they knew that between the 6 the link of a lasting team was formed, more united than the Avengers. Even 2 heroes joined: Iceman, Robert Louis Drake, called Bobby by most of his acquaintances, and Human Torch, Johnny Storm, a member of the Fantastic Four, who wanted to see the powers of the new ones firsthand, in addition to preventing Reed Richards from wanting to experiment on them. After this time, stopping powerful villains, thwarting robberies, and assisting in suicide attempts, something Izuku used to do after his mentor encouraged him to do so. They decided to take a few days off to rest. After all, there were many heroes, so a few short breaks and video games at Aunt May's house wouldn't be bad at all. Except for Peter, who was on a date with Mary Jane, something Izuku viewed with suspicion, given that he thought something was wrong, not because of the couple, but because his instincts were screaming danger, as he felt a relative calm, choosing to listen to them. A teenager named Peter Parker was having a date with his girlfriend Mary Jane, while being spied on by Izuku. Before he was interrupted by the call of a hero, this was Steve Rogers, Peter said goodbye to his girlfriend and left with Captain America. Being followed by the green-haired, New York Oscorp building, a man named Norman Osborn was going to be subjected to experiments by agents of an organization called S.H.I.E.L.D., because he had experimented with his own body to obtain powers and these agents wanted to dissect him. They believed they had a chance to do so because they thought that he had lost his ability to transform, but they were wrong. Norman had lost his mind a long time ago, so he did not think too much about how to escape and simply transformed and killed all the agents who were in front of him. Taking advantage of the place where he was, he went out to look for other criminals with special powers and abilities who were also in that same place. These were Credible and the Hunter, the Sandman, Dr. Octopus, Electro, and Vulture. They stole a ship and escaped from the place. Ignore Mystery. With the Avenger and the Arachnid, Steve and Peter were having a conversation in which the latter assured Peter that he was not a hero yet. He was not a soldier. He lacked a lot because he was not a soldier. He had a lot to learn, and that S.H.I.E.L.D. had asked him to train him. The sermon seemed like it would last a long time, but unfortunately Steve received a message that there were some corrupt agents, and that he should go after them. Steve, seeing that, Peter offered to accompany him, but the captain told him that he would not allow him to go with him because he was still ready for matters like these. Without saying anything else, Steve walked away from the place and Peter decided to follow him despite the orders Steve gave him. Izuku simply frowned at Cap. In the time he was there he had come to respect him, but he saw that he was simply wrong. He was not someone so incredible, he was a simple fly compared to Almight and Superman, Kal-El, so always with the communicator on, so that the whole team could hear. He stayed close without attracting attention, until they began to leave, so cutting off the communication, he would follow the duo to leave. On a bridge, a battle was taking place between the captain and a corrupt S.H.I.E.L.D. team. Spider-Man was near the place, but before arriving he received a call from his girlfriend who had informed him about the villains who managed to escape. He was determined to leave the place and get to where his aunt was. But Melissa's call calmed him down because although he knew what the villains would try to do, his precious people were safe. Elsewhere, right in the center of the city, the villains were gathered trying to organize a plan to finish off once and for all the guy who locked them up. This guy was Peter Parker, Spider-Man. But not all the villains agreed, because Octopus wanted to leave the place. He was grateful to Norman for saving him, but he was fed up with this life of crime. Norman was furious because Octopus refused to follow his orders and attacked him, and soon they started a battle. At first they were evenly matched, but then Norman destroyed Octopus in his monster form. Back in the fight, Peter was about to get into the fight, but he would notice something strange. Near the scene of Cap's fight against the corrupt Shield, he found the Octopus stage totally destroyed, and the civilians around him informed him of what had happened. He could not believe the point to which Norman's madness had reached. He tried to follow the villains but did not find them, so he decided to leave and go help the captain, who was already in the sights of a famous assassin. This was Frank Castle, better known as Punisher. Steve Rogers hadn't realized he was in Frank's sights. If it weren't for Peter and Izuku, he would have died. Unfortunately for Peter, if he saw the bullet but didn't kill him, instead of the bullet hitting him, it would hit something just as hard as steel. Izuku, shouldn't you check the status of your villains? Peter, you weren't playing video games. They both looked at each other and smiled. Both touche. They both really liked each other and got along well. Anyone would say they would be best friends, if not for being separated by several universes of distance, in addition to their personal friendships. In the neighborhood where Peter's aunt's house was located, his two best friends, better known as the Human Torch and Iceman, were walking toward Aunt May's house, since they apparently lived with them. Since they had forgotten their day of video games with their new friends, Johnny also wanted a rematch against the Amazon. Back with Peter and Izuku, they had finished laughing, but realized that Steve Rogers was no longer around. They were angered to know that despite having saved him from certain death, Captain America abandoned him to his fate. He had been a symbol of respect for Peter and for Izuku, but now he had disappointed them enormously, and Izuku completely lost the respect he had for him. Although he did not have much time to think about it because Peter's villains were still free. He saw them flying in the direction of his house, so climbing on Izuku's back they took off following them. At Aunt May's house with the kids with powers, they were about to start the afternoon of video games, but before installing it they had heard the sound of the door being knocked, and went out to see who it was. And those who were knocking on the door were none other than 5 of the 6 villains who had originally escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D., so before the Sandman knocked down the door, a strange chant was heard in the air, and the Sand villain was nullified when he felt a large wave of water fall on him. Electro, what the hell? Norman, does the spider have a new friend? Zachary, it seems that coming to bother you at this hour. You know I have no problem with visitors, the magician would say, revealing himself, but nobody ruins my afternoons with friends. Norman, tell me where the spider is or die. Zachary, and why would you turn in a friend? Electro, die. Throwing a lightning bolt. Zachary, Eturk glazed Nwara am creating a shield around the house. Hunter, an interesting magician. At that point a lasso would grab the hunter and throw him against a car in the area. Melissa, they are strong but they are not warriors. Norman, who are you? The vulture. Who cares going on the attack? Shoto, I don't think so. Little bird going out and hitting the villain, you know. You remind me of one of the many villains from my hometown. Both belong to the elite of assassins, and they fell, so now surrender, he would say, taking out his cane since he decided to go out with his Robin suit. Dr. Octopus would try to attack the dyed bicolor, but would be stopped by Aqualad, who with his Atlantean powers and resources would send him flying. Electro, bastard, throwing a lightning bolt fall at once. Damn it, Aqualad, you're not the only one trained in lightning handling using Atlantean magic and defeating the villain. Electro, how come? I couldn't absorb. Aqualad, you can absorb electricity, but not lightning created from Atlantean magic. Norman, so a sea dweller, huh? Let's see. Johnny, I'm sorry but, Bobby, it's over freezing the goblin's legs. The Human Torch, using his firepower, managed to quickly neutralize Norman and left him unconscious, although he himself was weakened. Electro and Sandman would momentarily recover their powers and knock out Iceman, while the Sandman attacked the magician. Electro wanted to fight Melissa, but the Amazon made it very difficult for him, given that her resistance even to his rays was abysmal, nothing that her Kryptonian cells couldn't help with. It seemed that the fight was evenly matched, but the Vulture, recently recomposed, realized that 2 men were coming to join the battle. When these men arrived, being recognized by everyone, although only one by their villains, Peter took the initiative by attacking the Vulture, blinding him by shooting webs in his eyes, and throwing him against the hunter. When the Vulture and Hunter were neutralized by Peter, he looked at the 3 villains who remained and were busy. He was angry because they had attacked his friends. He would have launched himself against them, if not for observing the distracted villain. He saw the Amazon who was taking advantage of Electro's carelessness, and he ended up knocked out by the Amazon. That Zachary threw another wave of water to disable the Sandman, and Shoto, seeing the Hunter standing up, throwing himself at him, and defeating him as if it were a game. Elsewhere, May and Mary Jane, along with another friend of Peter's, Gwen Stacy, were in a car escaping from the city, but Aunt May was completely sad for having abandoned her nephew, on Melissa's orders. Gwen tried to calm her down, but then May received a call from her neighbor, who informed her what was happening, so she didn't think twice and backed up the car. She wasn't going to abandon the boys after finding out what was happening. In battle, everyone was about to celebrate, especially the civilians who hadn't wanted to evacuate since watching heroes fight was so awesome they weren't going to leave. That frivolity changed when they saw a villain standing up. This guy was Norman Osborn, who had just woken up and was really furious. The giant green goblin attacked the group and Gwen, who was arriving with Mary Jane and May. Fortunately, Peter managed to get May and Gwen out before the blow reached them. After pushing aside his friend and Aunt, Peter was about to charge forward, but Izuku was quicker, taking the fight. A brief battle between the Titans began, the young man of steel versus a goblin on steroids. Izuku managed to knock him down with a single blow, still holding back, but while Peter immediately went to find his friends. Johnny wanted to attack with fire again, but Melissa used the lasso of truth to stop him, because unfortunately, the Human Torch, when he attacked, only ended up giving Norman more power, since he absorbed his fire and made him stronger than before. Still, Izuku stopped Peter from launching himself at a re-emerged green goblin, and despite wanting to fight, the green-haired man wasn't about to let him go to his certain death. The goblin jumped at Spider-Man, but Izuku took a truck and approached. Izuku smiles for me, hitting him with the trailer and sending him into the sky. Izuku would be launched at the goblin with whom he began to battle in midair. The blows went back and forth and the goblin increasingly noticed something. The green-haired boy's blows were stronger than before, which meant one thing: the boy wasn't holding back like before. Suddenly the goblin would grab the green-haired boy by the cape and force him to fall in the neighborhood where they were fighting, causing a small crater. Goblin, you're strong, boy, but I'm only interested in killing the spider. Peter, Norman, killing me won't solve anything. Duende, I'm not doing this for revenge, I just want to see you dead. Izuku, over my dead body, appearing from the side and hitting the goblin with enough force to break the villain's jaw. Norman would be thrown against the truck that Izuku used to hit him the first time, so the green-haired man turned on his heat vision and would make the truck's fuel tank explode to put out the fire with his icy breath, before it is absorbed. As the dust cleared, everyone could see one thing: Norman was detransformed, completely out of action, and bleeding from his wounds. There was no way he could recover. That's when Peter approached him. Peter, why did you do it? He said gratefully. He could tell Norman was alive, but in his long career as a hero, no one cared that much about him. Izuku, I had a bad feeling, and every time I saw you today, it's like I saw you dead. At his hands pointing to the green goblin, call it déjà vu, but I decided to listen to my hunches and instincts and help you. It's something a hero wouldn't do, but a friend would. Aqualad, it's what a team would do. Melissa, since we arrived here, you have helped us. We had to return some of the favor, and even though you don't ask for anything in return, you have become part of us. Zachary, member of this team. Shoto, and among friends we take care of each other. Peter, guys, he would say, surprised. Internally he was happy, very happy, that someone cared about him like that. But while this was happening in that place, in Sancta Sanctorum, Strange was observing several things with the eye of Agamotto, including his future, in which he saw Spider-Man dying at the hands of the Green Goblin. But that vision vanished, and every time he took something to see it, the vision was no longer there. Steven, what happened? Did something change? There are events that can't be changed. But he thought about everything that happened, things he saw that didn't happen the way he saw them, and changed for another future. Whether good or bad, they changed his arrival, he would say, frowning. The universe was altered, something that was supposed to happen did not happen, and the consequences, good or bad, must be faced. but there are those who will not want to accept it, because where there is death there will always be death, perhaps not today, nor tomorrow, but death will come one day. Moving forward in the face of adversity. The halls of the Hero Academy echoed with the shouts of a heated argument, given that more than 3 months ago, the assault on the Shai Hasaikai took place, rescuing Eri. That day, the most necessary quirk in the eyes of many for the fight with villains was lost, one for all, a characteristic quirk of each symbol of peace, during their years of service. Details were not gone into, but Sir Night-Eye was simply very upset. Years and years of depending on said power was the cornerstone of cementing a possible failure of the hero era, given that not many quirks could stand up to All for One. Almight, I told you, it's just a quirk, I won't hold Togata Shonen responsible for it. Sir, and I told you to follow me and give her the gift. I was wrong, now we lost it, but we can use the girl. Almight, no hitting the desk hard. I will not risk the mental health of a traumatized girl to regain someone's power just on your whim. Sir, one for all is the success of the heroes against evil. Without it we lost. Almight, it's time to abandon that power, and do without it. It's had its day. It's time to move forward. Sir, without the OFA we will not win. Almight, there's still hope. Sir, your son, he would say with annoyance, is gone. Accept it, he will not return. Almight, no matter how little hope or possibility there is, I won't stop believing in his return. If that's all you can go, Mirai. Sir, Mirio's ring. Nizu told me about the Lantern Corporations, and since they are not alone in the universe, they are a threat to our way of life. Almight, are you afraid that someone will ruin your perfect world? He would say, very annoyed. They defend innocent borders outside of our world. Mirio Shonen called saying what they did. They save lives, more than what heroes do. Do not disrespect them. Sir, TSK, I will not continue this discussion. I would say already annoyed when you will understand that it is necessary to avoid those powers outside our comfort zone. I would say by retreating. Almight, I'll never understand watching Sir leave, to massage the bridges of his nose come out stain. You've been listening the whole conversation, and you've been telling yourself not to get involved. Stain, I'm surprised he was your partner. Almight, since he had a vision of my death, he has not stopped insisting on preparing a successor. He wanted to choose someone quirkless at my son's suggestion, but Mirai refused. He offered me Togata Shonen. However, with what happened, Stain, he's used to depending on you. As a civilian, your retreat killed us, that's real. But that was a mistake the civilians made, forcing you to carry the world on your back. We forgot you're human. Almight, I know, Stain, I know, but that was also my fault. I didn't instill trust in others, and today I'm talking about new generations. When possibly given my absence, the civilians don't want them. Gamma Training Camp. You can see Aizawa, Cementos, Nizu, Kyoka and the rest of Class 1A who supported Denki to return to UA, Koda, Momo, Bakugo, Kirishima, Uraraka, Tokoemi, Mineta, Tsuyu. Aizawa, ready Kaminari? Seeing his student with a new suit. Kaminari, sure Aizawa-sensei. Nizu, well, young Kaminari, according to science, if a body vibrates at a sufficient speed, it is capable of passing through a solid, so its molecules vibrate. Kaminari, okay, I would say to move at high speed while standing still. Aizawa, go through the wall that Cementos will make. Cement would make the wall and Kaminari would start to put an arm through, earning the blonde's excited looks. So he would finish passing with his body and leg, leaving the left one behind and stopping vibrating before taking it out. Kaminari, eh? Oh, everyone would slap themselves in the face for stupidity. Aizawa, fine, I would say tired. Nizu, there's a reason tests exist, hee. Since waking up from his coma, Kaminari has been showing several irregularities, so Yue has been unable to let him go. His body is vibrating, his quirk has stopped working as it should, and he has also started moving at high speeds at certain times, which has caused Nizu to order shoes suitable for friction. Aizawa, Cementos is preparing the track. Nizu, well, young Kaminari, your suit is completely friction-proof, so you don't have to worry about getting naked when you do it, and Recovery Girl will be monitoring your vital signs and energy consumption from her office. Kaminari, is that because I'm a black hole of snacks? He would say while eating a pizza. Momo, in a nutshell, yes. Kaminari, okay. Aizawa, ready? Receiving a nod from Kaminari out, Kaminari felt something inside him as he suddenly ran down the track, sending his teammates flying if they weren't expecting it. Nizu, recovery girl, what parameters does it show? He would say, speaking through the headset. RG. His vital signs are normal for his speed, although to us it feels like he's skipping a beat. His heart rate levels are showing as if he's in cardiac arrest, but the machine designed by Power Loader shows normal. I'm afraid to say, there's no healthcare system in the world designed for him. Nizu, okay, Cementos? Cement, it's impossible. Midnight, just reached 160 kilometers per hour. Momo, he's faster than Ida, she would say, surprised. Aizawa, for some strange reason, I suspect that's just turtle speed. Okay, Kaminari, you can stop. Kaminari, okay, he would say, breaking, oh shit, I forgot I don't know how to brake. Kyoka, Denki, Kirishima, Kami bro. Kaminari, due to sudden braking, would begin to roll on the test track until he crashed into some metal barrels filled with water. Mineta, friend, are you okay? Kaminari, toy joy. Raising a thumb. RG. Director, he would call through the receiver that blows should have left him fractured. Nizu, we'll take him to the infirmary. RG. It won't be necessary, I would say, observing his parameters. He himself is healing at a high rate. Very high for normal human beings. Nizu, I see. Well, young people, please return to your alliance. We have some matters to see. Students, HAI. Elsewhere at UA, Ibara can be seen accompanied by Koda and Eri plus the Hussycats and Megan, who were spending the day, since Monoma had tried to intimidate the green-haired girl and the albino. But fortunately, Koda reacted to defend her, although it was not necessary, since Ibara can defend herself. Since Eri's rescue, the albino managed to bond very well with the Martian and the green-haired girl, to the point of calling them both Nissan, since she considers them her older sisters. Such was the attachment that when she heard Ibra shout, Shazam, and transform, the albino began to do the same without success, so the green-haired girl came up with something. She had hidden the staff of the wizard Shazam, and he had asked her to complete the thrones of the ancient champions, so by testing the albino, she wasn't missing much. Ibara, ready? Receiving nods from the Hussycats and Megan. Koda? Koda, I'll be fine, he would say, shrugging his shoulders. He had long accepted his Kryptonian side. Ibara, okay, Eri, hold the scepter, making the albina do it now, say my name. Eri, yes, she would say excitedly. Ibara, no, not my name, say the name I say to transform, she would say, alarmed, while Koda laughed, and the others had a drop of anime-style sweat. Eri, ah well, she would say, laughing. Shazam, a lightning bolt would strike, surprising everyone, sending Koda flying, who was slightly levitating, while the Hussycats grew worried and Megan was left surprised. Everyone looked at the raised dust, but little by little, a yellow lightning bolt was seen shining, finally dissipating and revealing a more adolescent Eri as she smiled. Eri, that was amazing. Koda, Linda mumbled, somewhat blushing, well, I think I'll go to the Arctic. Mandalay, take care, okay? Koda, sure, although they're going to send me to the Air Force. Tiger, not all of us attract attention like that. Koda, you need to be more careful. Koda, careful, eh? Would think, drawing a smile. Mandalay, that smile, she would say, scolding him. Koda, you have powers that normal people don't. It's an incredible gift, more incredible than you can imagine, but those people are dangerous, and they won't be afraid to dissect you to study you, no matter that you are a child. Koda, I know, he would say with his head down. I'll be careful, Mom, he would say, hugging her. Well, I'm leaving, jumping and taking off in the air. Use the flight scene and the advice. Mandalay, be careful, son. Pixie Bob, he just called you. Ragdoll, Mom? Mandalay, yes, he did it, he would say very happily. With Koda, the black-haired man was flying over Japan at supersonic speed, enjoying the pleasure of flying. There was just one problem. Flying at that speed attracted attention, since a fighter jet was approaching. Koda, now what do these idiots want? I would say, to evade the plane. I am more maneuverable now. Koda would then see the plane returning behind him, while the boy began to get impatient, until an idea occurred to him. So he smiled, stuck out his middle finger to the pilot while hiding his face, and rose vertically, while being followed until passing several thousand meters. Koda, come on, Koda, if Izuku and Isan could do it, you can too, he would say, rising in the air until leaving the atmosphere. Where he would say, looking at the panorama, the light of the sun is so beautiful, he would say, closing his eyes. Mirio, hello, he would say, returning to the planet. Koda, Mirio senpai? What are you doing here? Mirio, I was away for 2 weeks and you already escaped into space. He would say mockingly. Koda, I wanted to leave you Mirio, another argument, right? He would say seriously, it wasn't normal that whenever All Might and Sir got together there was an argument. Koda, among other things I would say with a pink tint. Mirio, oh so a girl, well, anyway, I'll ask you later. I have to go to UA since I investigated the visitors. Take care I would say to return to the planet. Koda, sure I'd say heading to the Arctic. At UA, Mirio was returning after 2 weeks in OA, the base planet of the Green Lantern Corporation. He had been participating in a rescue mission on a planet in Sector 3115, where his star was about to go supernova, having to carry out a massive evacuation of the planet, which with the support of several lanterns could be achieved in time, without regretting any lost lives. To his surprise, All Might, Nizu, and David Shield were waiting for him. One of the members who arrived months ago, after Megan woke up, was about to open his eyes, so they wanted all the news. After greeting each other, they decided to head to the Omega Gym, where they guard the ship, while Mirio, just in case, performed a scan with his ring. Mirio, 2's vital signs are fine. One of them being a biological and technological binary is difficult to say at that a capsule makes an opening noise. Nizu, looks like someone's coming out. David, come back. All Might, you can leave that area. Megan, they called me, she would say, appearing. Oh, someone will come out, how exciting, she would say upon realizing the situation. When the capsule opened, an android-like boy with several power cores emerged. His skin was green, his suit purple and violet, and some sort of blonde hair could be seen, along with violet eyes. Mirio, wow, a Kaluan. Boy, can you understand me? Mirio, how quickly did you learn our language? He would say, surprised. Boy, when we passed lunar orbit I went online to their satellite network, linking to it to learn all about their world. All Might, it seems to have worked. Megan, Brainy, are you okay? She would say, hugging the boy. Brainy, I'm calm, she would say, returning the hug. Mirio, you're weird, I thought the Kaluans were connected to a communal hive mind. Brainy, about that, my planet Kalu, for having that hive mentality, ended up falling at the hands of our destroyer. Mirio, wow, I heard about it, but we don't have data. They were from the most advanced worlds, and that's even though they are 85% machine and the remaining 15% are organic. Brainy, he thanks, I would say something weird. My name is Brainiac 5. It's a pleasure. All Might, the pleasure is mine. Shonen, I am All Might. Nizu, could you tell us about your planet? David, since it is rare for someone to have achieved such a high combination in a hybridization of technology and biology. Brainiac 5. Sure, he would say, smiling, we are a race of very advanced cybernetic beings that function as a hive mind, collective. In my case, before being connected, I decided to think as an individual. I would not tolerate being told what to do or what to think, and since we do not have deities that regulate us, since we had the necessary weapons to kill deities that wanted to impose themselves on our people, our decision to take the hive mind was the most logical option that many found. David, I see. It's a very sad existence. Brainiac 5, that's why I escaped, since before doing so I had to purge a vestige of an ancestor from my system. Mirio, are you connected to Brainiac 1.0 right now? Brainiac 5, I only know that he is my ancestor, and for that reason I decided to purge all traces of his programming. After that I escaped and wandered until I reached Mars, then I found out that Kala was destroyed. Nizu, I see, in that case we should settle you in. It would be unkind of us to invite you. Brainiac 5, thank you. Megan, come, you're going to love it, she would say excitedly, taking the bioandroid. Mirio, it's somewhat energetic. Nizu, according to his records he is 40 Earth years old, which in Martian terms would be equivalent to a 15 to 16-year-old teenager. Mirio, well, that's something. By the way, what's going on? I heard something in Tartaros. All Might, AFO's unexplained petrification. We're investigating that, but we have no information on any villain with that quirk. We even investigated other races and nothing. Mirio, but knowing that Shiozaki-san has powers related to magic, wouldn't there be mystical answers or something? David, we tried. We got to the mythological with the Gorgon, Medusa, but most scientists dismiss it as a fairy tale, and without evidence to support it, there is nothing. Mirio, I see, and I can't investigate since they are watching me. All Might, don't worry, we'll figure it out. You are me and I am you. Earth 25,698,859. After the battle against the Sinister Six, days passed. In a long time, Peter felt like he had a place to belong, a group, a team, a family. A slight clash with the Fantastic Four wasn't necessary, thanks to that idiot Reed Richards, aka Mr. Fantastic. The Rubber Man wanted to investigate and dissect Izuku and Melissa because they were weird, an alien and an Amazon. It would be interesting to investigate for science, according to him. Izuku simply used his icy breath against him, and Melissa used the lasso of truth, getting Susan Storm, aka Invisible Woman, his wife, to separate from him and their children, since she revealed things the guys shouldn't have. Johnny knew there was something more and asked Melissa to use the lasso on her, revealing many things that, according to her, shouldn't have been revealed. Among the things that were revealed was calling her children who were left in shock a mistake, added to the fact that she was very hurt after an event caused by the mutant villain, Magneto. Magneto declared war on humanity, and using a strange machine, changed the poles of the planet, causing endless climatic catastrophes and killing many. Susan was wounded and fell into a coma, but Reed, being part of the teams that fought in that battle, could not stay to take care of her while the world collapsed, so he went out to save the world. This led to the death of Susan's father, and since they had 2 children in common, Reed wanted to propose to her days after the girl's father's funeral, but she was furious with him for going to save the world instead of staying with her, so she broke up with Reed, leaving nothing more than a relationship for her children, which she had just broken up that day. If the war against Magneto didn't break the group, it did, making Johnny choose Peter as a hero partner, and the kids chose the Arachnid, given that he had been more of an uncle, father and older brother to him, than Susan and Reed. When Susan realized what she said, she wanted to mend their relationship, but she did a lot of damage and she should repair the relationship, something that Melissa helped, making her speak from the heart with the lasso, making the kids accept her apologies. But the trust was broken, it took a lot to mend it. On the other hand, Nick Fury, leader of the SHIELD service, the approved system of intelligence, espionage, logistics, and defense, commonly abbreviated by its acronym in English SHIELD, is an extragovernmental military intelligence and counterterrorism agency of the United States, in charge of maintaining global security, wanted to encourage travelers to stay, and arguing that they could be helpful given their abilities, and the affection of the Richards brothers, the leader of SHIELD, wanted to make them stay, but the answer was simple. We have a home to return to, although with Spider-Man, we will be in touch if you need help. Those words reassured the director somewhat, but not much. On behalf of the Avengers, Thor mingled very animatedly with everyone, inviting them to drink, and since some were older, and mostly men, they wanted to go, but Melissa simply looked at them, denoting that she was the one in charge, making them give up on the idea. The relationship with the others was very curt, since Clint Barton, Hawkeye, was a jerk like Hank Pym, Ant-Man, who was similar to Reed. Chala, it was more of a formality since he was the king of his country, so there wasn't much dialogue. With Janet, Wasp, a greeting and nothing more, since they didn't interact much with them, and with Hulk, well, the Green Man wanted to crush the green-haired man, but he defended himself and knocked him out with a well-placed blow. Hulk is strong, no one denied it, but by hitting like a fool, openings and exposures of certain points are generated, which the green-haired man took advantage of to hit him. Among the heroes who got along well, as with Spider-Man, was Danny Rand, known as Iron Fist, a martial arts master from Kunlun. He is very wise and methodical, and likes to meditate and make thoughtful comments whenever he feels it is appropriate, despite his age, which earned him the title of ally and friend. Strange, for his part, was already having enough, given that his arrival had already altered his universe a lot, so when the device was ready, he let them know. The job of the Sorcerer Supreme is none other than to maintain the balance of the universe. Even if he must take drastic measures, he must do it, and the 5 with their arrival have already altered a lot, such as the fated death of Spider-Man when fighting against the Sinister Six, an event avoided by the boys. It's not that it's wrong to avoid it, but he undid many visions that had to happen in his world, so that it could follow its course, as he saw in the eye of Agamotto, that is, using the Infinity Stone of Time. Holy of Holies. We can see Thor, Spider-Man, the Richards children, Iron Fist and Doctor Strange, along with Kate Bishop, who a few minutes ago stole a kiss from the two-tone tie-dye. Izuku. Well, he would say dressed in his civilian suit it was a good time. Melissa. And a great adventure. Calder. It was a unique experience. Zachary. It was amazing, but we have to go. Peter. Don't worry, they'll come back when we need help. Thor. All 5 are worthy warriors. I hope to see them someday, as Spider-Man said. Iron Fist. You have a lot to fight for. I wish you the best of luck. Richard. You really have to go. Valeria. Really? Both children were on the verge of tears. Izuku. Hey, don't be sad. Melissa. We'll see you again. Shoto. Until then, you must take care of Peter. Peter. I'm offended that you think that about me, he would say with grace and feigned pain. Stephen. Well, they've taken their time. Calder. It's true. Zachary. We'll see you another time. Izuku would activate the device, disappearing in front of everyone, along with his friends, leaving Strange somewhat relieved, and the others somewhat saddened by the departure of their friends. Minute 3.16, or 378.859.654, UA Academy. The first day of the newly confirmed Class 1A hero aspirants was taking place at the Academy. They were undergoing their tests to determine whether they would stay or leave, given that Aizawa, through a Shidomina, was threatening all the students that the last one would be expelled. Among all the students there was one who, given the lack of use of his gift, was left last, until in the final test he surprised everyone, demonstrating his quirk, the gift transferred by his sensei and mentor, Almight, one for all. Aizawa was sending the students back to the classroom, while speaking a few words to Almight, when suddenly, the UA alarms would activate, alerting the students who were beginning to stay still, when suddenly, some silhouettes began to form in front of everyone. First minutes. Everyone, seeing the figures that were forming, began to be in complete shock, especially All Might and Deku, because in front of them was an Izuku a little older than them, wearing glasses and of course other people they knew very well. Aizawa. Students, I would say, in a defensive stance. Izuku. He looks like Aizawa-sensei from our dimension. All dimension. Deku. Wait, are you me? Izuku. Of course I'm you. Shoto. And you are me, looking at his counterpart. All Might. Me Melissa? Melissa. It's good to see you, Uncle Might. Bakugo. Another Deku. Izuku. Wow. I didn't expect to see Katsuki Bakugo being so arrogant. Shoto. Ours was similar. Deku. How do you get along with him? Izuku. It's complicated. I grew up in another country with my godfather, given some issues. All Might. How complicated? Izuku. How complicated it is for my godfather, the symbol of peace, leaving everyone in shock to take care of me as my father. Deku. And what happened to Mom? Izuku's gaze darkened and the adults immediately caught on. Izuku. Mom, Inko Midoriya along with Dad, were killed by Muscular. Mom was in front of me, when they were going to see my quirk. Deku. I see, he would say sadly. Izuku. Don't be discouraged. I promised my mom that I would be a hero to prevent anyone else from going through the same thing, and thanks to my dad, well, All Might, I'm achieving it even though I was away from my land for a long time. Denki. Wow, can someone explain to me what happened? Why are there 2 Midoriyas and 2 Todorokis? Shoto. Wayne. Todoroki. What? Shoto. My last name is Wayne. I have nothing to do with Enji Todoroki, alias Endeavor, other than my blood. Momo. But he is. Melissa. Don't add any more gasoline to the fire. Aizawa. Can you tell us who they are? Calder. I am Calder Ahm. I am from Atlantis. Momo. But that's a myth. Calder. Just because they can't find her in this land doesn't mean she's not real and is a myth. Mineta. So you can breathe underwater? I would ask, hoping he's a pervert. Calder. That's the least we do, he would say seriously. Izuku and Shoto told him firsthand what Paluva is. Ida. Don't ask those questions, Mineta-kun, he would say, moving his hands. At that moment the atmosphere became tense. Aizawa. What's up? Izuku. Ida, I would say seriously. Shoto. Stop taking out a green stone. Izuku. Kick, he would say, falling and feeling pain. Aizawa. Director, watching the mouse bear dog arrive. Nizu. So from another land, young people. That explains why there are 2 young Midoriyas. Bakugo. Do you believe him? He would say, grumbling. All Might. Why don't they tell us the story? So for a while, they narrated everything about their world, how they went to another land, living adventures as assistants to real heroes, with a very different perspective from the students and teachers. until they reached the point where they did, leaving out many details. But what angered Ida was the actions of his counterpart. He would never do that. Deku, that means you have a quirk, he would say excitedly. Izuku, not at all. My biology doesn't allow me to have a quirk. Bakugo, ha, not even in other lands do you stop being a Deku. Izuku, why would I need a weak ability? He would say, rising. Nizu, what exactly are you? Melissa, he's not even human to begin with. Mina, are you an alien? Izuku, yes, in a few words. All Might, what can you do, Shonen? I would say something serious. Shoto, the question would be what can he do? Zachary, I can do more, after all I am a magician. Nizu magic? Momo, but that's a story. Zachary, oh yeah, he would say, pointing his hand at a tree. Edra, the tree after those words began to burn. Shoto, not bad. Todoroki, and you? Shoto, let's say that in a camp I lost my quirk, thanks to there being a traitor. Izuku, and they captured me while I was in front of the #1 villain who wanted to steal my power. But he couldn't, except that he stole my blood. But I'm grateful that my DNA is more perishable, unlike human DNA. Todoroki, did you use the old man's quirk? I would say seriously. Shoto, let's say that because my best friend, pointing to the older green-haired man, and gaining some jealousy from a Muslim, I understood that I should not be a prisoner of my blood, and I used it until I lost my gift. But that doesn't stop me. Aizawa, are you a hero knowing the dangers? Shoto, I have many villains trapped under my belt and without a quirk. The quirk is simply a tool. It doesn't define whether or not you have a quirk to be a hero. Look at the example. I am one of the few who subdues Izuku, and he is not even human. All Might, I see, he would say something thoughtful, given that he said no to young Midoriya before giving him the OFA. And you, Melissa? Melissa, I am Melissa of Themyscira. I am an Amazon. Nizu, like those mythical warriors? Melissa, it's a bit complicated to answer, but I'm still David Shield's daughter. But with what happened, well, let's say I earned the right to be a Aizawa. Okay, go to the classroom, and you guys will see what to do, since I don't believe everything. All Might, me too, but we have to do something. Nizu, they have the device. Shoto, yes, extending the device in front of everyone. Unfortunately, we have to recharge it to use it, so we have a while to be here. Nizu, I see, he would say thoughtfully, why don't you join the class and narrate your missions and show what you want to do? The tests are more than enough, so. Shoto, I guess we have no choice. The class would leave while Izuku, Deku, and All Might stayed. Izuku, did you give it to him? All Might, you know about that? Izuku, yes, besides that I understand how to use it, and I could help you, little me. Deku, really? He would say, smiling. All Might, that relieves a bit deflating. Izuku, you must stop imitating him, if you want to advance. Deku, huh? All Might, listen to him. Shoto, so it was true, he would say, arriving. All Might, eh? Izuku, he knows it, and will be of support to help you improve your handling of One for All. All Might, out of curiosity, who has it in your country? Izuku, I think Togata-senpai. I haven't spoken to him until now. I can only tell you that because of raising me, your relationship with Sir is too deteriorated. All Might, I see. Deku, can you tell me your abilities? He would say excitedly with his notebook. Izuku, I think I could. Teaching experiences USJ again. Izuku had retired with Deku to talk about what the younger green-haired boy was doing. After all, he used to have that fascination, which he lost as he matured. That made the younger green-haired boy think about what was happening, but nothing that Izuku, accompanied by Shoto, wouldn't improve. Given the green-haired boy's analytical skills, it's a matter of time before he's taught to defocus that attention on seeing quirks and writing about them, and bring the analysis to real-life practice. At the end of class time, Izuku along with All Might and Deku headed to the Midoriya residence. After all, they had to locate the newcomers, being Shoto and Melissa, hosted by All Might, since Melissa had her counterpart who was on island, and it would be crazy to see her, while Shoto did not want to even look at Endeavor, although he knew that sooner or later he would have to see the flame. Upon arriving at the Midoriya residence, Izuku was dressed as always, being the nice and nerdy Izuku Kent, surprising the younger green-haired boy. But he had an idea. They were greeted by Inko Midoriya, who was surprised to see two Izukus. All Might informed the woman, so despite the surprise she simply hugged her son. Her mother's instinct told her what to do, and she did. Izuku hugged his mother because it had been a long time since he had done so. He wanted not to break down, but not doing it was difficult. After the words of comfort and Katsudon to live together between them, Deku shared a room with Izuku, surprising him with how geeky he was. Izuku left that obsession at age 10, although that was not the important thing, it was simply something strange. The next day, at UA, everyone was gathered. Almight was going to teach his class. He had thought of giving 1-versus-1 confrontations, but the travelers stopped him. It was too early to give them something like that. None of them would know how to operate. So nodding, Almight thought, why not let them talk from their experiences? For that reason he invited them to go with their hero suits. Room 1A. Everyone was sitting waiting for their teacher's class when they heard a loud laugh and a somewhat strange hero entered the room with total retardation. It's Almight. Kirishima. I heard I would be a teacher. Tsuyu. It's her Silver Age Karo outfit. Almight. Shonens, calm down please, he would say, laughing. I know you want to see a class given by me. But what better idea than for them to tell you about their first-hand experience, he would say, mentioning the entrance, generating amazement. Melissa. Hello everyone again. Kaminari. Mineta. Did you see that suit? He would say, smiling. Mineta. YSSSSSS, he would say with a perverted face. Kyoka. Shut up, burying their jacks, you pair of perverts. Shoto. They make a lot of noise, don't you think? Entering with his Robin suit. Todoroki. Interesting. Bakugo. It's just an extra like the half and half. Deku. His suit is incredible, but starting to mutter, why would he wear a mask? Wouldn't he want his identity to be known? Uraraka. Deku-kun, she would say, touching the mentioned one. Deku. Sorry, it's a habit. Izuku. It's normal, ha ha ha, he would say nervously, and entering, leaving everyone surprised, since he was wearing the Superboy suit. Momo. Amazing, he looks like All Might. All Might. Shonens look amazing. Bakugo. Don't you need glasses? He would say mockingly. Izuku. No, I don't really need them, they're just theater. Shoto. A hero's identity is his most prized possession. Aizawa was hidden, watching everything and listening to everything. He wanted to see what they thought. Mina. But why? Aren't they supposed to keep you from being recognized that way? Melissa. There's more than recognition, fame, or women/men, depending on the case. Izuku. But being heroes means putting a target on their heads and their families. Shoto. This is why they must protect their given names and use alter egos to prevent their loved ones from suffering. Mineta. But how will we become known? Tsuyu. I have my doubts, but what was said is true, Karo. Kyoka. It's true. Calder. Think of it this way. All Might. Do you know his civilian name? All no. Shoto. That's a good way to illustrate it. All Might, despite being the symbol of peace, if he published the name of that man behind the suit, he would target his loved ones. Melissa. You in particular will experience it firsthand with the sports festival. If it is already bad for a hero to have enemies, you as aspirants, by becoming publicly known with the festival, is synonymous with your families being marked. Zachary. Since not only civilians or heroes see the festival, but also villains, giving them their civilian name, a glimpse of their powers or abilities, which will be used against them. By this point All Might and Aizawa were blank. They didn't know what to say to refute it. Their points were too solid and several were already doubting the situation. Melissa. But that's enough of talking about points you should consider. It's time for you to ask, since when we arrived and met you wanted to know about our ability, and if we are heroes, our actions. Hagakure. It's true. Momo. I want to ask something. Have you acted without a license? Ida. But what are you saying, Yayorozu? It's obvious that they haven't done it. Shoto. We don't need that stupidity, he said directly, surprising everyone. Ida. But that's vigilantism and it's illegal, he would say, moving his hands like a robot. Uraraka. How they do it. Izuku. Where we come from, there are no licenses that regulate heroes. Those words surprised even more. Being a hero is not a profession, it is a vocation. Melissa. And those adult heroes who see potential in children, teenagers and young people, decide to take them under their wing. Aizawa. But that would be wrong, they would have no preparation. Izuku. And who decides that? He asked rhetorically. We come from a world similar to yours, a carbon copy of yours in fact. We studied at UA and due to an issue with villains we ended up meeting our mentors in another universe. Shoto. It opened our minds to what it truly means to be heroes. Calder. No one determines potential or lack thereof. Melissa. Posing in suits, making money, and having a license don't make us heroes, our actions do. Izuku. Saving lives makes us heroes, Fighting villains is just a job exchange, because the first thing we are here for as heroes is to save lives. Bakugo, TSK, what a stupid thing. I bet you'd save a suicidal person. Deku, is that possible? Aizawa, it depends. Izuku, I did it. A girl named Amelia Brown, 14 years old and had cancer. She couldn't stand her treatments anymore. She suffered a lot. She wanted to end her life and avoid her suffering so as not to cause more problems for her parents. She wanted to jump off the roof of the hospital. Ida, what did you do to help her? He asked. Kirishima. Here they would try to buy time and wait for a person with a suitable quirk. Melissa, that sounds stupid. You're a hero, so you have to act. Getting out of disadvantageous situations is something that true heroes do. Todoroki, what happened to the girl? Izuku, it was one of the most important lessons my mentor gave me, so I talked to her, tried to understand her, and even though she considered herself a loser, to me she was a heroine for fighting something as hard as a terminal illness. I convinced her not to throw herself away, to think about how it would affect her loved ones. After that she hugged me for saving her. 2 months later I found out that she managed to overcome cancer, and I accompanied her in her celebration. Kirishima, sniff sniff, that's so manly, you're a real man. Deku, that's amazing, he would say excitedly. Bakugo, how stupid, as far as I know, heroes fight against villains and nothing more, he would say annoyed. Shoto, and tell me, how do villains emerge? Bakugo, they are easily born villains. At those words many were saying the same thing. Ida, Yayorozu, Hagakure, Ashido, Ojiro, Sato, wanted to affirm it. Melissa, wrong, villains like heroes are created. Ida, I'm sorry to disagree, but that's not the case. If you're born with a villain quirk, you'll be a villain. Izuku, in that case, let me tell you that with that thought you will never be a hero that caught everyone's attention. It only takes one bad day for someone to take the step towards the opposite side of good. Shoto, you just have to look beyond. The villain is not only the one who steals, kills, rapes, abuses or destroys. We can all be villains, since we all have darkness. Tokoyami, that's very deep. Kaminari, yes. Melissa, we just have to look at society. The villains hide in plain sight, often disguised as good Samaritans. Deku, but how? Izuku, occupying positions of power, seeing themselves as simple benefactors of society. Calder, using positions of important power. Zachary, we magicians deal with mystical matters, but we help with problems on the physical plane. Almight, in view of that, I want to ask something, and I will do it in front of everyone. How do villains originate? Bakugo, well, easy, they are born being. Todoroki, why the question, he would murmur thoughtfully. Ida, if you are born with a villain quirk, you are a villain, he would say while moving his arms. Tsuyu, I don't think that's true, Karo. These and more thoughts were the voices and opinions given by several, saving a few since Deku did not speak along with Todoroki, since they were thoughtful, and Kirishima was not speaking. Izuku, what a sad thought, he would say, to be seen by everyone. Shoto, with that thought. Calder, in that case, they wouldn't have the potential to be heroes, he would say rudely. Those words made even All Might and Aizawa widen their eyes in shock, as even the students' hearts stopped. Bakugo, who do you think you are to tell me that extra? Calder, someone who has already experienced what it is like to be a hero, and knows what villains are like. Deku, what is your thought, other self? Izuku, just as their thoughts dictate, heroes are created, the same happens with villains. Everyone listened attentively. Izuku, civilians are the ones who create them most of the time. Aizawa, how do you know? He would say very seriously. Izuku, who determines what quirk is a hero quirk, what quirk is useless, or what quirk is a villain quirk, and if you are Mukosei, are you useless? He answered his doubt with a question. All Might, society, Shoto, indeed, bullying, discrimination, are all factors that cause those with weak wills to bend and succumb to darkness. Calder, likewise, not all villains are created like that, as many others are born to be so. It all depends on their motivations, plans, and desires. Zachary, most villains have big goals, and as far as I know, they only have one that has that classification. Aizawa, how? I've seen beings that steal and murder, those are. Melissa, they are no more than criminals, murderers or rapists. Every crime has its perpetrator, but there is only one villain in this world, and he is the only one who could fight on par with All Might. All Might, all for one, he whispered in surprise. Izuku, anyway, I think we should leave the theoretical and go to the practical. Melissa, we're going to Beta City. Put on your hero suits, making Almight press a button. Ground Beta. The students were gathered in the fake city of UA, where thanks to Izuku and the others they would carry out an activity, a training, one that would truly turn things upside down, since in just a few days, Calder, Zachary, Shoto, Izuku and Melissa were already breaking their schemes. Shoto, do you think it will take long? Melissa, I don't think so, although there would only be a hairy one that would slow them down. Izuku, they're here, he would say, listening to footsteps from the room. Almight, they say the suit doesn't make the hero, but you guys look amazing. Calder, I know you'll be adapting to this, but Melissa, so you shouldn't leave, class has started. Zachary, we'll divide them into groups, where we'll teach them everything our mentors taught us. Shoto, so I'll take little Izuku and Kaminari. Deku, yes. Kaminari, I'm coming. Melissa, I'll take Momo, Uraraka and Jiro. Izuku, I'll take Bakugo, Kirishima and Todoroki. Calder, well, that leaves the rest of us. Zachary, it looks like it, my friend. With Shoto, the aforementioned was standing in front of the two he would take that day, since it was necessary for them to learn not to rely on their quirks, at least until they controlled them enough. Shoto, well, combat is about controlling the conflict, fighting on your terms. You have to act and never react. I'll need a volunteer. Kaminari, I'll teach you my moves. Shoto would get into a fighting stance and Kaminari would try to use his lightning, but with 2 jabs to the face and a takedown he would end up on the ground. Deku, amazing. Everyone was starting their training and they would see Kaminari on the ground surprised. They didn't think that a Quirkless could subdue someone, especially All Might and Aizawa. Shoto, nice try, but can someone tell me what I did wrong? Jiro, he tried to impress the teacher and was rejected, he would say mockingly. Shoto, he allowed me to dictate the terms of. Bakugo, please, with my quirk I'm a better prospect for a hero. I'm valuable on my own. This is garbage, he would say, leaving, but before Aizawa looked at him. Shoto, try it. Bakugo, what? Are you provoking me, you useless bastard? He would say, approaching with an explosion. Shoto waited for the Muslim to throw his arm to hit him with the explosion, but without the Muslim having time to react, he was grabbed and thrown to the ground as Shoto used his own push. Kirishima, amazing. Mina, amazing. Deku, should I have trained since I was a child instead of letting myself be carried away by what others said? He asked himself mentally, lowering his head. All this time, and he could have been a hero if he trained, instead of waiting for All Might to make him his successor. Izuku saw this and placed his hand on Deku's shoulder, smiling at him. Since he shouldn't think that, he should think about the here and now. Bakugo would get up furious looking at the dyed bicolor. Shoto, you're angry, that may be good, but don't react. Channel that anger into Bakugo, shine. Throwing himself to give him an explosion. Who thought that Quirkless could surpass him? Shoto would jump with great agility, landing on his hands on Bakugo's back and pushing off again to land on the ground in a crouch and sweep Bakugo's feet, making him fall to the ashen-haired boy. Bakugo, it's over, he would say, very upset. I'm done, he would say, leaving. Aizawa, Bakugo would say with his quirk active and throwing off his bandages. Izuku, leave it to me, he would say to go after him, leaving Kirishima and Todoroki with Shoto. Thus began the hero training, which included training in quirk enhancements, combat, and strategy development, as well as teaching them that if they must break the law to save more people, something Aizawa made him want to stop them, they should do so. A good hero doesn't adhere to rules that limit their ability to continue saving lives. Rather, if they must break them, they do so for the greater good. Although those trainings were strong, they were not the only ones, since they began to instill in them several things, such as taking care of civilians, since they used Spider-Man and his situation with New York as an example, especially with a confrontation where they saved the arachnid from falling before the Green Goblin before he attacked with the Sinister Six. This was something that civilians like, something they love more than a hero is to see a hero fall and die in a feat, in addition to complementing it with a phrase from one of Batman's enemies, something that Shoto knew very well: you die a hero, or you live long enough to become a villain. Both phrases marked everyone, including Bakugo, who returned after speaking to Izuku for a few words. For 2 weeks they trained arduously, cancelling, on Nisa's orders, the other classes for Class 1A and 1B, who joined the training with the visitors. There were many improvements, especially Deku's, who could use his quirk at 10%. He was also immersed in hand-to-hand combat in Aikido, Karate, judo, and boxing, along with acrobatics. In addition to implementing staffs and improving his analytical skills, he began to develop a mastery in investigation, given that it awakened a detective side, in addition to using gadgets. Monoma, Todoroki, Kurishima, Tetsu were the next in improvements, since the hand-to-hand training, and with the addition of adding the quirks to the fight helped them improve and not depend on them. The girls also improved with the help of Aqualad and Melissa, while the ranged attackers with Zachary implemented improvements. Of course this helped them, but All Might saw that something could happen, since the trainers strayed far from the rules. Of course he didn't care. But he was worried, since the consequences are usually not very pleasant with the Hero Commission. Time skipped 2 months. It's been 60 days since their arrival. Their device was half battery, so they should wait. Plus the training started to be generic, making everyone have ranged attacks, melee attacks, and support for their teammates, since this would serve to go against the status quo of waiting for the hero with the quirk most adaptable to the situation, something that made the heroes look bad, since it did nothing but show them as ineffective. As well as implementing the idea of working in 2 worlds, the heroic and the civilian, ignoring the comments that the latter could make, where both classes could see and hear firsthand with the actions of All Might, since after he left, people showed their ungrateful tint. That really angered them, but it encouraged them to improve and not get carried away by words. Both classes are currently housed in a facility within the UA, the Simulation Unit for Unexpected Events USJ. Shoto, well, here again. Izuku, don't even mention it, I still have the memories of our time in USJ. Aizawa, so you did this in your world. Shoto, except we were attacked by villains. Aizawa and 13, what? Izuku, don't worry, it could happen or it could not. The multiverse is really confusing. Melissa, whatever. Calder, it is advisable to allow students to fight if they are attacked. 13. But they are minors, they cannot. Zachary, they won't be able to protect you forever. So think of it as an assessment of your ability to react to a non-simulated situation. I'd say relaxed. USJ, 2 equals. Class 1A along with their new teachers were listening to a small discussion between the 13 of them and Aizawa. Given the fact that the adults were not willing to allow the young people to risk fighting if something happens, while Melissa, Izuku, Shoto, Aqualad and Zachary looked at them as nothing more than overprotective, they knew that it was okay to protect, but everything had a limit and they went over it by not allowing them. Wanting to be heroes, to experience situations close to reality. Instead, only simulations and theoretical questions on the subject, while they must take care of everything around them, which would end up costing innocent lives. They understood that taking care of buildings and other structures and vehicles was something that was going to hurt those who paid for them, but a life? They made them protect structures more than the lives of people. A structure can be repaired again. A life is lost and does not return. The group decided to leave the conversations aside, although the roses were there for their ideals. Only Jiro and Izuku for being close heard that talk. Internally they were nervous. But Izuku trained 2 months with a Robin and trained his strategic and analytical ability with his other self, so he was with greater confidence in his abilities. The heroine 13, for her part, decided to give a talk about the danger of using her abilities, something that was unnecessary, since it was common sense. Powers used without a personal limitation can cause. The older green-haired man knew it perfectly well, since he had to hold Metropolis alone, while Superman held back the sky, since Atlas wanted to go to his daughter's wedding. As 13 finished his remarks, the students applauded, while Ida, in his robot mode, performed a somewhat exaggerated applause, something the visitors saw with beads of sweat running down their necks. After the applause ended, they proceeded to enter the USJ, taking in everything inside, as it was set up to simulate various scenarios, fires, collapses, shipwrecks, etc., which amazed all the students. Kirishima, Suga, Kaminari. It looks like the studios of a film production company. Uraraka, UA has so much money. Deku, you guys were surprised like that? Izuku, how do you have no idea, little me? At that the lights began to flicker. Shoto, it seems that this event will be repeated. Izuku, team calling Zachary and Aqualad ready for the fight. Aqualad, we follow you. Aizawa, of course not. You'll stay here. Noticing that a portal opened and the lights stopped working. Numerous villains would begin to emerge from the portal, while several began to call the attention of those who arrived. Aqualad, So that's a Nomi getting the attention of Aizawa. And 13. Izuku. Yes, an artificial humanoid created to defeat All Might. Mañana, we're going to die, he would say, trembling with fear. Melissa, those are recognizing several villains. Wow, I didn't think I'd see an Amazon, a woman would say, increasing in size. 13. Do you know her? Aizawa. Speak, I would say seriously. Melissa, giantess, what are you doing here? Giganta. It's not personal, little Amazon, she would say, hitting Melissa and sending her flying, or rather, yes it is. You and Diana have beaten me several times, but unlike before, you're alone, she would say, addressing her. Aizawa. I can't erase his quirk, I would say seriously. Shoto. If you keep thinking with the quirk mentality, you will lose this fight, I would say, throwing explosive batarangs. Aizawa. What do you mean? He would say very seriously, since he disobeyed him to act. Shoto. Giganta has no quirk, she can increase her size, similar to Mount Lady. Her name is Dr. Doris Sewell. She suffered from a deadly disease when she carried out a failed experiment to transfer her mind to the body of Melissa's mentor. However, she had to be later put in the body of a circus artist nicknamed Giganta, with the side effect of now being able to increase in size at will. 13. That is, an experiment that went wrong, he would say while Aizawa threw himself at the villains. Zachary. There are many more powers with very diverse origins. Aqualad. Simply put, as long as they keep thinking with a quirk-oriented mindset, they'll lose the fight, I'd say, to take out their Atlantean magic weapons. With Aizawa, he had launched himself against several villains while they mocked him. But as they attacked and tried to use their quirks, they were left defenseless. So using his ribbons, the Eraser hero did his job by leaving them out of combat. Trusting in his quirk, Aizawa wanted to fight against a guy with the mutation-type quirk, but since he couldn't erase that quirk, he simply wanted to appeal to his training in fighting styles. Villain. This is as far as you go, Eraserhead. Shoto. I don't think so, he would say, throwing his batarangs. The batarangs would make the villain retreat under the serious gaze of Aizawa, who was ready to reprimand his student's counterpart. But, Shoto, my mentor is more intimidating than you, so don't bother yourself, he would say without looking at him, while trying to provoke the villain. Villain, I will destroy you. Throwing himself, Shoto, under everyone's watchful eyes, and to an incredulous Katsuki Bakugo, took care of the villain, dealing out punches and kicks with agility and elegance while driving him crazy, thanks to the acrobatic skills he learned from his mentors. When the villain fell, he proved one thing, that a Quirkless can be a hero, causing a green-haired man to have a sparkle in his eyes. Wow, and to think that the bat didn't hunt me. Shoto, Killer Croc? Killer Croc. Who else are you waiting for, little bird? He would say with his breath close. Shoto, and I forgot that your mouth stinks. Killer Croc, you bastard. Giving a blow that Shoto dodged, Shoto would take out 2 sticks to throw himself against the villain that Aizawa, by inertia, tried to tie up and stop with his bandages, so giving a double kick he threw himself, separating the villain from the Eraser hero. With the villains, Pella Celeste, this is getting out of hand, the teacher's ally said that they could be there. Purple Fog, don't worry, Shigaraki Tamura, they will soon be at your feet. Shigaraki, I know, but if they fail, Noma won't lose, don't you think, Kurogiri? Disperse the students, we'll bring All Might. With Melissa, she was recovering from Giganta's blow, but she noticed several villains approaching. Melissa, okay, taking out the lasso, come at me. The villains threw themselves at each other while Melissa, with the strength and agility trained with the Amazons, brought out all the power that the villains, mostly men, did not want to recognize in a woman. At the entrance, Izuku, evacuate students now. The students would begin to retreat, but a purple being appeared in front of them. Kurogiri, sorry kids, but we came here with the League of Villains so All Might could breathe his last. Bakugo, do you really think that? Kirishima, we are afraid of you. Both would throw themselves at Kurogiri, but Kurogiri, they are big golden eggs, but I must scatter them. Izuku, don't believe it, using his super breath preventing Kurogiri from separating them. Kurogiri, demons disappearing. With the villains, Tamura, so Kurogiri, did you move them? Kurogiri, I couldn't. Tamura, Shigaraki, a guy with the logo that our second benefactor warned us about dispelled me before. Tamura, damn, starting to scratch himself, if you weren't our escape route I'd kill you. Whatever, Noma. Finish off the guy with the S on his chest. The Noma ran towards the group of students, while Aizawa watched it alarmed, so he tried to stop it with his bandages, but it was useless. At the entrance, Izuku saw the Noma coming and went against it. Izuku, 13. That the students defend themselves from the villains they encounter on the way out, but they must leave now. Mañana, but what will you do? Izuku, I'll go against that thing. Mañana, but Kaminari, he's stronger than All Might. Mina, nobody would beat her. Izuku, you should stop depending on him. Besides, you forget that I'm not human. Deku, finish it for us another me. Izuku flew into the Nomu, who tried to grab him, but Izuku crashed into him with such force that Aizawa's bandages broke, and the green-haired man brought the Nomu against the simulated mountain. With Melissa, she had already defeated the villains, but she didn't wait for Giganta to throw a punch, so in the last minute she dodged it and jumped against the giant, hitting her with her pair, making her fall. Giantess, damn bitch! Standing up, Melissa would not waste time, and using the lasso, she would manage to tie one of the giantess's arms to one of her legs, sending the giantess to the ground, causing a scream of fury. But the Amazon knew how to respond, hitting her in the temple, causing her to faint. Melissa, you're forgetting something, Giganta. I don't depend on Diana to fight anymore. With Shoto, the dyed bicolor was having trouble against the humanoid lizard, but that wouldn't make him be defeated. So using his ingenuity he managed to grab its tail and knock it to the ground, where he began to hit its face. Killer Croc would take advantage of that to grab it by the neck with his tail and throw it back. Shoto would recover somewhat stunned, but the crocodile would punch him in the face and grab it by the neck. Killer Croc, you know something, little bird? Being a crocodile gets hungry sometimes, and the poor little birds that can't fly are usually the prey of the day. Opening his mouth. Shoto, oh yeah? He would say, stabbing him in the back of the neck with one of his sticks, causing him to release electricity, knocking him out. Being big and reptilian won't help you much. With the students, they were leaving the facilities while several villains came out to interrupt the passage, but they did not count on the speed of the younger green-haired man who, using what he had learned, launched himself into the fight, causing several villains to be knocked out. Aqualad, well done taking out his weapons again, but now you must not let your guard down, hitting a villain who was coming from behind. Deku Hai, 13, we must leave. Zachary, Shoto must have called, his systems were still up. At that moment, the door breaks, revealing a very upset All Might, followed by all the UA teachers, along with police officers, paramedics, and a couple of firefighters in case things got ugly. Nizu, what the students must have suffered is terrible, but we will not make them pay for our incompetence. All Might, that's why we must say we are here. Present Mike. Oh why with the villains. Kurojiri, Shigaraki, Tamira, we must go. Shigaraki, no, Nomu will beat them. At that the Nomu would crash to the ground, completely exhausted, while the green-haired man looked at them from the skies with heat vision ready to attack. Shigaraki, no, this can't be happening. Nomu. Zachary, oh what a shame, let's see if your toy is still standing, he would say, arriving at the area. Arif Nrub Adn Nordlak Elbub. After those words the Nomu was burned until nothing remained but the head. Kurojiri, we must go, he would say, taking Tamira and taking him with him. Shigaraki, I hate them. Izuku, weren't you outside? Zachary, yes, but I feel some magic coming here. Outside the USJ, everyone was outside being treated, while All Might managed to be proud of what the newcomers were doing, although many of his colleagues did not agree at all. This was his world, not theirs, and they had to accept his rules and regulations. All Might was also proud of his Midoriya. After all, upon entering he could see his teachings applied in a real situation. The paramedics did their job, while the police, followed by Naomasa Tsukachi, took the students' statements about what had happened, but no one expected the sound of an explosion. All Might, get down on the ground! He shouted as he saw a fire truck being thrown. Everyone took cover while Melissa was about to act, but something or someone stopped the vehicle, causing everyone to look, seeing the older green-haired man holding the vehicle with his body. Deku Izuku. Izuku, stay back guys and heroes, this guy is not someone you can handle. Villain, will you fight for the 9th? He would say seriously and mockingly, but the tone in which it was said made All Might, Nizu and Tsukachi very nervous. Izuku, I fight for everyone who can't fight for themselves. The villain would smile and throw himself at the green-haired man, taking him with him until he crashed against the walls of the USJ. But Izuku after the crash would take the villain and crash him against the same wall, making him fall to the ground. The villain, pretending to be defeated, would get up, throwing a ray with his hand, sending the green-haired man against an armored vehicle, making him crash. Melissa, oh no. Almight, they know him. Zachary, that was magic. Aizawa, what's up with that? Aqualad, Superman is vulnerable to magic. Nizu, can you tell us who he is? Shoto, Black Adam, possesses the power and strength of 6-Go. Sukachi, but that should be a lie. Deities do not exist, he would say incredulously, not detecting a lie. The police, heroes present, and others were surprised by this. They refused to believe it, but Nizu would take the word, being the most intelligent, and knowing that this could be a new scenario, something they could never be prepared for given their mentality of orienting everything around quirks. Nizu, could you detail his abilities and powers? Shoto, possesses the resistance of Shu, the speed of Haru, the strength of Amon, the wisdom of Zahudi, the lightning of Aten, along with the courage and bravery of Menthu. Almight, he is a strong opponent. Izuku would come out of the destroyed vehicle, touching his chest since it hurt from the blow with magic. Izuku, I had forgotten the pain that magic causes me. Black Adam, I can see it. Physically you are my rival, but there is a vital difference. You are vulnerable to magic, he would say, smiling, to attack the green-haired man with lightning. Izuku, there's another difference between us, he would say, to attack with his heat vision to Black Adam's eyes. Heat vision, he would say, to attack with a blow to the villain's face. Black Adam would crash to the ground, but would rise, taking the green-haired man and carrying him to heaven. Melissa, Sukachi-san, do you have any voices? Sukachi, what for? Melissa, Black Adam's powers are activated as a transformation. If he says Shazam, he will become a weak civilian, but by saying it, Sukachi, I understand. Police, I have one, he would say, arriving in heaven. Black Adam continued to rise into the sky as numerous storm clouds formed. Black Adam, Shazam, causing a lightning bolt to crash into the green-haired man's chest. Izuku, HHH, Black Adam, Shazam, hitting another lightning bolt. Shazam, making another one fall. Shazam. Before the room hits, Izuku would be faster, freeing himself from the villain and making the lightning crash into him. Izuku, Taith is over. Taith, oh no. Sha, he would say, so as not to fall and transform, but Izuku would take it by covering his mouth. Izuku would descend to the ground with the villain in his arms, while the police approached him, while Melissa used the lasso of truth. Melissa, Hestia's bond compels you to obey. Stay still and silent. Izuku would then remove his hand and the villain would be at the mercy of the lasso, while the police used the muzzle and several anti-quirk and normal handcuffs to prevent his escape. Almight, you did it, Kent Shonen. Izuku, thank you. Deku, that was amazing. Izuku, thank you, he would say, falling to the ground due to the pain in his chest. Todoroki, are you okay? Izuku, a little, it's just that magic weakens me quite a bit. Almight, I'll help you, he would say, to hold it. That day was crazy, but no one knew anything, since it was in a bar after Shigaraki threw his tantrum and AFO calmed him down. AFO, so that kind of blue tights is. Shigaraki defeated Noma. And indeed he did. The Kryptonians are stronger than that All Might. Kurojairi, Wild Vandal. Vandal Savage, it's time for this world to know the light. Sports Festival, Hero Killer. The attack on the USJ focused much of the attention on UA's security. The press did nothing but talk and cast doubt on the greatest hero academy, who only claimed they would improve security. Fortunately for the press, this seemed to convince society. Added to this, much was hidden, such as the existence of magic, or the fact that powers other than quirks were hidden. According to Eraserhead, society isn't ready to know about them. Regarding the students, they were given a week off to rest, although many wouldn't, given that Shoto, Izuku, Deku, Kirishima and Todoroki, who wanted to train during those days. Izuku and Deku focused a bit on Kryptonian fighting styles. Izuku knew that Deku would use them for good, so he saw no problem teaching him, and with his analysis ability, he was able to obtain a scanner ability that works by analyzing the enemy. Todoroki, for his part, thanks to Shoto, became more open and closer to Deku, to the point that Deku considered lowering Bakugo as his best friend a bit and having Todoroki take that position. Kirishima, for his part, joined in to train in a manly way. With the heroes, Niza decided to inform several of them, given a topic, the visit of villains from outside their world. At first, Hawks and Endeavor wanted to arrest them and take the visitors into custody for bringing them, especially Hawks so he wouldn't lose his abilities by being with the Commission, but Naomasa Tsukachi and All Might were monitoring everything, so Hawks had to keep quiet. Although they should have talked about another topic, several Japanese mafias were now working for the same boss, saving the Shai Hasaikai, so a confrontation was feared, especially after finding a dead man with an umbrella. In addition to finding numerous male bodies with vines, Nizan knew they had to involve the visitors, though that was resisted by everyone except one, Hosu. Robin can be seen prowling the area. He knew that Stain was lurking nearby, so he was prepared. For his part, he knew that they could find him, although they would never catch him. After all, he was trained by the Gotham Watcher. Shoto, plants. I only know one villain with that. Looks like we have a new guard, a male voice would say coming from behind. Shoto, I knew you were around here, hero killer Stain. Stain, wow, it seems you know me. Shoto, I arrived a few months ago, so I investigated all the heroes, earning a grimace from the anti-hero villains and of course anti-heroes like you. Stain, I thought you were going to call me a villain. Everyone usually calls me that. Shoto, you may act like one, but your ideals make you fall outside of that nomination. Stain, well, tell me what you're doing here. Honestly, I don't attack the vigilantes, only the false heroes. Shoto, then make sure you attack All Might too, he said to earn a dirty look from the assassin. Stain, be careful what you say, brat. All Might is a true hero, the only one in this whole circus of false heroes. Shoto, really? To me, you're just a hypocrite. Stain, let's see. Tell me, he would say, very annoyed where I'm wrong. Shoto, let's see, he would say in a thoughtful pose, you have said that a false hero is one who seeks money and fame, right? He would say so that the assassin would nod. You have also said that when a hero performs a heroic action he receives compensation. This ceases to be an action of heroes, am I right? Stain, yes, he would say, opening his eyes a little. The boy had turned his own doctrine upside down. Shoto, congratulations, you just defeated All Might yourself. Stain, how, he would say, bewildered, I don't understand. Shoto, tell me, why are there so many heroes in this world? Because where I come from, there are few heroes. Stain, for the licenses, he would say, opening his eyes to the light of truth. Shoto, exactly. All heroes' licenses, including All Might, allow their actions to be like those of a hero, for which they even receive benefits, especially if they're at the top, which applies directly to All Might. All those guys you attacked are nothing more than poor devils who are like this because of the system. Stain, I see, he said, somewhat surprised. He had to accept it. Pure logic was what made sense. Where do you come from? What are heroes like? Shoto, to begin with, we are true heroes. None of us get paid. We are famous simply for the moments the press captures. Because most of us avoid the press, added to the fact that we don't need licenses. Stain, I understand, it would be paradise for me. Shoto, also, I think you were incompetent. Stain, why do you say that? Shoto, did you investigate your victims? Stain remained silent. That confirms it. Look, I would understand if you attacked heroes. I would say, making quotation marks around that part, if you had investigated them before. But tell me, what would happen if All Might was considered a drug dealer or some hidden criminal, while the one you killed turned out to have nothing and what he charges for his work as a hero? Or most of it, since he must live too. He donates it to orphanages and charities. Stain, they would see me as a fraud, he said, already assimilating everything. Shoto, I'm glad you understand. By the way, who would you attack? Stain, to Ingenium 4? Shoto, it's clean, in case you're interested. Stain, are you sure? I heard he was dealing with the mafia. Shoto, I hacked into the public security system as soon as I arrived, so I have everything on heroes, villains, anti-heroes, and government lapdogs. Stain, Nagant? Shoto, I saw his entire file, and when something happens, I'll just leak that, with everything. Stain, you know that would bring down the whole system. Shoto, tell me something, do you think all those people really love heroes? Stain, well, tell me. Shoto, they don't want them, they just act. When they no longer need the heroes, they themselves will demand the end of the system. The civilians are happy to be safe. But when something happens and the heroes show incompetence, the system will collapse, and more so seeing that All Might will retire, because there will come a time when his age will begin to affect him. After all, he is still human. Stain. People without All Might will stop believing in heroes. How did you hack that system? It's supposed to be armored. Shoto. It was easy, too easy, even easier than setting the generic password of a series of numbers up to 8 or letters up to H. Stain, I see. Changing the subject, what are you doing here? Shoto. I'm investigating some deaths. I hacked into the UA system and I know what they're looking for, so I'll solve the murder issue. Stain. In that case, good luck, he would say to hang up his sword and leave the place. Shoto. It's interesting how the truth shows that we are still human. I thought I recommended you not to disappear, I would say seriously. Shoto. Izuku, I'm investigating. Izuku, I heard everything, you really are a genius. Shoto. I already knew it, he would say, seeing a body. Izuku, what's wrong? Shoto. I know who it is, only a villain would leave bodies like that. Izuku, poison ivy? Shoto, you got it right. Although it's rare, I didn't expect to see 2 Gotham villains here. Izuku, I hope that clown doesn't come. Shoto, don't summon him. Time skip 3 days later. Aizawa was entering the classroom. He had to make an announcement, and the truth is he was annoyed. He wanted the visitors to participate in an event, but they refused energetically and flatly. They were not circus apes for civilians, heroes and villains. Aizawa, okay, take a seat, he would say, entering the classroom. While his students sat down, I have to give you an announcement, so don't relax, because the fight is not over. Mañana, villains alarmed, like several. Deku, I don't think it can be anything else. Todoroki, yes, it's safe. Aizawa, silence, he would say with his quirk activated. The UA Sports Festival is coming up, he replied. Mañana, but what if more villains appear? I question again. Aizawa, an attack by villains won't stop us. They think their attack weakened us, so we must show that we are strong even against everything we have suffered. Bakugo, those from the other world will participate. Aizawa, no, sighing, my idea was for them to participate, but they vehemently refuse. Mina, but why? Many more people would see them. Hagakure, they would gain fans. Izuku, sorry to disappoint you, but we're not interested. Shoto, we've been through this before. Melissa, it's also a bit strange that 2 people of the same size show themselves. Aqualad, not to mention the publicity of the event, it will be seen by everyone in the world possibly. Zachary, which would ensure that villains see your movements, your quirks, weaknesses and strengths, so if they were smart, they would know how to use that information against you and defeat you. Everyone at UA was amazed. Nizu, without them knowing, had gone to that classroom so they could give their point, carrying a microphone with him that would alarm several and caused all the students to think about it. Izuku, but that shouldn't stop them. Even in adversity, even with everything against them, the true heroes emerge victorious, no matter the quirk, since if it is cancelled, you must have the strength to go out and fight without it. Shoto, so if you participate, show that that is your past self and along the way you improved 100%. Many will say that your quirks are useless, but this festival will give those who were rejected for their gifts, I would say, remembering his world, especially Shinzo, the opportunity to prove how wrong they were when they were told they couldn't. Those words motivated everyone, while All Might and Niza left without attracting anyone's attention other than Izuku, who noticed them with enhanced senses but didn't say anything. He understood their move. Without further ado, the end of classes would come. No one crowded at the door of Class 1A, except for a blonde with mental problems and an orange-haired girl who had to hit him to calm him down and leave. So after several days of classes and training, the long-awaited day of the sports festival would arrive. President Mike gave the income from all the courses to the arena, while the people from the boxes applauded, while the visitors wanted to see the improvements of their counterparts. Midnight would give the voice to Bakugo, who has always screwed up. Although Class 1A went up on stage and shouted what their minds were telling them, they were not like the Muslim. They knew that everyone could be heroes, so they loudly shouted plus ultra, followed by the students and the spectators. The first was the obstacle course, causing Shoto and Izuku to say something nostalgic. Their Deku, using 15% of One for All, along with his ingenuity, would manage to be the winner of the test, followed by Todoroki and Bakugo, along with several students until reaching 42 participants. All Might, ha 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 ha, they trained him well. Shonens. Izuku, not bad. Another me, not bad. Shoto, you could have one in our world, you exceed the speed of sound. Izuku, okay, I'll accept the compliment. Nizu, how fast are you moving if it is possible to know? Izuku, I surpassed the speed of thought a few months ago. Those words shocked everyone who heard them. Was he really that fast? Well, although Melissa and the others detected the lie, Izuku isn't usually trusting in that way, so they assumed the others would do several things to make them stay. The competition continued on a low note as the 42 students formed teams of 4 members for a cavalry battle, where despite everything, Deku would come in second place after Todoroki stole the highest scoring headband. Even so, they had stolen several to stay in that place, leaving Bakugo in 4th place again, and Shinzo's team in 3rd place. After that came a break before the 1-versus-1 fights, where Todoroki would run into Endeavor, while the former was talking to his older self. Endeavor was going to rant about his power, but the older one, of both bicolor, would punch him in the stomach, making him fall to the ground breathless, while he retreated with his other self, who gave a happy smile seeing that. When the fights came, things got interesting. Deku fought against Shinzo, making it clear that his quirk would not come out until necessary, and without falling into the gift of the violet-haired man, who was not intimidated and with several combat techniques from Aizawa, faced the green-haired man barehanded, who turned out to be the winner of the confrontation, until he shook his hand, once the match was over. The next was Zero Hanta against Todoroki, who, taking advantage of the black-haired man's trust, would pull his ribbons to attract him, and with a fist blow wrapped in fire would knock him out. Tetsu against Kirishima. It was a very even duel, but the difference between power and technique was demonstrated by the dyed redhead, who with focused blows knocked out the metal Metapod. Tokoyami and Yayorozu were next, where Yayorozu showed her intellect, and although she was eliminated, she left to a standing ovation for her achievement. Ibara Shiozaki vs Denki Kaminari was the next match, and it was short, since Kaminari got overconfident and was tangled up in the green-haired girl's vines. Ida vs Hatsume was something out of the ordinary, since the pink-haired girl used it as an exhibition before finally giving up. Ashido vs Yuga Ahoyama was one of the most fun fights to see the pink alien fight as if she were dancing and skating, until she knocked out the rag doll. Finally, Uraraka Achiko vs Katsuki Bakugo closed the first round of fights, where the Muslim almost lost due to the brunette's movements against him, who managed to dislocate his arm, which bothered the ash-haired boy, giving him an explosion that if it weren't for Midnight and Izuku, the brunette would have been badly hurt, earning a warning and Uraraka giving up. The next phase was opened by Deku and Todoroki, who fought with everything, martial arts, quirks, until it ended in a tie, both being out of the fight due to a big collision with their quirks. The next to fight were Ashido vs Tokoyami, where the crow with dark shadow would leave the pink alien out of the game. The next fight was Ida Tenya against Shiozaki, where the blue-haired man quickly would leave the green-haired woman out of bounds. The next battle was Kirishima against Bakugo, where the Muslim, due to being overconfident, was defeated by Kirishima, who applied the same movement as the older bicolor against him, leaving him off the podium, causing him, in a way of not accepting the result, to attack treacherously, but Shoto would act, causing the ash-haired man to be electrified by a paralyzing dart. 1. The final phase was Ida Tenya vs Tokoyami vs Kirishima, where the three, given that Todoroki and Deku were knocked out and would not wake up, where in a triple battle, they faced each other. Kirishima first took out Ida, taking advantage of his hardening and using Ida's speed against him, leaving him out of bounds. The next step was the most difficult, since Dark Shadow did not let the little shark get close, although with several strategies on the fly he managed to land a hit until he was knocked out by Dark Shadow when he became confident. After that fight, Almight would present the prizes to the winners: 3rd place Ida Tenya, 2nd place Kirishima Ijiro, and 1st place Tokoyami Fumikage, which generated much applause until the end, where the symbol of peace made a mistake by not saying plus ultra. In Bakugo's case, he had to be given up, as he wanted to demand a rematch, given that he deserved to be number 1 in the competition. Unbeknownst to them, in a place beyond their zone, in a bar, the villains began to draw up their plans, given that the hero killer had already disappeared along with his doctrine. Given that he himself spoke when he surrendered, he unknowingly cemented a change. His former followers saw him as a fraud, although they would use several things from his doctrine to kill In Hosu, a short, stocky man was walking with a monocle over his eye and carrying an umbrella. Somehow, he was approaching a very attractive red-headed woman dressed in a green dress made of leaves. "Woman, what do you want here, old vulture?" "Man, be careful, Ivy. This penguin doesn't fly but it pecks." "Ivy, what do you want, penguin? Penguin, why don't we negotiate?" he would say, smiling grimly. This world needs a new crime lord, and that all for one guy needs to be retired. In another land, a portal opened near a very famous city. The subject seemed to be dressed in a two-color formal suit. "Man, let's see what the coin has in store for you, Paris." The man would look at the coin carefully while thinking. "Man, heads I'm going to get, tails I'm going to get," he would say, pointing at the coin with two tails to toss, and it would actually come up tails. "It seems that luck is not on your side." In another part of the city, another portal opened, while a kind of scarecrow came out while laughing. "Man, oh, it seems like it's Paris," he would say, smiling. "It's time to see what fears are hidden." In a third of the city, a portal opened again and a very muscular green-skinned man entered what appeared to be an alley. Subject: Hump, I hope those bastards who claim to be stronger than Hulk are here. Your channel, Blonsky, do you understand your orders? Subject: Yes, yes, yes. As ordered by General Ross, he would say, annoyed. Internships. After the sports festival, the students of 1A returned to classes 3 days after the festival, where with the help of Midnight, they had to choose their hero names, something that was somewhat shocking to the others, given that most of them Midnight rejected them, given her prejudices, something that Shoto made her aware of and made it clear to her from the first moment, causing a clash with the heroine. Izuku, helping Deku, managed to prevent him from using the Japanese meaning of useless as his name as he wanted, since he was interested in the Gravity Girl. Izuku made him think about things, and even though someone changed the meaning, it was still the same, the translation of useless. Izuku told him that he should look for something that people felt confident and hopeful in, not that he wanted Deku to be his superba, but he also didn't like that a variant of himself used the name, useless, hero. So knowing about many heroes that Izuku told him about and that were to be admired, Deku decided to use the name Booster Green, in honor of Booster Gold. That surprised and made Izuku smile. He knew the civilian name behind Booster Gold's mask well, to know that he was a good guy and hero, a member of the Justice League, and since he came from the future, the 25th century in his world, a member of the Legion of Superheroes. When it came time to choose internships, Izuku and Shoto went with Deku to Gran Torino, where the younger green-haired boy's heart nearly jumped out at the sight of the old man lying down with a plate of ketchup underneath him. Izuku had to admit that it was something that surely every Gran Torino in the multiverse would do, so he let it go. He could get used to it. The training plan then came with the younger green-haired boy, training with One for All with the older boy, followed by training in escapology to criminology, camouflage, stealth and many combat tactics, as well as other branches that Deku still hadn't polished. In addition, All Might joined in looking for the older green-haired boy due to an issue, which ended up worrying the bicolor, but he decided to dismiss. The training continued for about 3 days, where the bicolor and the old man were in charge of polishing the development of the younger green-haired boy. But something happened. All Might returned wounded and with traces of plants on him. Shoto, where is it? All Might, he ambushed us. Shoto, who? All Might, a green-skinned, red-haired woman with the power to manipulate plants. Shoto's eyes widened. If Ivy had taken possession of someone like him, they were pretty much lost. Without a word, he left the house in his hero's suit. This didn't go unnoticed by Gran Torino and Deku, who came out to support him, while All Might recovered from what had happened to him. In Hosu, the city was engulfed in plants as several carnivorous plants attacked any security and rescue forces that tried to enter the area, including Endeavor. Shoto would pass masterfully above their heads, surprising everyone and earning Endeavor a furious glare, while the younger bicolor wondered what had happened. Deku, Todoroki-kun would say, arriving. Todoroki, Midoriya, what's wrong? Deku, it's Superman, he's missing. Todoroki, what? Endeavor, who the hell is Superman? I would say, annoyed. Gran Torino, calm down, Todoroki. We have this situation right now. Manuel, we must call All Might. Gran Torino, All Might won't come, he's hurt. Everyone, what? Gran Torino, whatever's doing that, it managed to injure and knock out All Might, so we can't depend on that guy. Izuku, Todoroki, Maneuver 7, Todoroki, HAI. Both would perform a maneuver demonstrating good teamwork and entering the area under the reproachful gaze of several heroes and police officers. Endeavor, Shoto, inside. Both friends were walking towards several areas with plants. They didn't know who they were, but thanks to Shoto they both had nasal filters. Todoroki, this is a fiasco. Deku, this is a bit weird, noticing a lot of green mist. Abroad. Endeavor would attack with his flames, but the plants would become more violent and attack. Gran Torino, don't be a blockhead, he reproached. Ida, what's going on? And how did Midoriya-kun and Todoroki-kun get in there? Gran Torino, the rumor that she is known to be a villain is there. Almight said that the causer is a woman, redhead, green skin and with control of plants. And Robin confirmed that thanks to that control she uses plant toxins to carry out her crimes and also seduction to take advantage of men and women. We believe she has Superman. Manual, how powerful is that Superman? Gran Torino, stronger than All Might. Everyone, we are lost. Inside. The boys would continue walking until they reached a nursery where a woman was watering the plants. Poison ivy. Look who's here, they were wondering when you were coming. Todoroki, were you waiting for us? Ivy, could it be true? She would say, approaching both of them. Deku, they say no one can resist, he would say, hiding his nerves, and why would they do it, he would say, feeling how the villain touched him. Ivy, not bad, she would say, biting her lip, that's so true guys. But, nobody pretends with me, she would say, making a plant hit them both. Todoroki, there goes our plan. Deku, well, villain is enough, he would say, standing up. Deku launched a melee attack while Ivy evaded or controlled Todoroki's fire and ice attacks with plants, until in one movement some plants would wrap around both of them to lift them off the ground. Ivy, nasal filters? Who was your teacher? What will I do with you children? You are both very cute and strong, oh, I know. She would say, to make the plants lift them up and begin to exert force on them, making them writhe from being strangled. Suddenly a batarang would cut the plants, making them fall. Deku, you don't like punctuality, right? He would say, looking at Shoto. Shoto, I'll return you to Arkham Ivy. Ivy, oh, so the little bird separated from Batman, she would say, to snap her fingers and make a wall break. Todoroki, is that it? He would say, surprised. Ivy, I also have one, she would say, smiling, I have Superba under control. Izuku, don't get close to her. Ivy, you heard Superba, she would say, to whisper in his ear, dear, kill them. Izuku would approach, levitating to the three who looked with concern and fear. Or well, two of them did. Deku, does anyone have a plan? Todoroki, I thought you were the one with the plans. Shoto, I have one, run. The three would begin to retreat, but Izuku controlled would attack with heat vision, causing an explosion. Shoto, he would say, seeing something. Izuku, no, I'm going to kill, he would say, resisting. Ivy, looks like my kryptonite kiss needs a touch-up, she would say, taking out a green lipstick. Ivy would kiss Izuku while ordering him to look for them both. Elsewhere, the heroes had managed to enter the area and came across the three fleeing from something. Gran Torino, what's happening? Shoto, has Superman under control. Gran Torino would open his eyes in shock. The only thing they were missing was someone stronger than AFO and All Might controlled, causing evil. Endeavor, how we defeated it. Manual, if it is controlled, there must be a way to return it, right? Ida. But at that something crashes while Izuku is revealed with green eyes. Native, we don't have anyone who has a mind control quirk, so we can't. We need someone more skilled. Shoto, if we wait, he would say, taking out some knuckle dusters with something green on them, we would lose valuable time, he would say, putting on the knuckle dusters. True heroes do not depend on a special quirk, but at a disadvantage they turn the situation around. Gran Torino, how do you know EOS will work? Shoto, deep down he is a good person, deep down, and just like my master I don't, he would say darkly. Perhaps something of the Dark Knight had rubbed off on him. Izuku would launch himself at Shoto, but Shoto, with kryptonite knuckles, would begin to hit him, causing damage to the green-haired man. Izuku, I have a plan. Endeavor, say it? Shoto, if what Robin said is true, he is a good person. Manual, so someone falling will be able to react, I would say, understanding the plan. Gran Torino, with the help of Endeavor, would understand, and with the fire of the second they would gain height. Endeavor, if you don't want the old man to die, rescue him, gaining Izuku's attention. Izuku, Gur kick, he would say, trying to take control. Shoto, it's your decision, not Ivy's. Izuku would grab Shoto by the neck since the blows already hurt. Izuku, that hurt me. Gran Torino would throw itself to the ground from that height, while Endeavor gradually descended. Gran Torino, brat, help me! He would shout like a great actor. Izuku for his part would begin to fight against the control until his eyes returned to normal, and take flight to grab the old man. Gran Torino, we've got you back, he would say smiling. Izuku, Gran Torino? Shoto, are you back? Izuku, I knew a plan like that had to be from your mentor. Shoto, but it worked. Izuku, we'll talk about that later. What's the plan? Ivy, the plan is for them to die, she would say annoyed. Endeavor, surrender, villain. At that moment, some footsteps were heard, while a shorty with a hat and umbrella appeared. Shoto, Cobblepot? Penguin, looks like we have a Robin. Whoa whoa whoa. Shoto, they should both be in Arkham, I would say annoyed. Penguin, really? He would say, taking a knife out of the umbrella. Shoto waited for the bird to launch itself, which it did, so by hitting it several times while dodging the umbrella's attacks, he managed to subdue it and put an electrified capture net on it from his gadgets. For his part, Izuku held Ivy back with his heat vision and ice breath, so the villain was running out of options, but nothing more than a blow from Deku with the black whip, a power discovered after Izuku left with All Might and trained briefly with Gran Torino and Shoto. The villain would be defeated. Gran Torino. It all ended well, I would say, to see that the officers held Poison Ivy and Ice, while several heroes held the Penguin. At UA, May Hatsum was doing her work when the sound of the travel device would activate, implying that it was time for the guests to return home. Helping a feline and a ladybug. UA Academy. It's been 2 weeks since the Kamino incident. During that time, although they wanted to be scolded by Kenji Tsurigami, chief of the Hosa police, the situation was swept under the rug by Nizu, since the more things happened, the more the commission that was already investigating would get involved. In those weeks, Deku, Todoroki, and others improved a lot, so they decided to keep their routines. Deku followed his name Buster Green, where Izuku felt graced and happy for that change. It was a better name than using Deku as a hero name. On the other hand, Todoroki decided to use the hero name that he felt would suit him. He chose to use the name Inferno, having the powers of fire and ice, detecting that by combining his quirks, he can cause fog and humidity, added to the exaggerated temperatures and two limits that creates what can be dangerous. For their part, Zachary and Calder felt that their stay was pleasant despite all the differences, mainly due to their powers and origins. Magic in Atlantis is something taboo for others. So the day arrived, the day they had to say goodbye. Deku, do you really have to leave? May Hatsum, yes, stay. I didn't have time to check that baby, she would say, pointing at the projector. Izuku, despite everything we've been through, it's necessary to leave. We've already changed a lot since we arrived, but if you keep it up, you'll undoubtedly be great heroes. Todoroki, thanks for helping me with everything, especially with the old man, he would say, smiling, remembering how numerous tests came out of nowhere, along with Dabi's civilian name, where Endeavor lost everything alongside Dabi. Both hero and villain lost everything, credibility, status. They had nothing left, saving family, in Tuya's case. Dabi on the one hand wanted to kill Shoto as a means to, but seeing that his father made him suffer, and that in a video he heard how little Shoto cried. Tuya and I, save me! Everything collapsed for the burned one. Years of seeing him as Endeavor to little Shoto, he was only seen by his league colleagues as an equal to those he wanted to destroy, and Spiner told him that he did not deserve to carry Stain's ideals. Shoto, what will you do with Tuya? Todoroki, he's doing everything he can to make amends and asking for my forgiveness, so we're working on fixing our relationship. Mom's out of the hospital, Endeavor is history, and Hawks is the only one who visits him. Shoto, when you need a hacker friend, call me, he would say, smiling at him. Something very Damian Wayne style, surprisingly, without knowing it. Melissa, see you soon, Uncle Might, she would say, hugging Tashinori. All Might, ha ha ha, see you soon, Melissa. You must continue being the symbol you have, haha. Aizawa, well, up to here they stopped giving me problems, he said with his tone. Nizu, in that case, young Calder and Zachary, I say goodbye. Calder, it was a pleasure being with you. Zachary, just say abracadabra. Midnight Woman in a Box? Zachary, well, it wouldn't be so bad. David Copperfield is a real magician, so. Present Mike, what do you mean? Zachary, he dates several models and has many islands in the world, what do you think? Cement, that explains a lot. Calder, we've already helped a lot here. It's time to continue the journey. Izuku, no doubt. Guys, he would say to say goodbye to everyone. Shoto, keep being heroes, and disobey some laws and rules, a good hero walks on the edge of the law. The boys would activate the device and disappear before everyone's eyes. Minute 3.13. Nizu, what changes await us now? He would say on air, heard by everyone. Land 65,895,327, location Paris, France. Narrated by? Well, I don't know how to start this, but anyway, let me introduce myself. I'm Marinette de Peng-Ching, a relatively normal girl, but there's something about me that no one knows, it's my secret. I'm Ladybug. One would say that life as a heroine is something fun and interesting, but it is truly exhausting. It is not for everyone, but for some time now several villains have appeared, and that is why together with my friends, although they do not know the secret identities of each member, we do what we can. These days have been relatively calm. Shadow Moth has not attacked us in a while, and as far as I know things can go well without those feathers or butterflies acclimatizing and creating sentimonsters, but that is ephemeral, because out of nowhere numerous gangs have appeared and numerous villains have arrived, but with the team we cannot do much, since we lack strength and experience. All the time we have been depending on Shadow Moth for his akumas, and I think it is true, now that we face villains that do not depend on the abilities of that butterfly, we are showing weaknesses. End of POV. On the streets of Paris the atmosphere had become somewhat tense. Ladybug, her friends and Chat Noir, cannot control this threat 100%. Currently several were on the floor in pain or injured while Viprion, that is, Luca Caffeine, is on the ground being carried by Vesperia. Pegasus, this guy is an abomination. Rena Rogue, you mean by its size. Ryuko, fight and then talk, she would say, to avoid a truck thrown by a villain. Tell me, where is the Boy Scout? He would bellow angrily. Monkey King, we don't even know who he is. Pigella, and if that were the case, why would we hand it over? Minotaur, I will win, he would say, to collide with the villain. Pathetic, I would say, to hit him. Chat Noir, I'll help you, I would say, in direction, but it would be what the cat hero said before being hit by the bull miraculous hero. Elsewhere in the city, a light would let us see the arrival of 5 figures arrive. Aqualad, what's going on? Zachary, we're in Paris, it seems. Shoto, a very criminal one, it seems. However, Izuku would hear something and take flight hastily, drawing attention. Melissa, we must follow him, I would say, to follow the Kryptonian. In the fight. Ladybug, Chat, Purple Tigress, this is getting difficult. At that moment, a white portal would open, revealing a red-haired heroine in a suit similar to that of a rabbit. Ladybug, Bunnix, it's good to see you, but help is coming. Even if there are hundreds, Blonsky will finish them off until that explorer arrives. Ladybug, we don't have time to wait, she would say, to throw her yo-yo, tangling Abomination's neck. Blonsky, damn insect, he would say, to take the thread and pull it towards him to attract Ladybug, who would be held by the neck. I will break you like a nut. Chat Noir, my lady. Rena, Ladybug. Viperion, let her go, he would say, standing up with difficulty. Blonsky, let's see how they react if I break your neck. Izuku, over my dead body, he would say, to crash and take Blonsky to another side, leaving the Katarina on the ground breathing heavily. Capriccio, did anyone see it? Ferocious Rooster, no, I didn't see it, he would say, holding his side. Subwayza, but what strength, he would say, seeing a crash. Bunnix, just in time. Ladybug, who are they, she would say between gasps. Melissa, are you okay? She would say, descending from the ground next to Shoto and Calder. Chat Noir, I think so, he would say with his typical tone of voice and character. Viperion, or not, I would say, seeing a collapse. Chat Noir, oh, not again. Zachary, it tropsnart tak Ryan ya al security. After those words, Chat Noir would disappear from everyone's sight while a boy with a top hat on a translucent orange disc. Chat Noir, that was magic. Zachary, every word. Chat Noir, luxury. Melissa, okay, we'll take care of it. Calder, you mean? Shoto, why do you say that? Calder just pointed to an area where Izuku and Blonsky were hitting each other with everything. It was like watching a real clash of titans in a fight. Poda, I know he's Hulk, but I don't care. Blonsky, he's all Boy Scouts, he'll say mockingly. Izuku, I repeat the question, he would say, hitting the grotesquer. Blonsky, when I beat you, I'll take you to Richards and Ross, you damn brat. Izuku, so they sent you, I would say, seriously, to kill innocents just for their miserable whim. Blonsky, just Ross, he said you were vital to saving his country. Richards just wants to study you. Izuku, as if I were going to leave that to them, he would say, holding back the fists of Hulk's rival while his eyes turned crimson. Blonsky, oh no, he would say, trying to get out of the grip. Izuku, without saying anything or letting him free, would launch his heat vision with everything, making Abomination fall to his knees. But the military man would strike, sending Izuku into the air, but before the monster hit the green-haired man, Izuku would use his heat vision to push him away and send him flying. What Izuku would continue to hit him and take him out of the atmosphere, sending him back to the sea, leaving the military man very injured. Izuku would attack him again by diving, dropping a strong thermal blast on him, while Team Ladybug looked on in amazement at this display of power, while the villain was completely knocked out, and Melissa proceeded to wrap him up with the lasso of truth. Izuku, it's all over, now it's time to fix everything. Ladybug, I'll take care of it, she would say with red boxing gloves. Miraculous Ladybug, she would say, so that the wounds would heal, the breaks in the city would be restored without leaving debris or anything in the fight, and fortunately there were no lost lives. Bunnix, well, you should talk and I should go, so see you, he would say to leave. Melissa, I guess we could talk now. At that point, everyone's miraculous would start ringing, letting everyone know that their power was running out. Shoto, I guess we'll talk another day. Calder, we'll see them next time. Izuku, we'll find them. The new ones would fly away to the outskirts of the city, cementing future changes. Elsewhere, a lot of feathers and white butterflies were fluttering around Shadow Moth. Shadow Moth. So new heroes and villains, if this continues I'll never have those miraculous. Voice. From order to chaos with the flip of a coin, perhaps we can both benefit. Shadow Moth. Who are you? Voice. I'm Two-Face. Adventures in Paris. Paris, France. Dawn was breaking in the city of love, the birds were singing, bakeries were baking delicious breads, filled with the aromas of freshly baked goods, people were going to work, and the press was reporting on the previous day's events, with headlines saying nothing other than, "The Abomination attacks Paris." For Ladybug's team, it was undoubtedly a day of deep respite. Despite the fact that Ladybug, with her miraculous, healed the wounds and bruises from the battle, everyone's minds and lives had changed that day. They had learned the greatest lesson: Akumas and Amuks weren't the only evils they faced on a daily basis from now on. The Abomination made them bite the dust, and they almost didn't tell the tale. François Dupont College, 8 a.m. A new school day began. The students entered their classrooms to start their classes, Marinette as always arriving late, despite living in front of the school, while she and her best friend and classmate Alia Césaire talked about what had happened. They knew they could not have miraculous, since despite knowing about other boxes scattered around the world, the powers demonstrated and their costumes were not provided by the use of said jewels. In addition, they compared them to the heroes of the United States, since they had traveled to America relatively recently, but only the green-haired man with the S on his chest compared to the strongest heroine in America, as they were relatively similar. While this was happening in the classrooms, in Director Damocles' office, 5 boys were talking while handing over certain papers falsified by Shoto, thanks to his hacker skills, making them believe that they are exchange students, 2 from Japan, 2 from America and 1 from Africa. The last one, despite sounding racist, was the only one where the name Atlantean would seem convincing. Classroom. Alia, what's wrong? Marinette, it's nothing. Alia, are you sure? I think you're interested in the heroes who helped us. Marinette, partly. But what really worries me is that we are not ready to continue with this. Yesterday we were almost defeated, Jalika. So you know about that, she would say, speaking to them with Rosita at her side. Before Marinette could deny it all, Professor Mendeleev entered the classroom ready to teach her lesson. She is a tall woman with blue eyes and short, purple hair. She has a rather pronounced chin and a mole on her left cheek. Professor Mendeleev, okay, class. Before we started, Principal Damocles informed me that we would have new classmates that caught everyone's attention. Chloe, but that's totally ridiculous. How is it possible that new students arrive at this point? Professor Mendeleev, I don't know, but here they are. 3 of them come from Japan, so please come in. Green-haired, it's a pleasure, he would say, smiling. I'm Yagi Izuku. I come from the Uraraka school in Japan. Many girls found him cute, especially since he had glasses, although his somewhat green hair caught the attention of Alia and Marinette, although they were not the only ones, since Adrian Agresti had the same suspicions as them. Ivan, it's a pleasure. Rosita, welcome to Paris and our school. Mylene, it's a pleasure. Blonde, I think I'm next. I'm Melissa Shield and I come from Horizon High. Max, it's a pleasure. Kim, it's a pleasure, darling. Kim, ignore them, they're kind of idiots. Nathaniel, welcome. Bicolor, I think I'll continue. I would say something serious, although because of his hair, he was very striking. I'm Wayne. Shoto, it's a pleasure. Rose, it's a pleasure. Lila, you are beautiful, she would say, smiling. Shoto, well, to me you're normal. Girl, he would say with a serious tone. He immediately understood the girl's ulterior motives. Maybe spending time with the bat in Gotham wasn't so bad, learning to read body features. Sabrina, I think they're next. Black-haired, I think I'm next. Let me introduce myself, he would say, taking out a deck of cards. I'm the incredible Zachary Zatara. Adrian, welcome, he would say, smiling. To think, there is no doubt, it is the magic boy from yesterday. I will have to talk to them later. Kim, wow, that's amazing. Nino, without a doubt. Max, I'm curious to know how you do it. Zachary, a magician never reveals his secrets, he would say, keeping the deck up his sleeve. Moreno, I think I'm next, he would say in a calm voice. I'm Calder HM. I'm from South Africa. Chloe, why are you wearing an ugly scarf? She would say with a hint of disgust. Calder, I'm cold, he would say without hesitation. It's not like he had to reveal that he has gills. Professor Mendeleev, okay, sit wherever you find free space and I will proceed with the class. After that, the students began to sit down. Izuku next to Adrian, Shoto next to Nino, Melissa next to Marinette, Calder next to Ivan, and Zachary next to Max. The teacher began her class, where the newcomers demonstrated incredible skill, despite hiding the fact that each of them was over 17 years old. At lunchtime, Adrian asked the boys to talk. Maybe like Chat Noir, he acts like an idiot, happy, vain, boastful, outgoing, joking, and somewhat cat-like, something that bothered Shoto a little, since he doesn't have very good experience with cats. Catwoman in Gotham, after outings with Batman, and Black Cat in New York, during some outings with Peter, it was not something that confirmed that he liked the cat theme. Izuku, despite seeing the mask that the boy had, understood him, because his kind, charismatic although mature, humble personality was true. The only facade was his shyness and his somewhat reserved attitude. Adrian, well, I think we could talk here, don't you think? He would say with a serious tone. Shoto, don't be so serious, Chat Noir. Adrian, how? He would say, surprised. Shoto, your hair is the same, your tone of voice, your height and muscles, which are similar, and your shock confirms it to me. Adrian, how? Shoto, because I'm a detective. Calder, you shouldn't feel pressured, he would say, taking off his scarf. Adrian, you have gills. Calder, I may not have presented myself properly when I lied, but I did not lie on my own behalf. Only on behalf of my home, he would say calmly, without noticing that Alia and Jalika were spying. I am Calder HM of Atlantis. Adrian, that explains your gills. Calder, yes. Zachary, you also recognized my face since I don't usually hide behind civilian or hero identities, so you were right to know that I am a magician. Adrian, thanks. I think you're the strong man who took down that abomination, right? Izuku, and if your friends come out from where they are hiding, I would say without turning around. Alia, what? She would say, surprised. If she weren't Ladybug's assistant and support, she would have uploaded everything she heard to her blog. Izuku, I have super hearing, plus I saw them with my supervision when they hid. Jalika, they are incredible powers. Izuku, and not the only ones, I would say, to elevate oneself, but that is not the important thing. The important thing is to be able to talk to several heroes. Alia, about what thing? Izuku, we wanted to know if you have had encounters with villains. Jalika, on my own I'll say I don't know, although we haven't had any Akumas lately. Shoto, Akumas? Alia then decided to explain her problem. The villain Hawk Moth, with the help of Adrian, detailing everything. For the bicolor, it was easy to defeat him, just having to take away the miraculous, and so on, although she was already working on countermeasures. Adrian, and her friend. Izuku, with Ladybug, he would say, surprising Alia, who remembered that Melissa went to talk to her. Alia, that explains it. The exchange trip thing is a facade. Calder, yes. Zachary, but let's get to the point. Knowing that your villain hasn't acted in weeks, haven't there been any cases that you know of? Alia, Sabrina mentioned that her father was working on a case. Shoto, what case? He would say seriously. Jalika, he said they found bodies. Their features were as if they had died terrified by something or someone. Only a child who was hidden is the witness, and he mentioned that a scarecrow came to life. Shoto, I know the perpetrator. Izuku, you won't be. Adrian, Who are they talking about? Shoto, Jonathan Crane, alias Scarecrow. Alia, I'm the only one who feels a little scared. Shoto, you should. Crane is a psychologist and biochemist by profession, an expert on phobias and fear in the human mind. He became a psychology professor at a university where I come from, specializing in fear. Adrian, it sounds like a slayer from those scary movies. Shoto, he is. I don't know what origin led him to be what he is, but I do know that he terrifies his victims to death. He uses a variety of gas bombs with a gaseous drug called fear gas, a drug that he synthesizes himself. Julika, how scary. Shoto, add to that his hand-to-hand combat prowess, as well as his skill in using certain weapons, primarily the sickle. Even after being imprisoned in a prison cell I don't recommend visiting, he improved his fear toxin by testing the results on himself, transforming into the monstrous Scarebeast. Scarebeast possesses enormous size, speed, strength, and the ability to secrete fear gas, making it a dangerous killer. Alia, with that profile, I don't think we're even remotely ready for him. Shoto, I will investigate the case tonight. Adrian, I'll help you. Shoto, I hope you do, he would say in a cold tone, similar to Batman. Izuku, do you want me to help you? Shoto, no, you must find out what other villains crossed. Abomination is one, the Scarecrow is another, Calder, Zachary, Melissa, and you know what kind of villains we have faced and their danger, so investigate. The Scarecrow is mine and the cat's. Shoto left after those words. Adrian, it's something sinister, isn't it? Izuku, he became like that because of his mentor, he was never really expressive. Elsewhere, an abandoned shed. A figure was arriving at a sort of unoccupied shed. There was a subject wearing a yellow and black suit, while his skin was red. Subject, Scarecrow, he would say, surprised. Scarecrow, who are you looking for? Where are you looking? Are you scared? Don't worry, it's just me, Sinestro. Earth 378,859,654. Location unknown. Vandal Savage could be seen while other villains from his world were standing in front of him. Vandal Savage, welcome to the Hall of Doom. I'm Vandal Savage, glad to see you here. Woman, for $10 million I am inclined to accept any invitation. Robot, I wonder, what if we just keep the money and don't show up? Vandal Savage, they would live out the rest of their short lives, dreading the moment when he would inevitably find them. Woman 2, very rude language. We are not that easy to kill. Wild Vandal, everyone dies. Little one, he would say mockingly. Martian, that's not what I've heard about you. Vandal Savage, you are here because each of you has a pending revenge with a member of the Justice League, and in this world, despite there being several heroes who could not beat you, had contact with several assistants of the Justice League, unfolding a banner revealing Izuku, Shoto and Melissa in their suits. They want to see you dead, they want to make you suffer. I do not have any personal enmity against them. I have a vision for this world, and they would come to help by interfering in my plans, so the deaths of their assistants would serve my goals here, he would say, raising a golden cup and drinking its contents. In short, we need each other. Woman 2, I don't want to speak for others, but I alone am capable of killing Wonder Girl. Vandal Savage, history says otherwise. You tried to kill members of the Justice League or their assistants and failed. Man, Vandal Savage has foolproof plans on how we can destroy them. Vandal Savage, and I will pay $100 million for every Justice League aide killed in this world. Woman, wait a minute, you're going to spend over $500,000 just so some kids can stop you from carrying out your plans? Vandal Savage, as Mailfac hinted earlier, I am very old. 50,000 years have been enough to amass a fortune that dwarfs any other. Woman, even if you pay that much to clear the deck for a few children, the reward must be great. Vandal Savage, it's enormous, and I'll share the riches with anyone who works with me. The villains of this world lack vision, they have no goals, and their heroes are too weak to try to stop me or even try to. Their ideas and quirks hold them back themselves. The greatest threat are the Justice League assistants. That's why they must be eliminated. Those present would look at each other. Robot, I don't see anyone looking for the exit. Vandal Savage, it's fixed. Welcome to the Legion of Doom. Between cornfields and carrion, the Scarecrow would attack both heroes by kicking Shoto, while Adrian tried to get closer by swiping at them, which the villain dodged with great skill. But he would start to counterattack with the sickle, slashing and cutting the blonde-haired boy who dodged everything, until he would jump while the sickle stuck into a tombstone. Adrian, Cataclysm. Adrian using the Cataclysmo would throw himself, taking advantage of the Scarecrow's carelessness. But he would send a hand towards the cat. Scarecrow, fill yourself with a little fear. Adrian, Shoto, don't breathe that gas. Adrian, due to his proximity, would inhale the fear gas, beginning to see the Scarecrow in a different way. It was bigger, more terrifying, and laughed like crazy while several crows came out from behind it. Adrian, no, he would say, backing away. Stay away, he would say with fear. The Scarecrow would attack with his sickle, causing a cut in Adrian's arm. Adrian tried to defend himself, but was too scared to do so. Due to carelessness, he would trip backwards on a tombstone. Scarecrow, don't move, I promise it won't hurt. Shoto at that moment would hit a double kick, pushing the villain away from Adrian, who was breathing heavily, while with another blow from the bicolor, the sickle was split in half. Scarecrow, it seems the little bird is playing again, I would say, to throw itself. With the broken part of the sickle, he would begin slashing and slashing, which Shoto dodged, while delivering precise blows to the villain's face and body, causing him to groan in pain. Luckily, Shoto would use his batarangs, tripping over a tombstone and slamming the villain's face into another as he turned around. Scarecrow, I will not fail to show fear. Shoto, of course you will, he would say, hitting him, making him faint. Idiot. At that moment, the bicolor noticed Adrian, so he approached him since he was breathing very heavily, while he took out an antidote from his gadgets. Adrian would be scared when he saw him because he would see a dark figure with claws. Adrian, no, stay away, he would say, hitting Shoto. Shoto, Chatnoir would say, dodging the blows, I'm Robin, stop fighting. Adrian didn't respond to the bicolor's request. The fear gas wouldn't let him, so like a drunk fighting, he would throw blows left and right. But in a moment of carelessness, Shoto would put him in a headlock by injecting the antidote. Adrian, what was that? He would say, trembling. Shoto, I'll take you to our apartment, there you'll recover from that. Then he takes the communicator. I'm Robin. I need an alibi for Adrian. Alia, I'll take care of it, she would say, answering. Nino, I'll help you too, friend, he would answer. Adrian, how does it not affect you? He would ask while Shoto carried him on the motorcycle. Shoto, nasal filters, I'll give you a pair before we go. So after that, both of them would leave the place while leaving the villain ready for the police. Agresti Mansion. Gabriel Agresti, alias Shadow Moth, can be seen on the ground. Two faces. Wow, it seems luck is not with you now. Gabriel, Nuru, take the peacock miraculous and yours now. Nuru. But love, he would say, surprised. Okay, he would say, taking the miraculous. Two faces. You won't escape, little bug. Nuru, yes, I will. He would say to leave. Two faces. Looks like I'll have to show you the ropes, he would say, hitting Gabriel's neck with a gun. Who would have thought that such a mediocre villain could have so much power? It's time for a change, and according to what I've heard, there's one of those baby bats. The little bird and the cat. It's time to continue the journey. The fights in Paris were somewhat striking, especially those in the center against the mutant and the spider villain, as well as the fight against the Scarecrow. The two-color team was grateful for the Phantom Zone projector, a pocket-sized reality used as a prison for powerful beings, who were then placed in a state of cryogenics, where they were locked away and thus able to avoid trouble. For Team Ladybug it was an eye-opener, especially for Adrian, since Shoto focused on him to help him with some training, since although he was not bad, he depended on his miraculous abilities and the previous ones. Adrian knows karate, but never applies it, besides being good at fencing, but like in the previous one, he does not use them. He prefers to pass as the jester. Shoto told him that, after he was almost killed for being reckless, playing the hero with villains like the Scarecrow is suicide, and if they want to be heroes they should be more serious, better prepared, not necessarily be adults. That led Adrian to plan what he would call the Cath Cave, something where Luca, Izuku, Shoto and he would have access. After all, taking money from the father for his modeling and exhibitions would be payment for the use of his image. In the case of Marinette and by extension Alia, Melissa took them in to train them a little. The blonde didn't hold back at all, she made them suffer, relatively. That began to cement a future. Melissa, Shoto and Izuku as the heirs of a trinity, as their mentors were eager to create their own team, their own Justice League, taking the miraculous team as future members would help in the future. Although the team is not armed, nor its first members yet, there was a lot to plan, in addition to building their own watchtower. That would happen in 3 months, where surprisingly there were no Akumas. But that does not mean that they did not have action, because they had an encounter with the Royal Staircase Gang, who carried out a robbery at the Louvre Museum. The plan, although ambitious, the fight against several members of the gang was difficult. Chat Noir faced Jay, who possessed a cybernetic eye with the ability to cast thermal vision through him, in addition to improving his vision. Ladybug took care of the Queen, while Viperion of the King, Renner Rouge took care of a girl nicknamed Ten de Pica, managing to sell them. But the problem was Ace, a grotesque robot weighing several kilos, who almost brought down several members of the miraculous team who came to reinforce, but nothing that a hand with the S on its chest can help. Adrian, how do we stop him? Izuku, enough Ace I would say for the robot to attack him by hitting him, as HHHH he would say upon seeing his hand destroyed. Alia, is it a robot? Nino, that's amazing. Max, too surprising and interesting. Kim, the miraculous wouldn't work, right? Izuku, say goodnight Ace he would say holding the remaining fist, to disarm it of half of its parts with a blow. The good thing is that it is a robot, as it remained moving until it deactivated under everyone's gaze. Max, I could study it but maybe it's better this way. Adrian, should I see his data bank? Izuku, do it. I have to go somewhere else he would say to take flight. Kim, how everything changed since they arrived. Alia, although they know how to fight as a team, they can handle themselves. Nino, by the way, how is the issue of Gabriel Agresti's disappearance going? He would say, looking at Adrian, who tried to change the subject. Shoto, nothing yet he would say coming down from the roof. You have done well, but you should try not to go with that enthusiasm, be more aware. Adrian, well, I'm going with him. Both would leave the place while they toured Paris. The blonde was already finding it strange to be going out at night to patrol, but who was he to complain? The bicolor was the apprentice of the Dark Knight, so there was no problem. Adrian, any news? Shoto, no, just bullet casings near your mansion and I still haven't found the results. It's like someone swallowed them. Adrian, well, despite everything he's still my father. I love him but like Hawk Moth, he should pay for his actions for a while. At that moment, screens would light up all over Paris, the reason someone hacked into the systems of the same, while on the screen a man with a deformed face was shown. Shoto, two faces. Two faces. It's good to have some of your attention but it's time to show my guest. I would say showing Gabriel Agresti with the camera. I want Paris to look at me for a moment. For months they have been plagued by Hawk Moth's Akumas, but no one stopped to think about who was behind that mask. The streets were making a fuss about the subject. Shoto, watch carefully he would say using his computer to hack the signal. Adrian, yes. Two-Face, you have the nerve to lie to your own son, Mr. Agresti, and not just to him, but to all of Paris, right? Hawk Moth, that puzzled Paris. Come on, transform. Gabriel, I won't do it. Two-Face, you know, I thought someone like you, a decent man, who wanted the precious Ladybug and Chat Noir miraculous, so powerful given that they represent creation and destruction itself, I thought you'd want something big, not resurrect a deceased wife. Adrian, Mom? He thought surprised. He could understand his father's wish, justify it or accept it not so much. Two-Face, well, you thought like a decent man in an indecent situation. But, as they say, your fate depends on the coin. Heads you win, tails you die, and I hope those heroes come to save you. So the transmission was cut off. Shoto, I have the place. Adrian, let's go. They both headed out to the villain's area, a warehouse quite close to the center of Paris, since who would think of looking for someone in such an area? In the river, Aqualad was investigating whether there were any threats that would make him act like an Atlantean, but everything was clear. In areas of London, Zachary was performing a magic show to make some money, not that he needed it, but magicians need to show off what they can do. With Izuka and Melissa, both were flying over areas near Paris and its surroundings, while the green-haired man flew outside the atmosphere looking for problems approaching the planet. With the cat and the little bird, Shoto and Chat Noir were walking on the rooftops until they reached the place, where from a window they observed a tied-up Gabriel Agresti while he looked at a relaxed Two-Face. Shoto simply signaled him to advance stealthily, since he knew the modus operandi of Two-Face, Harvey Dent, since it depends on a coin, which he flips every time he has to make a decision, the vast majority of them related to someone's life or death. Two Faces, I see that those two rather childish heroes will want to let you die, but let's see what fate thinks I would say to take out a weapon and the coin. Gabriel, I have more than earned this. Two Faces, oh really? In this life or the next, sins are paid for, but now tossing the coin and landing tails someone will die. Two-Face pointed at a wall and opened fire. Two-Face, I didn't expect anyone to come in here. From the shadows Chat Noir would emerge with a serious face. He no longer had the playful face he always had. Adrian, it seems you have Hawk Moth. Look, I don't like people to suffer, and even less him. Now let him go. Two-Face, no, everything must be paid for, he would say, turning the gun and trying to pull the trigger. But something would hit him, making him drop the gun. A batarang? Bat, come out, I know you're here. Shoto, I'm not the idiot Bat, he would say, launching himself to hit Harvey. Two-Face, Robin. Two-Face would pull out a knife and launch himself to attack Shoto, who could hold him back alone. Not that Two-Face knew how to fight. After all, he was a prosecutor in Gotham, before the Joker killed his wife and disfigured his face with a firebomb, which drove him to madness. Shoto's disadvantage was the training that the subject possessed. Although he was something close to a magistrate, Harvey knew how to fight and defend himself. Use the punches. Adrian, while Shoto was in charge of the fight, approached his father and freed him. Adrian, it's not personal, he would say coldly. He was angry and quite a bit, but he wouldn't act impulsively. Gabriel, they will save me despite everything, eh? Adrian, it's not like we had a choice. It's the right thing to do, he would say simply, to join the fight. Two Faces, what? Wigsh. Adrian, one face hit. The other is missing, he would say to hit him again on the other side. Shoto, that was good, he would say, smiling sideways. Adrian, and I thought you had no sense of humor. Two Faces would stop and return to the attack with his knives, but Shoto would knock him out with 3 hits. Left arm so he would drop one knife, right arm so he would drop the other, and jaw so he would be knocked out. At Marinette's house, the Ladybug Miraculous holder was sorting through her things, thinking about the Miraculous, when Nuru entered with her own Miraculous and the Peacock Miraculous. Tiki, Nuru? What's wrong? Nuru, Hawk Moth made me leave. He was captured and kidnapped. Marinette, a guy like that? Pointing at Two Faces. Nuru, yes, it was him. Reporter, the police have arrived and arrested the villain known as Two-Face. Along with him, the recovered Gabriel Agresti has voluntarily surrendered, given that he has a sentence for his actions as Hawk Moth. Will this be the end of Ladybug and Chat Noir? Wait, is that Chat Noir? Chat Noir, any news? Adrian, no comments, he would say to leave. Marinette, so the fight comes to an end, right? Tiki, yes, but as we were told, there are more villains out there. At that point the travel device would sound, since Marinette was guarding it, since she was the only one with an alibi for the recharging energy consumption to hide it. Marinette, it seems they must return, she would say sadly while notifying the device's charged status. The next morning, everyone was gathered at the Eiffel Tower, while each one with their hero costumes was present, from the Miraculous team. In addition to Rogue Rena, Viper Ion and Carapace, there were Pegasus, Ryuko, Monkey King, Vesperia, Pigella, Polaraiden, Purple Tigress, Capriccio, Hound, Ferocious Rooster, Minotaur and Argos. Marinette, do you really have to leave? Izuku, this is not our universe. Aqualad, plus, they have help if they need us. Zachary, and just say abracadabra and we'll be here. Adrian, thank you, he would say, shaking Shoto's hand for everything. Shoto, it's a pleasure. Monkey King, it would be great to see you again. Viper Ion, and if you need us, we're here. Melissa, keep fighting for what's right. Team, be the best heroes. We'll see you soon, they would say loudly to activate the device and disappear from view. Minute 3.13. Land 68,957,325. Location? Somewhere in the United States. In one city, things were not going well at all. A kind of energy mass was causing chaos near a very populated city. In front of her was a boy talking to himself. Or so it seemed. Boy. But making fun of Black Knight is the only thing that calms me down and keeps me from getting scared. We don't deal with these things all the time. Just make sure Providence doesn't attack me while I save your lives, he would say as he threw himself into the energy cluster. The boy could generate machines from his body, and at this moment he generated a jet pack with aero propellants similar to those of an airplane. So he flew closer to the energy mass carefully and quickly, given that rays were thrown towards him and the city. The boy would want to hit him but would stop since it was not very smart to hit pure energy. Boy, so I'm going to destroy this. The boy would lower the fist with which he was going to hit, but moved by curiosity he would try to touch the energy but would be struck by lightning moving away from it. Headset, come back here kid, I think she doesn't like you. The boy would resume the attack to get closer, dodging increasingly violent rays. Boy, holy day, what is it? And where do I hit it? Holy day, I don't know. I would say, but a sound from the computer would call attention. Stop. I received 6 signals of bioorganic energy coming from there. The boy would simply see a large subject coming out of that energy towards him, screaming to crush him. Seeing this, the boy would disarm the jetpack, turning his fists into giant mechanical fists, ready to attack as well. But the being that came out would take the fist as if it were a child's game, and then hit him and send him to the ground. Boy, I would say, to fall into a kind of lake. The being was falling standing on the ground in front of the boy, who would resume the attack position, being surprised to see the subject. Boy, do you have anything to say on your behalf, before I start beating you up and destroying you? Subject, yes, you just made a huge mistake. 3 heroes facing off. Previously, boy, do you have anything to say on your behalf, before I start beating you up and destroying you? Subject, yes, you just made a huge mistake. At the moment, the boy was looking in surprise at the giant lizard as he watched it try to hit him with a hammer with its hands. So using its abilities, it would create a shield generator, where the subject would begin to hit, burying the boy. Subject, stay still if you know what's good for you, he would say, to turn around and walk towards the energy loop. Holiday, Rex, he would call over the radio, there are 5 other life forms coming out of there. Rex, really ugly, I'm going to show you how good I am, I would say, at creating mega legs. In the energy stack, 5 figures were about to leave as the giant reptilian approached, but would be hit by Rex at full speed. Subject, UIGHH would say when hit. Holiday, Rex, I sense more fluctuations in the event. Something has come out before 5 signals are about to come out. Rex, I see it, Doc, he would say, approaching the subject. Subject, you and your partners must stop now, and I will try to keep the beatings to a minimum. Rex, what a coincidence, he would say, deactivating his legs and making some metal fists. I was going to tell you the same thing, only in this language, he would say, to hit the guy. Take care of whatever came out. 6, this guy is mine. Subject, you want to learn the hard way, he would say, reappearing and dusting himself off. Okay. Lesson 1, bad aliens are not welcome on my planet, he would say, to slam a hammer on the ground, which would create a shockwave sending Rex into a lake. Rex, you hit well, he would say, rubbing his chin. I admit it. Holiday, Rex, something came out of the energy pillar at high speed. Subject, heh? Your pseudo-alien should already know that if you mess with Ben you won't look good at all, he would say, turning to him. Rex, aliens? Which Ben? Another crazy Evo is cool. Providence will take care of your energy weapon or whatever that is. Let's see if I can beat you up. Something would hit the guy named Ben, taking him against a rock. Rex, and what's that? Melissa, don't worry, she would say, coming down from the sky, surprising Rex. Aqualad, we'll take care of it. Zachary, let the magic come. Shoto, don't harass him so much, he would say, falling like Batman. Rex, what are you? Holiday, Rex, these are the signatures that came out of the energy pillar. The colored guy, the one in the tuxedo, and the girl along with the one who saved you have a strange pattern. None of the 4 have nanites. The other guy barely has any, but he has the necessary ones for a normal human being. Rex, it can't be, he would say, surprised. Melissa, I'll go for those 2 since they're taking the fight to the civilians. I'd say to take off. With Izuku, the giant lizard and the Kryptonian were facing each other. Ben, so you have powers, but I don't think you're human. Omnitrix, DNA of unknown alien, prepared for scanning. Ben, what? Izuku, that's right, I'm not a human being. I'm Izuku from Krypton, he would say, to jump, and I'll leave you on the ground so you can calm down. Ben, in that case, he would say, to press the Omnitrix on his chest and change form Armadillo. Izuku, so a shapeshifter, I guess that attachment on your chest allows it. Ben, observant, but I would say to activate his pistons it would be better to go to sleep. Izuku, that's what you want. At that moment Rex would strike with an arm turned into a sword to prevent them from colliding, since he could see the shock wave given the strength of both. Rex, well, I don't know what you did when you changed, but I'll give you that beating back. Melissa, it won't be necessary, she would say, rolling up the lasso of truth. Give up, this could all be a misunderstanding. Ben, No, I won't give up. Melissa, surrender. The bond of truth compels you. Ben had no choice but to activate the Omnitrix to return to his human form, surprising Rex, but not the others. Zachary, wow, and I said magic was my thing. At that moment several ships from Providencia arrived at the scene, while a man with black glasses and swords fell, burying his swords in a robot. Rex, 6. Everyone take cover, he would say as the robot threatened to destroy itself. Zachary, Eterk glazed Nwara M would say to create a shield around. Rex, 6. Izuku, Zachary, whatever you say, Tropsnart sight Namri Mac Ot Tefas. He would say to make 6 appear at his side. Rex, how did they do that? Ben, that was it. Zachary, that's right, I'm a magician. 6, that was not a pleasant experience. Melissa, everyone gets that impression the first time. After that, the Providence ships descended while attempting to take those present and newcomers prisoner. One would normally wonder what Providence is, since Providence is a clandestine organization that was created in response to the Nanite event, an event of diverse origins since it is unclear how it originated, although its root was the Nanite Project, which ended in failure due to an explosion that scattered nanites, microscopic machines that attach themselves to every living being on the planet. Providence's main function is to contain, cure, or kill, as a last resort, hostile EVOs. Since 6 ended up injured when he was transported roughly and took part in the robot's explosion, the entire group was taken to a room where, saved by Shoto, they were put in tube-shaped cells, since with 4 of them, not having nanites and showing superhuman abilities, it could generate the rupture of the status quo of their world. Dr. Rebecca Holliday had offered to study all of them. Since this represented a paradigm shift, also since none of them showed a frequency with their world, the conclusion of parallel Earths was reached, and the bicolor device confirmed it. Medical wing. Rex, will Holiday be okay? Holiday. I do what I can, Rex, he would say, checking 6 signs, in addition to placing him in a chamber, but we have to concentrate on the main thing. 6 would have wanted it. Rex, this is the only time I'll do what 6 wants while he's in a coma. Laboratory. A bicolor could be seen handcuffed on a table, while 5 other containment capsules were standing around him, while the director of Providencia, called Blanco, analyzed the pattern of the self-destructing robot. Blanco, I'll be happy to help Providencia research how to close the rift. You can fight that machine. Rex, he flew into 1,000 pieces with 6, he would say, annoyed. Remember, White, don't be so sure, he would say, expanding the video images of the explosion, noticing a red energy sphere leaving the place. Someone must find out what it is and where it went. Ben, I can do it. Monkey, you will do nothing but sit and remain silent. Izuku, I'm sorry, he would say, turning on his heat vision but doing nothing while something dangerous is causing disasters, he would say, to break the glass with heat vision. Rex, that was it. Holiday, how you have powers without nanites. Izuku, my name is Izuel from Krypton. I am not human. Rex, seriously, you look like one to me. Ben, that's why my watch scanned you, but it didn't assimilate your DNA. White, let's assume what you say is true. What happened to your planet? Izuku, destroyed. They cannibalized the core and it became a black hole due to its instability. Rex, I'm sorry. Ben, me too. Zachary, hey, what happened to your friend was a mistake with my spells. Rex, are you a magician? Zachary, Homo Magi, a subspecies of human evolution. We are born with the natural ability to use magic and live much longer than the average normal human. Ben, it's like my cousin and her relationship with an alien race, given that her race can, or well, I inherited something from them, but I can't use magic. Zachary, what breed? He would say, interested. Ben, Anodite. Calder, that's natural, but not only the Homo Magi. In my case I would simply say. Rex, and what are you? I mean, no human has gills, or at least the ones I know have them because of nanites. Holiday, I have a theory, but. Calder, I'm from Atlantis. That surprised several people except the team. Rex, stop. Are you one of those fish men from the stories? Ben, I have the same question. Calder, yes, I am Calder HM from Atlantis. My species name is Homo Murminus. We have the ability to breathe in water, in addition to manipulating magic since we are a variant of the Homo Magi. Ben, how did you guys come about? Calder, my species emerged after the sinking of Atlantis. Blanco, I see that. And what about you, Miss Melissa? I am Melissa from Themyscira, I would say with great pride. Holiday, Amazon. she would say surprised. Melissa, yes. Ben, normally I would be surprised, but as long as you don't do anything to me. Melissa, I'm not like many of my sisters who would make them suffer. I also plan to get married someday, and if I continue as a feminazi like them, or the vast majority of them, I won't end well. I've met men who are excellent people, and just because men with dark and evil hearts exist doesn't mean I have to hate an entire gender. Monkey, that will be interesting. Ben, hey, you know something? Don't you feel like something bad is going to happen? Izuku, with our luck, I doubt that won't happen soon. In space, a gigantic spherical metal structure can be seen flying through the same space. Inside this structure, a gigantic being watched everything closely. Looks like I'll be able to visit that planet and see what it has to offer, he would say, smiling. Subordinate, my Lord Mongol, what do you order? Mongol, set a course for Earth. I want to see how capable those Nanite guys are. Alpha, Ben in his necrophrygian form, Izuku, and Rex can be seen flying over various areas of populated areas, as unusual activity was reported. Rex, according to Blanco, it's an orange thing that looks like round energy. Ben, that helps. Izuku, even with my powers it's hard to find her. Rex, dude, I'm still amazed at what you can do. Ben, yes, you just need to resist the space. Izuku, I never said I couldn't resist it, he would say, smiling. Both, don't make things up, they said in amazement. It was rare to see someone with so many powers. Izuku, well, do you want to talk about your worlds? Rex, that would do. Ben, start your. Without further delay, Izuku proceeded to tell them everything about his world, the Quirk phenomenon, the superhuman society, the existence of the hero profession, which excited them both. Rex, dude, you have the life of a comic book in your world. Izuku, that's right. Ben, dude, though, the problem arises if guys from outside come. Izuku, I know, there's a reason I'm there. With my friends I know we'll be able to. Raha, Ben and that. Izuku, careful, he would say, removing Rex but receiving a blow that crashed him. Rex, that's great, I'll take care of an EVO, he would say to make his metal arms. Ben, well, you won't keep everything, he would say, transforming Wrath. Rex, WOHHHH. He would say as he flew towards Ben. Ben, let me tell you something, monster, Wrath isn't scared of you. Izuku, forget that, Mahmud understands, he would say, crashing into the villain. Rex, do you know how to stop it? Izuku, there's no way other than being knocked out, and I think you should see some restraint. Ben, what powers does he have? Izuku, he is a boy, no more than 18, who was injected with a chemical formula called cobra venom, he would say, reducing Mammoth. People began to flee, but a yellow dome would form around the heroes. Ben, any news, Boy Scout? Rex, I'm not familiar with this. Izuku, what was missing is a Sinestro Corp here. Sinestro Corp, people sound scared, Kryptonian. Izuku, how nice. I wish it was my luck, he would say, to spin and dig through the ground. Hey Arkillo, he would say, coming out and hitting the guy in the face. Good night. Ben, okay, he would say, returning to normal. What do we do? Izuku, take off the ring, making Rex take it off and give it to him, and I'll see what we do, he would say to touch his communicator. Melissa, do you copy me? Melissa, tell me, she would answer. Izuku, do you have the Phantom Zone projector? Melissa, I'll guess villains. Izuku, yep. Melissa, keep them still and we'll put them in later. Wonder Woman out. Izuku, aware. Rex, what is that? Phantom Zone. Izuku, a pocket dimension. Ben, like the projector I know, he would mutter to himself. Rex, oh come on, you guys have those. He complained, I wish I was in your worlds. Izuku, well, whose turn was it to speak? Ben, well, I'll continue, starting to narrate the encounter with the Omnitrix when he was 10 years old, his adventures, his fights with guys like Vilgax, and his adventures until he saved the Earth from the hybrid invasion. Rex, oh how jealous. Izuku, you go. Rex then began to explain his world, the origin of the Nanites, the EVOs, and what he is in charge of doing in Providence. Ben, you know something, I think everyone has their own thing. Izuku, although our work is greater, your work is still important. Rex, Rex, really? At that the sound of an aircraft would sound as Melissa descended with it. Izuku, he's one of yours. Ben, is it like you? Rex, nah, no, my brother Caesar is a bit crazy and works on the wrong side of the fence. Otherwise, he's not that bad. Melissa, until I find them. Ben and Rex would bring in the arrestees while Melissa triggers the Phantom Zone, trapping them there. Caesar, that's it. Izuku, pocket dimension. Caesar, wow, I'm Caesar, a pleasure. Izuku, what are you pulling out? he would say, seeing Caesar pull out a weapon. Ben, careful, he would say, activating the clock and transforming Piamanti. Caesar would pull the trigger, and it would bounce off Ben's body, returning and causing the gun to fall to the ground. Caesar, wait, I needed it. Rex, what for? Caesar, that's why, pointing to an orange energy sphere, a very dangerous thing. The sphere would become an orange humanoid being with white eyes and would speak. Sir, why do you speak of my father like that? I am your Alpha, I have returned home. Does that please you? Caesar, no, not especially. Alpha would come down and grab Caesar by the neck. Izuku would come to the rescue, but the guy would throw a lightning bolt, hitting him and injuring him badly. Ben, friend, I would say, to help him. Alpha, it's magic, he would say, seeing the green-haired boy weak. Kryptonians are weak against that, he would say, to return his attention to Caesar. What's going on here? Why so many brothers? Caesar, there was an accident. Alpha, the bodies I built, father, still don't last, but my brothers are free, I can control them, they can help complete me, I would say, to show flaws. Rex would go out to help Caesar but would be stopped. Caesar, Rex backs off. Alpha, I'm still weak, father, I need more. Izuku, what does Trigon have to do with this? He would say weakly, he would recognize the use of his magic anywhere. Alpha, he was simply a benefactor. Ben, who is Trigon? Izuku, then I would say weak. Rex, Caesar? Alpha, you will help me be okay, he would say, extending his hands. Caesar, I don't think I want to now, he would say, thinking about it. Alpha, that's a disappointing answer. Ben, then you're not going to like this one at all, he would say, walking towards Alpha. Ben would manage to hit him, sending him far away while Rex prepared some weapons as if they were scythes. Caesar, don't let him touch you, he would say, calling for attention. Alpha would look at Rex, noticing the amount of nanites he has, so he would approach him. Alpha, you control the nanites, even though you are human, how is that possible? Tell me the secret. Ben would throw diamonds at Alpha, causing her head to vanish, but it would regenerate as it became a kind of gas, while Melissa would try to use the lasso of truth, but it would be useless, forcing Alpha to leave. Rex, hey Caesar, what is that thing? And tell me why he called you father. Caesar, he's emigrating, we have to follow him, he would say, upset to go after him. Melissa, Caesar, what are those dead nanites that are like leaves, I would say, seeing a capsule. Caesar, the entity they fought leaves them in its wake and is drawn to your weapon. Ben, the Ultimatrix, has the DNA of more than 1 million species. Rex, this sounds weird. Izuku, don't forget that I'm not a human. Rex, that's not the point. But why do you know so much about parallel Earths? Caesar, because I sent him there, in the early days of the Nanite program. The goal was simple: build micro-machines that cure diseases, heal cells, regenerate bones. But there was a problem with controlling them. Thus, theories arose. Some supported the human-machine link, others that machines could control themselves. I believed in the latter, and developed Alpha to control the nanites. To maximize its usefulness, I had to make Alpha think for itself. Ben, a long explanation means something bad in your world. Rex, yes. Izuku, no, since we know people who like to make things long, remembering Batman and his investigations that lasted up to weeks. Caesar, Alpha developed a sentience of its own, becoming a unique life form and desiring a body. But what it developed burned up, so when Alpha tries to possess living things, it must be eliminated. Melissa, doesn't that sound like something Stark would do? She would say to the green-haired man. Izuku, Project Ultron. Ben, Project Ultron? Melissa would detail Stark's plan for armor to protect the planet from threats, so he developed an AI called Ultron. But with this, it's not so certain that Ultron is a good idea. Caesar, I built a dimensional switch. Ben, sounds like a vacuum gun. Where I come from, we have those on Earth. Caesar, I designed it so that Alpha could be sent into a vacuum without being able to do any harm. Izuku, and use the Phantom Zone? Caesar, Phantom Zone. Melissa, it's a pocket dimension we use to lock up dangerous criminals. Izuku, there are hundreds of villains there. Putting Alpha in there would mean handing him a body on a silver platter. Ben, the Void works like that too. We use it as a prison for galactic criminals. Caesar, I see. It would clearly find a host in a mechanical subject. Alpha knows how to manipulate machines. It has gained mass and energy from other nanites to stabilize itself in a host, he would say, thinking while in another scene. Alpha attacks some kind of giant moth. There is no limit to the damage it can cause. Rex, well, make another bazooka and we'll break it. Caesar, It's too late, Rex, he would say, for the aircraft to be attacked by Alpha. So sorry, brother, he would say from an escape pod. Tell him it's a new weapon. Rex, Caesar, Melissa, there's no time, she would say, taking Ben. Izuku, we're leaving, he would say, taking Rex and flying away. While the ship, upon leaving, would explode. Ben, hey. Melissa, what's going on? Rex, why are there 2 moons? Izuku would see the area using his enhanced vision. Izuku, it's because it's not a moon, he would say, drawing attention. It's a planetoid approaching. The teenager of steel. Previously. Rex, why are there 2 moons? Izuku would look with his enhanced vision. Izuku, it's because it's not a moon, it's a planetoid approaching. At the moment. Ben, wow, wait, planetoid? What's it like? Rex, you also have to explain to us who Trigon is. Izuku, Zachary, I need you where I am. At that, a portal of magic would open as Zachary would come out of it. Zachary, it was good to copy Strange's method of transportation. Izuku, well, they want to know about Raven's father. Zachary, Trigons? Melissa, a thing called Alpha mentioned him as a benefactor. Zachary, okay, first of all, welcome to Demonology Class 1. About demons no one should summon. Ben, so Trigon is a demon? Rex, like Satan? Zachary, Satan is a baby next to him. Holiday, that's possible. I know I'm skeptical about that. But analyzing the creeds, Satan is a powerful demon, I would say, through the communicator. Zachary, yes. But Trigon is a guy who makes Satan look like a baby. He is a conqueror, a demon who enjoyed spreading evil and pain wherever he went, which is why 3 entities whose mission was to erase all manifestations of evil trap him and try to get a force known as the Heart of Darkness to absorb his corrupted soul. However, the power of the demon was such that it was he who absorbed the heart, and with it the hundreds of souls it contained, which increased his powers to exorbitant levels. This great power also had the restriction that Trigon could no longer travel to other dimensions to spread his evil. As a solution, he decided to impregnate various women in order to use their children as his access key to those worlds. Ben, how many children are there? Zachary, many, too many to count. The problem, many can't stand that power and die. I only know one, and she's from our team. And believe me, she knows what Trigon is like as a father, and I think he deserves the title of Father of the Year. I would say emphatically he only cares about himself, since he sees his children as weapons. Rex, old, and she. Izuku, she's a little girl. We found her scared after she escaped from him. Her fear of him is immense, along with her hatred given that he killed her mother and those from the dimension where she was hidden. Believe me, she showed us. It's not pleasant to comment on the devastation he did just to get to her. Zachary, not to mention that even powerful cosmic entities don't mess with him, and many of them are powerful beings, like the Phantom Stranger, Judas Iscariot. Ben, cosmic entities? He would say, surprised given that he associated them with the celestial sapiens from Alien X. Rex, how is that guy still alive? Zachary, I don't know much about him. Other than that, after his death he was condemned to remain neutral without supporting a side for eternity. Holiday, what kind of punishment? I would say, feeling a little sorry for him. He was known for the Jesus thing, given Christianity. Zachary, he was sentenced to wander for all eternity among humanity with the money he obtained for his betrayal around his neck. The first thing he did was return to the scene of his abominable crime, and there an entity known as the Voice ordered him to wear the tunic of the one he had betrayed and begin his eternal penance. Rex, dude, that's kind of cruel. Zachary, there are many like him. There's Pandora and a guy called Question. Ben, I wouldn't want to be them. Holiday, now I'm worried about the planetoid. Then we can talk about cosmic beings. Blanco, I want to know about that too, he would say, speaking through the communicator. Besides, Alpha just entered the bug jar. Rex, oh come on. Ben, if you need me, I'll go with you. Rex, thank you. Izuku, Aqualad. Calder, I'm on it. I'm getting to the place. Shoto, same here. But when War World gets closer, it means trouble. Holiday, I guess War World is the approaching planetoid, right? Shoto, that's right. Izuku, tell them about their leader too. Izuku, okay, pay attention. War World, created by a warrior alien race called the Warzons as their ultimate weapon, was originally located in the Cygnus system and was a weapon used by its creators, carving a path of death and destruction during their conquest of the universe. As their ultimate weapon, they built this mobile satellite to house their laser cannons and nuclear missiles. However, the entire Warzon race mysteriously died. The last of the warlords was found dead at the satellite's controls by the Largas, a very calm alien race. The Largas didn't destroy Warworld. Instead, they reprogrammed the satellite's defenses and created a special key to the sonic crystal that could unlock the protective planet. Perhaps the Largas kept Warworld as a weapon of last resort. But over time, the Largas also disappeared. Before he died, the last Largas gave the key to the Martian race for safekeeping. Rex, stop, Martians? Ben, my watch doesn't mention them either. Melissa, that's not the point and we're getting off track. By the way, I want you to do a spell showing it. Zachary, whatever you say doing what was asked. Izuku, for reasons unknown to me, a man named Mongol took his position, who uses it as an arena where several fighters fight to the death on their battlefields. My mentor said he was there for a while, but defeated his boss, since it was used as a giant slave space station. It has a powerful weapon system that can destroy planets. Inside it houses battlefields that are mostly inhabited by slaves. Holiday, how do we stop him? He would say, already knowing that they must stop him. White, you said they had a pocket dimension, didn't you? Izuku, I got it, he would say, taking flight. Melissa, stop, where do you think you're going? Izuku, I'll stop Mongol. Melissa, you alone? Remember, he comes from a planet with a red sun like yours. Earth has a yellow star, a young sun. If this strengthens you, how do you think he's feeling? Zachary, dude, I hate to have to agree with her, but I'm with her. Izuku, I appreciate your concern, but Rex will help you. Ben, I know Alpha can cause damage, but that thing is more dangerous than that mutant electronic beast. Blanco, oh no, guys, you should see something. The satellites are picking up something. It's like a cannon and it has us in its sights, he would say, so that everyone would be in shock and Izuku would fly away. Melissa, Izuku, Ben, I'm going after him, he would say, activating his Omnitrix jet ray. Jet ray would go after Izuku while outside the lunar orbit, something that only Izuku could see. A cannon was opening from the war world, a cannon was pointing towards the Earth, and energy was concentrating on it. When Jet Ray realized it, it was too late. The cannon released a blast against the planet, with enough power to destroy it completely, and only a teenager of steel stood in his way. The green-haired boy pushed against an impossible power. To Ben's surprise, who was stunned by it, he didn't think he would be able to tolerate that burst, but the green-haired boy got in the way. Izuku, I would say. The green-haired man flew through the destructive force, deflecting it and destroying the warworld's main gun and Aneab weapon systems. Ben's surprise was clear. He had never seen someone so crazy or suicidal to take such a risk, but he had to react when the green-haired man began to fall, overwhelmed, with injuries like second-degree burns all over his body. His suit was destroyed. While the barely conscious green-haired man fell towards Earth, he was exhausted. He couldn't fly, and the pain prevented him from thinking. Ben, Izuku would sy taking the green-haired boy. Hey friend. Izuku, Ben, I stopped him, he would say before fainting. Ben, yeah, you did it buddy, he would say, carrying him. Rex, hey Ben, what's going on over there? Ben, you wouldn't believe it if I told you. Providencia Base. Holiday was distraught. Her measurements collapsed when she felt the energy spike that the war world emanated. She was preparing for the worst when something happened. Holiday, what happened? She would say worriedly. Ben, Superman stood in the middle of the shot. It was a blast capable of destroying the planet. Melissa, what did he do? She would say upset. Blanco, what? He would say bewildered from the bug cage. Calder, only someone like that could do it. Ben, hey, he has a lot of injuries and if I enter the planet I might kill him because of the pressure. Can you tell me what to do? Melissa, you must take it to the sun. Rex, wow, time out. What the hell did he do and why take him to the sun? Shoto, his cells are probably discharged and at their limit for reentry. It is advisable to take him as close to the sun as possible so that his cells recharge and absorb its radiation, thus activating his healing. Ben, Rex, Izuku just saved our lives and I'll see what I do. In space. Ben, dude, you should wake up, he would say, to start flying to the sun. He would go calmly. He had to take care of the green-haired boy. In the jar of bugs, things were not going well. Aqualad, Shoto, Ray and Blanco were resisting a beating after Alpha stole all the nanites from the inhabitants of the place. Along the way, Alpha managed to steal a couple of Rex's nanites with each hit, and this continued for several minutes, until he managed to steal the Omega nanite, which made Rex unique, leaving him extremely weakened. But even so, with his support they refused to give up. In the city, in front of Melissa and Zachary, Holiday along with Bobo and Six had arrived. But there was a problem. A big guy was in front of them. He had yellow skin and orange eyes. Mongol and Melissa had stood face to face. Melissa, what do you want? Mongol, I would say seriously. Mongol, Amazon, what do I want? I'm simply a tyrant, someone who seeks to be feared throughout the universe. Or well, universes, he would say, smiling evilly. Melissa, and you think you'll make it? Mongol, please, we both know that without your mentor or the older Kryptonian they won't stop me. Melissa, do you want to bet? She would say to hit the giant, while the others tried to help. In the sun, Ben was reaching the sun while the green-haired man was slowly recovering his energy, to the point of waking up. Izuku, Ben, you must leave me and return. Ben, what are you saying? Izuku, I must do something I've never done before, and that is to enter the sun, overload my cells. If what my mentor told me is true, Mongol will be fighting now with the rest. Help them, they need you. Ben, fine, but you'll be fine. Izuku, sure, he would say, addressing the sun, it's so beautiful. Ben, unsure, would agree to leave, while Izuku got closer and closer to the sun. While he felt the heat of the star, it was not suffocating because his cells were beginning to react, so recovering some of his speed, without thinking he would jump, surpassing the fires of the star, and entering the sun. In the city, Melissa, Six and Bobo were getting a serious beating, but from heaven. Ben, Humungosaurus, Mongol, let's see how you are. They would both bump fists while creating a shock wave, while Melissa and the others breathed, unaware that Alpha was approaching from the bug jar. United Heroes. City. Ben was taking a beating like Humungosaur, yet the Amazon was holding Mongol back. Mongol, wretched woman, he would say, grabbing her by the head and knocking the Amazon down with a blow. Ben, damn, he would say, hitting him hard and giving him a few blows. Mongol, not bad, you use a very powerful Vaxosaurus shapeshifter. But he would say, taking Ben by the neck, my home planet has a red sun like the Kryptonian child's, and this is a yellow astro, he would say, putting pressure on his neck. Zachary, Arif Nrub Adien Nordlak Elbub would say to throw a flame of fire. Mongol dodged, letting go of Ben, who was coughing from the force of the grip, and returning to normal. Mongol, as a human you are fragile, not even earth deities can stop me, he would say to hit. Zachary, Eturk Glazed Wara he would say, creating a shield. Come on, alien kid, become something, he would say, holding the shield. Alpha, that won't happen, he would say, arriving. Mongol, are you someone I'll crush? Rookie, Alpha, don't underestimate me. I am Alpha Omega. Mongol, I'm not impressed by you, he would say, to jump and hit the guy. In the distance, Blanco's plane was piloted by Shoto, who handled it like the bat plane, causing Rex to have a vomit bag in his hands, while Aqualad and Blanco were normal. White boy, that's what I call driving. Aqualad, where is he? At that, Melissa would shake off some rubble while looking at Mongol, very annoyed. Melissa, where is that aberration? Zachary, facing off with Alpha, I would say wisely. Ben, yeah, but he would say, activating the Omnitrix, how about 4 arms? Melissa, I like you, just don't make me hit you. Both would head to the fight to try to stop it. Alpha, I don't fear any organic life form, either gods nor mortals. Organics can evolve like I do, he would say, returning the blows to Mongol. Mongol, you hit the machine while I would say hitting too. Alpha would roar while somehow managing to breathe fire from his mouth. Alpha, unlike organics, I'm constantly evolving. The gods have reached their limit, and humans soon will. I will evolve forever. All other races in the universe are the same. Ben, I'm going, I would say, to hit Alpha. Mongol, who? Melissa, fall down, bastard, she would say, hitting him. Alpha, you may use shape-shifting technology, but you're still organic, he'd say, sending Ben flying away. Rex, I got you, he would say, arriving. Ben, dude, it took you a long time. Rex, Alpha stole my Omega Nanite, so it weakened me quite a bit. Ben, well, I would say, thinking, have you thought about being Ultra? Rex, what aren't you listening to? They stole my Omega Nanite. Ben, I did it, but if you build it, he would say, by turning on the clock I can improve it. Rex, what thing? Ben, stay still, he would say, to get in, while green lines and a black suit formed around Rex. Rex, and this. Ben would jump out of his arm, scared, while Shoto and Aqualad arrived. Ben, build something, I can improve it. Rex would do as requested by forming a fist that grew knuckles. Rex, Woi, he would say amazed. Ben. Now, he would say from the shoulder, we are going to kick their asses. Rex. Well, we speak the same language, I'd say, creating turbines and taking off. In the battle, Mongol and Alpha were battling each other when Rex would appear forming a laser sword. Rex. I'll beat you back, he would say to cut off Alpha's arm, and then slash at Mongol. Mongol, you are tenacious. But it won't be enough, I would say, to hit him. Aqualad. Not if we stop it, he would say, hitting him. In Eos, a motorcycle would be heard while Shoto fired shots from it. Blanco. So that was the bike he asked me to update with his instructions, he would say, arriving. Shoto. And it's nothing, he would say, by touching a button. The motorcycle began to detransform as the metal of the vehicle began to dress the two-tone, while a kind of suit was seen on it. Shoto. I hope Ben doesn't get upset, he would say in a low voice, it's time to fight. Land 25,698,859, Baxter Building. A muscular stone being was watching television when he sneezed loudly. Johnny, hey Roka, what's wrong? Ben, for some reason someone is imitating me. Back with the protagonists, Shoto and Melissa took care of Mongol, keeping him at bay, while Aqualad and Ultra Rex kept Alpha supported from behind by Zachary. Alpha, they won't beat me. He would say so that a shock wave would affect Rex, sending her flying, but she would return to the fight with a new motorcycle form. Rex, let's see what you think of this, he would say, forming a cannon while deactivating the turbo mobile. Rex opened fire where the shots merged with beams of magic cast by Zachary and Atlantean magic from Aqualad, causing damage since technomagic is easier to use as a weapon to attack. Aqualad, this is taking a while. Holiday. Rex, something is coming and it's crossing the atmosphere. With Mongol, he was slowly turning the tide of his opponent's fight. Shoto had part of his suit destroyed. Melissa had cuts and bruises on her face and body, but neither wanted to give in. Mongol. I must admit, they can keep up a fight against me, but they don't have the Kryptonian. Hey, a voice would say, making several people present smile, including Six, who was with Holiday. Mongol. Kryptonian, I would say, surprised. Izuku would simply give the guy a couple of hits, causing him quite a bit of damage. Izuku, you dared, I would say, hitting him to attack, I would say, without stopping hitting him, my planet, I would say, hitting him more, and my friends, I would say, sending him against a building and continue hitting him. Mongol. Ha 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 ha, he would say, taking a fist from the green-haired man. Well, that is the strength I am looking for, he would say, to take him by the neck, but you are just like your mentor. Weak when you let yourself be carried away by those desires to protect the home that welcomed you. Izuku, miserable, he would say, turning on his heat vision. Mongol, eh? He would say to be hit by the Kryptonian's heat vision beams, so those he would say to hit him and send him against a building. You may have been recharged in the same star, but you are still inferior to me, kid. Melissa, damn, I would say, attacking him. Mongol, I haven't forgotten you. Amazon girl, he would say to hit her and throw her against Shoto, nor you, bad boy. Shoto would receive the blonde but would fall to the ground, while the green-haired man lifted the rubble and left the building completely intact. Mongol, interesting. Izuku would launch himself at Mongol again as he did the same, but before hitting him, Izuku would dodge it as if time had stopped for both of them. Mongol, no, I would say, surprised. Izuku, without saying a word, would simply hit him in the face, making him fall to the ground, while he stands on top of him and releases heat vision on him at a higher power, causing Mongol to suffer damage, until he is left with serious injuries. Izuku, is everyone okay? Mongol, wretch, he would say, trying to attack, but Melissa, shut up already, she would say, hitting him on the back of the head with a shield. You've got me fed up. Izuku, that's what it looks like. Shoto, and you? How are you? Izuku, I'm already healed. That's the important thing. Shoto, if you say so. Alpha, no, he would say, seeing a big yellow ball coming towards him after Ben and Rex separated. Ben, in his cannonbolt form, would pierce through Alpha, taking the Omega Nanite from Rex, causing the monster to destabilize, while Caesar arrived with a gun generating a vacuum. Alpha, for his part, turned into a kind of heavy metal sphere, but Ben, turning into Upchug, would eat it. Caesar, if you're going to do it, it's time to do it. Ben, it was good while it lasted. Izuku, good luck and thanks, alien boy. Shoto, we'll be in touch, he would say, throwing him a communicator. Ben, understood, I would say, to pass. Caesar would close the portal so the team and Rex would be the ones left behind. Rex, and now what? Izuku, War World remains to be sent to the Phantom Zone. Caesar, and how will they do that? White, I'll take care of it. A Providence ship took off to give them support. Izuku, good, I would say, taking off. Rex, What a day, I would say, following him. In space, all thanks to Providence, ships were ready to open the portal so Blanco would give them the opportunity to fire, causing an opening in space. White, ready. Bobo, ready. Boy Scout, your turn. Izuku, well, I would say outside the ship. Izuku, using his strength, pushed the exoplanet into the Phantom Zone, losing itself into oblivion. After, with the help of Providence, they checked if there were life forms, which luckily for them there was no one other than Mongol, who was imprisoned in a cell with completely failed red sun solar panels. Izuku, okay, he would say, giving him the final push. Zachary, we did it. Shoto, and just in time, he would say, showing his device. The ship of Providence would open and descend to Earth, while the group said goodbye to everyone. Zachary, take care. Shoto, keep in touch. Aqualad, we'll meet again. Melissa, see you soon. Izuku, don't chase someone with powers that you don't know is from your world. Rex, I won't do it. So in front of all of them, the device would be activated and the group would disappear. Minute 3.16. Earth 7,256,585. League of Villains Laboratory. The doctor was very upset. A possible supernova project with DNA from the UA alien boy had failed, the Doomsday project failed, the boy's DNA was too perishable, dying in the middle of the Noma's formation. Even the Commission, aware of the issue, was forced to abandon the initiative. UA Academy. Megan and Brainiac were in the classroom studying, since they both joined Class 1A while the others were a Thanagarian girl and a boy whose world of origin is known, this being Tamarin. Both were awakened with the help of Brainiac and Megan, who were able to bring them up to date and accepting to live in UA, where the principal, to Mirai Sasaki's displeasure, allowed them to study at UA, in order to earn their way as heroes on this planet, assigning them to Class 1B. Without a doubt, they lost several candidates, but they won others. There was only one dissatisfied with this, and he left the UA, Nito Minoma, who disappeared. It was as if the earth swallowed him, while numerous creatures considered mythical, along with human-like warriors alongside Nomas, began to attack the cities. On an island, you could see Tenko Shimura, Shigaraki Tamura. He was the same. Everything he did was gone. He betrayed his sensei, and his new teacher, Ares, betrayed him, leaving him as a simple Quirkless, added to the fact that every villain saw him as a bastard who did not deserve to be one of them. Abandoned by heroes in the first place, betraying his mentor who took him in out of hunger for power. How much he regretted it, but it was too late. AFO was dead and his ashes were by his side after Ares destroyed his statue and gave it to him as a reminder to follow him for power, before leaving him without his quirk and abandoned in that place. He didn't feel it when he shouted his fury in a scream before a lightning bolt struck him just by saying a few words that were born from his soul. Shigaraki, Shazam, voice. Shigaraki Tamura is dead, a voice would say. Master AFO, my desire for revenge and power have consumed me and you lost it by betraying him. Even so, I will carry your teachings as a mark of my sin. My name is Taith Tenko. Yue, a pink-haired girl, was working tirelessly on a way to bring back the lost, unaware that in the future it would lead to a couple of problems. Return home. Problems. Land 7,256,585, Mizurufu, Japan. It's been 3 months since Almight and Sir's discussion regarding Mirio's power with the Green Lantern Corporation ring, and in this time, things instead of improving, got worse. The existence of powers beyond the existence of quirks reached the ears of the Commission, who began to assign several heroes to stop these users of new abilities, in order to see what to do with them. Of course, many did not accept such orders, others followed since there were tempting offers of power, fame, money and rises in the top. UA became a kind of refuge for those the Commission had persecuted, the media and the civilians, for the most part. Many turned against the heroes who didn't follow the Commission's orders. Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu did the same, but they didn't last long despite having good security systems. People came in demanding too many things, and several heroes were dismissed, such as Gang Orca, Ryukyu, Manuel, Selkie, Fat Gum, among many others. Star and Stripe from the United States tried to support the right side, but it didn't last long when Japan began to prevent heroes from other countries from approaching. Society was on the brink of civil war, between heroes and even against civilians. Stain, for his part, didn't know what to think. The people who had previously cheered with joy the image that All Might gave, were calling him a tyrant worse than All for One. No one knew why, but then came the Commission's move. No more heroes. Together with Sir Night Eye, they changed the system. Instead of heroes, a sort of figure similar to that of heroes was created, but with more specific functions, even eliminating moral barriers, allowing murder. The top disappeared and was replaced by ranks, from E the lowest to S the most powerful, all supported by a large number of civilians. So it happened. The Commission authorized the purge of several neighborhoods, regardless of their economic or social standing or quirks. Those considered troublemakers were killed impartially. UA, however, was able to react in time. The former hero school became a refugee camp defended by its students, former students of Shiketsu and Ketsubutsu who survived the fall of those schools. Of the purged neighborhoods, only children and pregnant women survived, whom UA sheltered as best it could. The training cities became refugee camps, and the forests became children's play and recreation centers. Everything that the word hero meant disappeared. It was then that Ares attacked. The conflicts, the fights, heroes versus heroes, anti-heroes versus villains, agents versus heroes, heroes versus villains, heroes versus anti-heroes, and the list goes on, simply allowed Ares to grow stronger faster, but that didn't allow him to regain all the strength he once possessed. Every fight, every death, every conflict fueled his soul, fueled enough for him to attack. Numerous monsters considered mythical, humanoid beings with greater strength than humans, but similar in appearance, gnomes, giant beings, cyclops, harpies and artificial furies, women who sold themselves to him, villains who decided to follow him, eliminating their humanity and becoming technobiological hybrids, all launched an attack on the cities of Japan. Ares' strategy was clear. He knew that Japan was the pillar of heroism. Given Almight, without the island, the next target would be the United States. If Star and Stripe fell with all might, the rest of the world would bend to him sooner or later. Kamino, several former hero aspirants could be seen fighting against Ares' many monsters. The remaining heroes were in UA injured, and several important ones, the anti-heroes, retreated. The villains went into hiding and the government agents like Hawks, retreated. Mirko, come on brats, fight he would say, knocking down several humanoids. Bakugo, for you he would say hitting it with the hammer it's easy to say, even with mechanical prosthetics you are fast. I must move 1/4 ton of metal. Eri, did anyone see Koda-kun? Little Shazam would ask. Momo, he's bringing down a giant. Koda, for his part, was hitting a giant with Kryptonian strength until he fell. Giant, R-A-H-H-H-H-H. Koda fall damn I would say hitting him. The giant would fall to the ground unconscious but someone would hit Koda. For a boy, you're not doing too bad he would say, showing an axe. Koda, bastard he would say, recovering. Not bad for an alien, mortal, you do it well, and that makes you worthy of falling on the blade of Tartarus, son of Ares. Koda, as if I was going to let that happen he would say to launch himself at the white-haired man. Tartarus, eh? He would say to be attacked by the Kryptonian child. Both exchanged blows, too many for anyone to withstand, but all hope of winning was lost when Tartarus slammed the axe blade into Koda's skin, causing it to break upon contact. Tartarus, impossible. Koda, no, no, he would say, lighting up his red gaze. Tartarus, what will you do? Koda, this I would say to release a burst of heat vision. Tartarus received significant burns upon receiving thermal vision, and ended up fainting from the pain. Koda, the others need me. Ibara, did you end up here? She would say, arriving with some fainted minotaurs. Koda, yes. Both would fly away with the rest of the team. Near the UA, Kaminari was running, finishing off various monsters while dodging their weapons and hitting multiple times. Kaminari, anything else? Kyoka, you should pay more attention to your surroundings, she would say through the communicator. Kaminari, I do, but I can do more things at once. Monster, Ra would say, hitting with the club. Kaminari, oh, he would say, dodging the blow. Brainiac 5, you should pay more attention. Denki, he would say, throwing a ray at the Ares soldier. Kaminari, I know. By the way, Brainy, did you download the Victory video game? Brainiac 5, I tried, but Mayo wanted to disarm me again, he would say, depressed. At that, numerous monsters would approach both of them. Brainy, well, one more fight? Kaminari, sure, old man, he would say, smiling. Brainiac 5 would take his Kalyu in battle form, while Kaminari would proceed to fight. At the UA, Kyokujiro, Minoru Mineta, and Seiya Ajiri were waiting for the registrations, since they, along with several former students from Ketsubutsu and Shiketsu, have been in action for some time. Inasa, I'll go to his aid, he would say to get out of UA. Mina, go, she would say, discouraged. Tsuyu, they wouldn't like to see you sad. Karo, she would say with a tone of understanding. Mina, Midnight Sensei, Cemento Sensei, died, Stain Sensei lost his legs and Achiko-chan lost her quirk. I can't help but feel bad. Tsuyu, but Achiko-chan didn't give up, it motivated her to move forward. Losing them hurt us, but that doesn't make us give up. Sato, Tsuyu is right. Stain, if you give up now, you'll do so forever, I'd say, entering in a wheelchair fight for the future, making sure the sacrifices aren't in vain. Mina, thank you. On the outskirts, Ares not only controlled creatures and humanoids, but also some bases with military personnel who swore loyalty to him. Brainiac 5, oh man, he would say, seeing planes approaching. Megan, I'll take care of it, she would say, making herself visible and launching Martian psychic waves to destroy a plane. Inasa, don't give up, and we'll be heroes, he would say, arriving with a tornado. Tetsu, giving up is not manly. At that, someone would fall from the sky, revealing a burly white-haired man, smiling sinisterly. Ares, I like your spirit of wanting to fight. Woman, fall, damn it, she would say, hitting him with a mallet. Minute 0.27. Ares, not bad, he would say, rubbing his chin, good hit. But he would say, taking the Thanagarian, you may be a child alien, but you're still immortal. Ibera, I disagree with that, I would say, attacking with lightning. Ares, I like this. Ares and Ibera would begin an exchange of blows with equal strength, while the rest kept Ares's other minions out of the game. Ares, you have the power of 6 gods, and you fight like this, you're not that bad, but I estimate that you've only had them for a relatively short time, so I would say hitting her hard. If you continued like this, you would be a problem. Ibera fell to the ground wounded, while Ares approached to step on her, but someone hit him from behind. Ares, the Kryptonian child, he would say, turning to look at Kota. Minute 1.01. Kota would begin hitting Ares, causing the aforementioned to bleed from his lip and nose, given that despite being a child, Kota is exposed to solar radiation. The sun of Earth's solar system is a yellow star, and the radiation of a young star favors Kryptonians. Ares, not bad, he would say, taking a fist for a child. You are capable of harming gods without divine weapons, but you are simply a child, he would say, to throw him to the ground and fall on him. Kota, be bastard, he would say, recovering his breath. Ares, your mother didn't teach you not to insult, I would say, to try to take it. Get away from him, he would say, slamming him hard into a building. Kaminari, guys, he would say, looking at the group. Melissa, home again, I would say, to attack several. Aqualad, and with friends as reinforcements, I would say, to help. Zachary, it's time for the magic to come. Shoto, let's turn this around. Mirio, arriving, he would say, landing with several reinforcements. Guardian, the Green Lantern Corps are coming in to defend the innocent. Numerous Green Lanterns had arrived. Lost friends had returned, while those who could fight or were far away returned to UA for the fight against Ares. Ares, they're just more cockroaches. They'll all be crushed, and they won't stop me in my ambitions. Izuku, wanna bet? War. Ares, kill them, he would say to his forces. Numerous monsters, humans with weapons and technological beings, given that Ares knew how to understand the technology of this time, and create a couple of automatons for the fight, launched an attack against the group. The first to respond to the attack were the members of the Green Lantern Corps, who did not hesitate to launch attacks from their rings. They are an intergalactic police force dedicated to ensuring peace, order, and the defense of the innocent in the galaxy, no matter the race of the perpetrator, because even if it were a god, the force would act to fulfill its duty. Brainiac 5, interesting, I would say, analyzing the energy of the rings contains them. Guardian, I have not given authorization to kill, only to subdue. The elimination recourse is the final one if all else fails. Brainiac 5, I understand. Kendra, in that case I would say to rise and go out against the Furies. Try the power of a Thanagarian, you bastards. The Thanagarian was relentless, with a mass and her fighting instinct inherited by her warrior race, given that the Thanagarians were a kind of conquerors, until Steppenwolf arrived and the once empire of Thanagar disappeared, leaving Kendra and a few others scattered among the stars. Melissa, can I help you? She would say, linking several Furies. Kendra, looks like it's going to be a fight with a friend. Melissa, that's right. Uraraka, don't leave me behind? She would say, attacking from the ground, throwing arrows. Melissa, since when do you do that? Uraraka, when they left, there was a lot of instability. But it became almost a war where we had to face the Yakuza, where thanks to an anti-Quirk bullet, I lost mine during the raid against them. Melissa, I'm sorry. Uraraka, don't regret it, she would say, motivated. Losing him helped me understand what society is like, she would say, placing an arrow and aiming at a minotaur that was falling in front of them. Melissa, I'll take care of it, I would say, to jump and rise. Uraraka, good, she would say, shooting an arrow with polyethylene fiber that will help keep it from moving. Melissa would hit the minotaur, making it fall with the rest. Shoto was reinforcing Brainiac 5 while Kaminari ran around hitting and pushing away several monsters and androids, especially a very dangerous one that Ares called Amazo. Shoto, as I see it, he can copy skills, I would say, to launch an attack. Amazo, access to Miss Martian, I would say, to become intangible. Access to Heroine Mirko, I would say, to kick the bicolor. Brainiac 5, hey, would say, to attack. Amazo, access to Flash, I would say, to dodge the attack. Izuku, not if I stop it, I would say, to hold Amazo's Shoto. Now, Shoto would take out a device that, when placed on Amazo's head, emitted an electric shock that deactivated the android. Anyone who saw it would immediately know that they had already faced a similar situation, and indeed they had, an android named after Ares' creation and a parasite that can absorb powers. In another area, Bakugo was throwing hammer blows and deploying his arsenal of weapons while Red Beetle, Eijiro Kirishima, reinforced him along with Tamaki Amajiki, Nijier Hato, and Anase Yorashi. The fight seemed evenly matched, with not even the grotesque creatures with snake-like beards able to stop them. Bakugo, this is crazy, how the hell are we going to stop so many? Kirishima, you say that, he would say, being hit by a four-armed guy because you don't let them touch you and you get tired. Bakugo, you have weapons everywhere, you are a walking arsenal. Kirishima, if it's true, he would say, to open a cannon in his chest and shoot his attacker. Bakugo, you may have lost your toughness, but you're still the same idiot with shark teeth and fire hair. Kirishima, there, if you want me, he would say, smiling. Well, it's time for them to go, he would say, to take out a cannon and release a sonic blast against those who come against them. Tamaki, there are too many. Kirishima, I'll cover you, buddy, he would say, to redirect the shot and support it. Nijier, I won't leave you alone. Tamaki, she would say, firing shots with her quirk. Tamaki, will the others be okay? In another area, Mirio was reinforcing the rest of classes 1A and 1B who were only having problems. Only because of Ibra, Aqualad, and Zachary they were standing. He didn't know how they did it, but in UA they didn't teach them to fight long battles, only to contain and immobilize to reduce damage. Mirio, don't be afraid to fight. Koda, it's hard for us to do it, he would say with signs. Shoji, what they mean is that they haven't taught us this kind of fighting, just something quick to avoid damage. Mirio, that's stupid, you know, in fights there is always damage, no matter how small. You should prioritize the people, not damage the place. Momo, but I would say to use what I learned. Mirio, look, you're not always going to choose the ballroom, we just dance, he would say, to attack with his ring. Kendo, there is no other way. Yamamo, Momo, I know, it's just hard for me to accept how much everything has changed. Shishida/Sato, GRHHHHHHHHHHH/Sato smash. Momo would go out to help using her creation quirk, helping the wounded. She didn't know how to fight, but she had to manage as best she could. Different was the case of Ojiro and Kendo, who knew martial arts. But she didn't, she barely took out a weapon with her quirk. Ahoyama, supernova. Numerous monsters began to fall. While several like Mineta and Hagakyu tried to fight as best they could, UA always prepared to classify them by their gifts. None of them were combat heroes, although fighting against villains was not avoidable. It was something that would happen. Everyone helped in their own way. It was a battle that could be said to be a war scene. The problem was that it was not enough. Not even the practice robots that Nisa sent as reinforcements were useful, since as soon as they attacked they were destroyed. Megan tried to buy time while Ares took care of a group of 0 points. She got into his mind, but this caused her to be discovered. Ares, get out of my head, Martian. The god launched himself at the Martian, but Koda and Eri collided with him and began to hit him on his body. They could damage him without the need for divine weapons. The strength of Heracles along with the Kryptonian strength were rivals against the power of a god. But they were children. As soon as they stopped, Ares took advantage of it to hit them both and push them away from him, creating an opening that Aqualad would take advantage of to connect several blows. Zachary, Rurbalatrop I would say to open a portal that would guide Ares straight to the Phantom Zone. Ares, damned Atlantean, I'll break you like a nut he would say to imprison Calder in a grip squeezing his bones. I love to hear that scream he would say smiling, but a rope would get tangled around his neck. How dare they? I am Ares, god of war he would say to remove the rope from the Amazon and throw her off him with a blow. Before Ares even thinks about walking, Izuku would hit him hard. Izuku, I don't care he would say to get closer to him. Zachary, kick his ass he would say with grace. Izuku would begin to hit Ares with all his strength. There was no point in holding back, so the god began to feel pain and be damaged by the Kryptonian force. Even when Ares took the green-haired man's arms, he exerted even more force than the god, forcing him to kneel before him and knee him in the chin. Before he could recover, the green-haired man would take Ares' head and release a blast of heat vision directly into the god's eyes, causing severe damage. Since his eyes were burned, he would recover in the long run, but he felt the pain. Tired of it, Izuku would manage to grab him and throw him into the portal entrance, while Ibera launched lightning with the power of Zeus and Mirio launched a green blast from his ring, forcing the god to retreat, while Kaminari delivered blows with his speed to the god's back. Blinded and constantly being hit, he tried to grab someone nearby, but Airi and Koda got up and began to hit him in the torso, while he was sucked into the portal and Ares clung to the edges of it to avoid being sent there. Mirio, now magician, slammed the door in his face, he would say, seeing that Melissa and Izuku relieved Koda and Airi. Zachary, I'm going he would say to recite the spell Rarik Latop he would say so that the portal would begin to close. In a stroke of luck, Ares freed himself from the Kryptonian and the Amazon, but Shoto crashed a motorcycle into him, forcing him into the portal. Ares tried to leave, but the portal closed. Phantom Zone. Ares and UA Academy, Japan. The fight ended. The god of war was defeated and his creations and minions were at the mercy of the heroes or the few that remained. But when one fight ends, another must always begin, since from the commission numerous former heroes under the command of Endeavor and Sir Night Eye were heading towards the UA. After that battle, in their eyes, it was time to re-establish the status quo of them, of the true heroes, and return everything to normal. Earth 378,859,654. Things since the departure to the UA camp were starting to take a couple of changes. All for One mysteriously disappeared and only those who knew about him noticed. The League of Villains appeared injured in UA asking for help. Someone had attacked them. They didn't know who, but it happened. Without knowing it, new events were about to happen. Only Spiner, Magna and Mr. Compers were not with Toga twice. Dabi and Shigaraki, they had joined the Legion of Doom, the past versus the future. UA. The students, heroes and teachers who fought side by side were celebrating. All for One was a powerful villain, but a god was something that exceeded the power of the number one villain. Izuku, well, it was kind of interesting while it lasted. Kirishima, it's nice to have you back. Izubro. Bakugo, I'm glad you came back. Nerd. Almight, I'm also glad that my son and niece are back. Ray, my boy. Shoto, hi mom he would say, giving her an arm. Ibera, I'm glad you came back. Kendo, things got a little crazy after his absence. Kota, Izuku and I, the little Kryptonian would say as he hugged his now older brother. Izuku, I'm glad to see you, I would say, happy and noticing the suit. I like your suit. Kota, well, someone had to keep the symbol. Izuku, ha 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 ha, I'm glad to hear that. Bakugo, well, he's not the only nerd he would say, showing the symbol on his chest. Izuku, you surprised me, Cat-chan. You are one of those I least expected to do something like that. Uraraka, at least we're all back and with new friends. Calder, it's a pleasure. I'm Calder HM from Atlantis. Zachary, I'm Zachary Zatara. It's a pleasure and I'm a magician. Nizu, it's a pleasure to have you at my school, or what's left of it. Kendra, it's nice to meet someone as fierce as I am. Melissa, it's a pleasure, Kendra-san. Kaminari, I got lost. A second passed and Flash would say, arriving. Shoto, don't buck with me. Melissa, Kaminari you are. Kaminari, a speedster? Yes, a few months ago an old man named Jay Garrick came and taught me how to use my power properly, and left me this legacy. Megan, oh they arrived. Izuku, it's a pleasure, Miss Martian. Megan, I'm Megan Sosaki. It's a pleasure. Izuku, The pleasure is mine. Ibara. At least the classes saving the traitor Ida and Nito are not there. Shoto, what happened to him? Kendo. No idea, she would say. Hurt one day he stopped coming. We went to his house to see what was happening and there was only a note saying that he was leaving. He never said where. Only that he wouldn't be in a place that appreciated a mediocre from Class 1A and that Class 1B, which should be his rival, supported him. Izuku, I see. Pixie Bob. It seems the kittens have gotten stronger. Tiger. That's what it looks like. Ragdoll. At least now we can lend a paw. Mandalay. Kota miss you and even used to visit the fort. Izuku. I'm glad about that, he would say, ruffling her hair. Aizawa. Sorry to be a party pooper, but there's a group of heroes coming. Mirko. Now those cowards will see. Mount Lady. Now you'll see. The giant would say upon arriving with many wounds. Midnight. Brat, she would say, worried what happened to you. Mount Lady. The commission ordered to catch those who fought, and Sir along with Endeavor leads them. With that we oppose, but Mirio. I understand. Now I'm grateful that the Guardians and other lanterns withdrew. Shoto. I have no problem fighting, he would say, activating his motorcycle. May. What is that, baby? Shinzo. Calm down, crazy. Shoto. A way to fight this time, I would say, making it come together. Izuku. So you'll always be like him, right? Shoto. Yes, he would say in a serious tone. Bubble Girl. The others are coming. Fatum. But we can stop them, he would say with certainty. Kirishima. Fat, do you think you can? Fat Gum. I'll give my plus ultra. Tamaki. I'm going too. Shoto. I'll go for Enji. Near the UA. Endeavor and Sir were leading a strong group of heroes to recover what they had lost and return everything to what it was before. Licenses, agencies, and so on, in addition to prohibiting talking about powers and events like the past, since it was unrelated to quirks, and since they wanted to prevent it from getting bigger, they shouldn't leave loose ends, and even if they are civilians, things would be covered up. Ignore Mirko and those in UA along with Neo Mesa and the police. Sir, do you think they're waiting for us? Endeavor. They must have already fought and will be tired. That will make things easier for us. Edge shot up, he would say, looking at the sky. Sir, Mirio, he would say with a frown. Mirio would start throwing chain constructions with the ring, while he approached Rocklock and hit him hard for being the first to criticize his actions regarding Eri. Sir, Mirio, he would say seriously, surrender. They have no chance. They are just children. The commission will show clemency if they surrender. Bakugo. Let's agree to disagree, he would say, hitting his mallet and hitting Wash. And who was he? Minute 0.54. Endeavor brats. Hero 1, attack. Hero 2. It's a shame Ryukyu and Great Orca don't want to come. Hero 3. Now we will have greater fame. At that, several would fall to the ground holding their ears due to Kirishima's sonic beam. Edgeshot. Give up, boy, he would say, approaching him, but get out of my head. Megan. Not until they give up, she would say, arriving and her eyes shining. Uraraka. You won't win this, she would say, throwing arrows with nitrogen that upon collision would freeze several heroes, including Iwabami. X-less surrender. Native. We are more. Kesajuri man, that you. Takeshita. Don't make this any harder. At that, a yellow and white blur would hit them, making them fall. But an ice quirk hero would launch a blast that the blonde-haired boy would dodge. Kaminari. Not bad ice cream, I would say, to hit him in the face. Corrupt cops. In the name of the commission, you are left at that point. Red lightning bolts separate your movement from your destination. What? Izuku was looking at them all with his eyes glowing red. Izuku, surrender now. The time of those who do evil disguised as good Samaritans ends now. Corrupt cop 1. Who do you think you are, brat? Shoot! The police would start shooting at the green-haired man, who wouldn't even flinch at this, as the bullets bounced off his skin and fell to the ground. Police 2. He doesn't fall. His quirk is resistance. Izuku. My name is Izuel. I am a son of Krypton. I am not a human being, he would say, revealing himself to the world. Police 3. You're lying, he would say, shooting. Kota. We're not lying, he would say, hitting the policeman. The police would attack Kota, but as with Izuku, Kryptonian skin is very tough, too much so given that even a divine weapon like the axe of Tartarus, son of Ares, broke upon contact with his skin. Before they launched another burst, a lasso would wrap around them all as it began to glow gold. Melissa, the lasso of truth compels them to surrender. Resistance will be useless. The police surrendered. The heroes of the commission were defeated, while Enji Todoroki remained standing while looking at Shoto with annoyance. Endeavor, I thought you'd be useless, But I see that you're brave, something I must admit. Wow, father and younger brother reunited. Shoto, right now, the one who is going to face father will be me Tuya, he would say to the surprise of Enji and Dabi, but the latter just smiled. Something felt good inside. Dabi, so you know. Shoto, I found out a while ago but I needed proof. So if you don't mind, I must get revenge for Enji's treatment of the family. Dabi, you weren't the favorite son? Shoto, if you were smart, seeing that he called you like Natsuyo and Fuyumi, flaws, he would say, making quotation marks with his fingers. To Dabi's bewilderment, did he really have fatherly affection for any of the four of us? Dabi, well, he raised you. Shoto, with love? You are a fool and a damn ignorant. But what do you think I waited years for my older brother to deign to save me from the bastard he had for a father? I waited years for you to arrive and prevent Mom from falling into madness and burning my eye, he would say, showing him the mark, leaving Dabi in shock. Shoto, had the truth, tell me, is this love from him? Because if it is, I don't want to imagine what hate is. I know you suffered, but it doesn't give you the right to say that you are the only one who suffered, because not only is it not like that, but you stayed the same as the old man, looking at me like a damn weapon too. While he wanted me to be his tool to surpass Almight, he isolated me from everyone. He treated me like I was an animal with exhaustive training. I had no friends. My brothers didn't even deign to save me, but you know what, I forgave them for it. Even you, he would say to Tuya's surprise. Dabi, I'm not like the old man, he would say in denial. Shoto, oh no? And seeing me as the means to make Endeavor suffer, what is it? He would say, leaving Dabi in shock. That was the purest reality, and there was nothing to justify that vision. He had become what he wanted to destroy. His past did not justify that look and that reality either, and you know what I thank you for. I thank you and I forgive you, brother, for opening my eyes and showing me the shit that old man is by making your partner in the League of Villains take away my quirk. Because not only did you stop seeing me like that, but on the contrary, you saw me as just another human being. But you opened my head with what our father is, garbage. Dabi just took a step back. He understood that word and then said a few words later, it would be useless to ask for forgiveness. Gestures and actions can certainly convey more messages than words. Endeavor, are you done throwing a tantrum, Shoto? He would say seriously, I don't want to face an idiot. Shoto, oh yeah? He would say, hitting Enji's jaw, I'll show you what this useless guy can do, he would say, to attack the fire hero with blows. Enji, bastard, he would say, to attack Dabi, you turned him against me. Shoto, this is between you and me, he would say, to hit him and take out a sonic gun that Enji would almost take away. Enji, I'll be reasonable, and I'll stop giving up on you to continue being the miserable, useless guy that you are without a gift. Shoto, yes, he would say, to launch himself and give him blows charged with electricity courtesy of his suit. While every time Enji received a blow he suffered damage. Enji managed to get away with some fire throwing, but Shoto quickly returned to brutally beating Enji Todoroki, even hitting him with a nearby fallen ceiling beam. Tuya wished he had something to enjoy, but he knew Shoto would probably give him a couple of hits because of the League of Villains incident at the camp. Enji, damn, I would say, to spit out a tooth, how did you manage to do that, make that suit? Shoto, it took a long time and was worth a fortune. Luckily my mentor, whom I have no qualms about openly calling father, had both, I would say, to hit him and leave him complaining in pain. You feel it now, don't you? Endeavor, rot. Shoto, come, he would say, taking him by the suit while being head to head. I want you to remember this. Stay out of my way and away from my family, away from Mom, Natsuo, Fuyumi, and Tuya. In all the years to come, in your most private moments, you will remember that I was the only one who defeated you, your greatest attempt at a weapon, the one you discarded as a simple useless one DRP to leave him on the floor all bruised and hurt, and the worst thing for you is that it was a simple Quirkless, he would say with some pride. Tuya, I should have brought the camera quickly. Shoto, luckily for you, he would say, coming out of the suit, it has a camera and I recorded it. Now, he would say, to punch Tuya in the stomach, making him fall to the ground breathless. Tuya, I guess I deserved it, he would say, gasping for air. Shoto, that's even, brother, he would say, extending his hand, that was for not saving me when the old man was going too far. Tuya, no hard feelings, he would say, taking her hand in support. With Izuku. Izuku, well done, he would say, holding Koda's shoulder. Koda, it's a new beginning. Izuku, that's superba. Koda, that's not it. Izuku, no, it isn't anymore, you earned it. Koda, Thank you, he would say, hugging the green-haired boy. Everyone by his side would begin to gather as people began to leave their homes. A new change was generated that day. People, civilians, should now have more consideration for those who defend them. At the same time that Niza planned his move, no more licenses. With most of the heroes captured for threatening order and peace, Niza knew it was time for a change. Civil 1, they saved us. Civil 2, they are heroes. Child, look, they are Superman and Superbell. Kaminari, should we go before we get blamed? Brainiac 5, what's the rush? Flash. Melissa, seeing this and with UA destroyed. Shoto, we have nowhere to gather and advance as heroes. Kendra, we need to get a barracks. Kendo, but where? Brainiac 5, for what it's worth, Mayhatsum, Master Power Loader, and David Shield are making plans for a watchtower. Aqualad, sounds good to me. Mirio, can any of you survive outside? Izuku and Koda, I can do it, they would say smiling. Brainiac 5, me too. Megan, me too. Mirio, I don't mean that, but I have a whole sector of space to maintain. Ibara, are you talking about teamwork? Izuku, I have no problem, it sounds like a good idea. Plus we have the headquarters for our pupils, he would say, ruffling Koda's hair. Nijire, and what would his name be? Who would be the leader? Eri, how about Legion of Superheroes? End of season. After Eri said that name, the team would return to the UA, where from that day on the future of their society would begin to be defined, and since Japan was the beacon to follow for numerous hero systems, its collapse only meant that the system would fall, so they would have to define what would happen from that day on. Calder HM was the first to introduce himself to society, managing to turn the world upside down, not only in the face of the existence of a multiverse, or at least the high commands and governments, since that was something they would protect from the public eye. What was made public was the fact that it was revealed that he was Atlantean, which caused a stir since they began to search for Atlantis, only finding ruins in very deep areas of the ocean. It is thanks to this that together with Brainiac 5 and David Shield, New Atlantis was built, a completely underwater city where with Calder's plays, numerous people with quirks that allowed them to be and survive underwater, or people with mutation quirks based on animals or sea creatures, went to live there, starting a new life, and Atlantis became a new nation. Zachary was not far behind either, presenting himself to everyone as a magician, as Homo Magi, which earned some repudiation from the scientific community, who refused to believe in magic, and the general public ignored it, so it did not generate a stir or anything big, because, in the words of David Shield, who defined magic as a dead end. Given its complexity, it was better that the world did not accept its existence, because the mystical arts and the occult were always something that science would refute, and in a world with quirks and powers, science would always prevail. The other was more difficult, because the revelation of Izuku, Megan, Kendra and the others as aliens present, causing marches and numerous demonstrations by those who refused to believe or who asked for their deportation from the planet, but with the endorsement of numerous important personalities, including Star and Stripe, and that most of the battles could not be fought without them, people seemed to change their minds. At least in the younger generations. Izuku, along with Koda, given their joint work, became a beacon of acceptance. Both lied a little about their origins, but revealing that they were raised on Earth, being more Earthlings than anyone. The existence of aliens represented a paradigm shift. It wasn't easy for governments to accept that they weren't the only ones in the universe, but it served as a precedent. The knowledge Brainiac provided was very substantial in improving the quality of life, as the Kalyuan, although to the government's annoyance, didn't show military advances, did highlight improvements in lifestyles thanks to technology. Megan recounted how Mars lived, earning interested glances from scientists. This culminated in shipments to the surface of the Red Planet, finding ruins and traces of death, but fortunately, finding survivors, mostly children and adolescents, who were treated, as what happened on Mars was a revelation. What happened on Mars sowed alarm in several groups, especially the heroes, so they began to investigate with satellites and long-wave telescopes amplified by Brainiac 5, finding nearby planets with life or habitable, but all with the same characteristics, or finding ships adrift which were taken to Earth, beginning a refugee crisis. Because many planets close to Earth were attacked by Steppenwolf, and the more the situation was analyzed, several things were revealed, saving Mars. The rest of the planets were larger than Earth, but less populated, so assuming that in desperate measures the Earth was attacked and asked for help, the others could respond and send forces. So Steppenwolf isolated and conquered the populated planets closest to Earth, as if it were a trophy. That wasn't all that happened, though. On a more personal and emotional level, the travelers were able to reconnect with friends and family. Izuku reunited with Crypto, and was greeted with great joy by the super dog. Shoto reunited with Rei, Natsuo and Fuyumi, accompanied by Tuya, his mother and siblings, changing his life by changing his surname to that of his mother, Himura, as a way of forgetting Endeavor, although Shoto was the only one who did not do so, as he was attached to the surname Wayne. Melissa returned home with David, but now transformed into a full-fledged Amazon, so after telling David about the situation, the blonde searched for the island to see if it existed, finding a similar island. Upon arrival, she was well received and Themyscira opened up to the world. Although she had to change and learn a lot, it was a great achievement to have done so. Regarding Koda, the boy along with Izuku began to create an image like Izuku had with Kal-El at the time, achieving wonders and many cries of applause with society, meaning substantial support, and causing society to begin to accept the aliens who began to live on Earth. Although this was not as much as the day that Almight made his retirement official and presented Izuku as his successor before the eyes and gaze of everyone, many of disbelief, but betting on his influence, many believed in Almight's words. The world in general changed, whether for better or worse, but it did, and people had to adapt to the new paradigms above all. Especially when Katsuki Bakugo and Uraraka revealed their alter egos together as Quirkless heroes, or when Mirio revealed the existence of the Guardians alongside his new ally, the second and third Green Lanterns of Earth, Tamaki Amajiki and Nijire Hato. Shigaraki, for his part, decided to found a utopia, using his strength, like Tate Tenko, uniting several islands to create Kandak, a paradise free of heroes and villains. He was its protector, its leader, who would do whatever was necessary for his people. Although he ruled with an iron fist, the people respected that way of life, and Kandak became his home. Numerous villains from outside their own land also appeared, which led to a change in what it meant to be a villain. Except for AFO, their world didn't have true villains, but rather criminals, which changed and had to be employed, signifying a 180 degrees turn in the work of being a hero, which began to be unlicensed. This represented strong changes, and many clashes given that not everyone accepted the change in society. But the change began with them, whether they agreed or not. Season finale. Well, before they fused me, it took me a while because I started to think and define what will continue with this story. So I decided to do a second season in a separate book, so this is it, and the rest will come in a new title called Legion of Superheroes. There are several arcs that will appear, but others that won't. But hey, anything goes to give them good things. Arches themselves, Crisis on Two Earths, The Legion vs. the Crime Syndicate, Spider-Verse arc, Rescuing a Friend and Fighting the Spiders, Doom, Return to Original, Land for a Fight against the Legion of Doom. Clash with the Gods, Convergence with Shimatsu is slight but will help. Superman's death will be after the previous one and I was thinking of doing it at the same time as the final fights of the previous one. Invasion, the fight against Steppenwolf, Legion of Superheroes vs. Monsterverse, The Return of Miraculous. There are several arches, some more complex or smoke than others, but hey, they work.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.